Chapter 222. When Yu Xiaoxiu got home from school, it was still early. Jing Chen was practicing his swordsmanship, so he opened the door and sat by the stove to warm himself while watching Jing Chen practice. He did not disturb him and only clapped when he finished a set of swordsmanship. When Jing Chen heard the applause, he turned to look at Yu Xiaoxiu and asked, "Xiaoxiu, can I teach you this set of swordsmanship?" Jing Chen's intentions were good. Ever since he started practicing swordsmanship, his body has become stronger day by day. He knew that this set of swordsmanship contained mysteries. But when he saw that Yu Xiaoxiu was small and skinny, he wanted to teach him swordsmanship so that he could strengthen his body as well. Yu Xiaoxiu shook his head. "I can't learn it." Which ordinary youngster didn't have a Jianghu dream in their heart? They longed to practice martial arts to strengthen their bodies, to be chivalrous and help the weak. But Yu Xiaoxiu was not an ordinary youngster. In this child's heart, the most powerful person was not the Ji family's great master who was a high-ranking official in the capital, nor was it the highly skilled Taoist Jing Chen, nor was it the legendary Master Yi. It was Yu Shu, that narrow-minded person who was full of lies. In Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes, those who practiced martial arts were not as smart as his sister. Those who were smart were not as cunning as his sister. Those who were cunning were not as thick-skinned as his sister, and those who were thick-skinned were not as capable as his sister. Comparing them like this, his sister was the most powerful person. Compared to wasting time on martial arts, he was more willing to spend more time on EZ and arithmetic. He wanted to be able to calculate and be more observant. He wanted to follow his sister's example and participate in the Great Yen examination in 3 years. Although a child's admiration was a little blind, it wasn't completely unreasonable. Even though Yu Shu had a lot of problems, her ability was something that others rarely had. Jing Chen did not know that Yu Xiaoxiu was just being polite and thought that he was worried that he could not learn it. He said, "Don't worry, I will teach you carefully. This set of swordplay is easy to learn. There are only 14 moves." At this time, there was a knock on the door of the courtyard. Yu Xiaoxiu was worrying about how to dispel the idea of Jing Chen teaching him swordsmanship. When he heard Yu Shu's shout, he immediately ran out to open the door. As soon as Yu Shu entered the door, she excitedly pulled Yu Xiaoxiu in a circle. "Xiaoxiu, I have good news for you. Aunt Huai has come to the capital." Yu Xiaoxiu was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted and looked outside the door excitedly. Where is it? Where is it?" Yu Shu pulled him in and closed the door with her left hand. She held his arm with her right hand and waved to Jing Chen to follow her. The three of them entered the central room. Yu Shu told Yu Xiaoxiu that Pei Jing came to see her with Zhao Hui this afternoon. Seeing Jing Chen was confused, she explained to him, "Didn't I mention it to you? Before you lost your memory, you helped me raise the medical expenses for an elder in Yang City. It was for Aunt Huai." Yu Xiaoxiu interrupted, "Then where are they? Why didn't they come to our home?" Yu Shu said, "It's too late. Aunt Huai is pregnant. It's inconvenient for her to run around. We will go to see her tomorrow." As for Zhao Hui's pregnancy, Yu Xiaoxiu was not as surprised as Yu Shu when he heard it. "Well, the academy is on holiday. I don't have to go to class." Speaking of this, Yu Xiaoxiu muttered to himself. Shui Rui said that he would take him to ride horses, but he didn't have to go to the academy tomorrow, and he didn't come back. Yu Shu turned her head and said to Jing Chen, "You don't have to go. I haven't told Aunt Hui and the rest about your situation in detail. If they know that you're a Taoist, they'll feel very uncomfortable. Secondly, it'll make their imaginations run wild and it'll be hard to explain." Jing Chen nodded. He knew that it was inconvenient for him to interact with others without knowing his identity. He turned to look at Yu Xiaoxiu and said to Yu Shu, "Xiaoxiu's physique is not strong enough. My set of swordsmanship has the effect of strengthening the body. I want to teach it to Xiaoxiu. What do you think?" Hearing this, Yu Shu hesitated and said, "Can your swordsmanship be taught to others?" Jing Chen was confused. "Why not?" Yu Shu said, "I want to say that your swordsmanship has to be passed on to the sect. If there is any rule that forbids you from teaching it to outsiders, won't you break the rules?" Compared with Yu Shu's cautiousness, Jing Chen didn't care much. "It's just a set of swordsmanship. Why not? I can't remember anything now." Even if I break the rules, it is unintentional. Hearing this, Yushu was happy. She thought that he was not a pedantic person. She said happily, if that is the case, you can teach Xiaoxiu swordsmanship. You can also teach me Qing Gong at the same time. It was Yushu's dream when she was young to be able to leap onto roofs and vault over walls like characters in wuxia novels. Just thinking about it made her eager to try it. Originally, she wanted to wait until Jing Chen recovered his memory to see if he could teach it to others. Since he didn't mind, she naturally wouldn't let go of this great opportunity. Facing Yushu, who was climbing up a pole, Jing Chen hesitated for a moment and said, I won't teach you Qing Gong. Qing Gong was different from swordsmanship. Qing Gong relied on internal force. He remembered all the moves of swordsmanship and could teach it to Yu Xiaoxiu one by one. However, he didn't know where he obtained the internal force of Qing Gong. He really didn't know how to teach Yushu. Knowing that he didn't refuse, Yushu said disappointedly, then forget it. You can teach Xiaoxiu. Seeing that Yushu agreed, Yu Xiaoxiu was afraid that he would really spend time learning martial arts every day. He hurriedly said, Sister, I don't want to learn. Jing Chen and Yushu looked at Yu Xiaoxiu at the same time. The latter asked in surprise, Why don't you want to learn? She thought that all boys like to learn martial arts. Why didn't Yu Xiaoxiu want to learn? Yu Xiaoxiu was too embarrassed to look at Jing Chen. He braced himself and said to Yushu, I have to go to school every day. There is a lot of homework in the academy. I don't have time to learn martial arts. Jing Chen said, It doesn't need much time. You just need to get up an hour earlier every day. Yu Xiaoxiu lowered his head and didn't say anything. But his attitude was obvious. He still didn't want to learn. Yushu knew that this child was stubborn. She thought for a while and didn't force him to learn. She reached out to touch his head and smiled at Jing Chen. He is too lazy to learn. How about you teach me? She was an open-minded parent. Learning martial arts was not the same as going to school. It was not necessary. If he didn't want to learn, then so be it. She didn't expect him to be an all-rounder. He just needed to be able to support his family in the future. Hearing Yushu's words, Yu Xiaoxiu immediately raised his head and looked at her. Jing Chen wasn't blind. Seeing that Yu Xiaoxiu was really unwilling, he didn't force him anymore. He shook his head at Yushu and said, Learning martial arts consumes energy. You don't have extra energy now. Concentrate on the exam. We'll talk about it later. Yushu said, It's just an hour a day. Don't worry. I can handle it. I just need to use my brain. It's good to use up some energy. I can sleep well at night. Jing Jian saw that she wanted to learn, so he agreed. I'll start teaching you tomorrow morning. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard someone say, I'll learn too. Yushu squinted at Yu Xiaoxiu. She didn't know what was wrong with this child. He was the one who said he didn't want to learn, and now he was the one who wanted to learn. Yu Xiaoxiu was embarrassed to say that he changed his mind because Yushu wanted to learn. He awkwardly said to Jing Chen, Brother Jing, teach me too. Jing Chen didn't care that Yu Xiaoxiu changed his mind again. Yushu didn't know what Yu Xiaoxiu was thinking. She reached out and patted the back of his head. She laughed and scolded, You child. He then teased Jing Chen, This is great. You've taken in 2 disciples at once. Do you want us to call you master? Jing Chen chuckled. He actually agreed with her joke. He said, Okay, go ahead. Yushu was just joking with Jing Chen. She didn't really want him to be her master. She smiled and touched her nose. It was the first time she lost to Jing Chen. I'll go make dinner. After saying that, Yushu slipped into the kitchen. The night passed. The next morning, Yushu woke Yu Xiaoxiu up. Jing Chen had already washed up and was waiting for them in the courtyard. He gave each of them a wooden sword that he had made last night and taught them the first move. It was said to be a single move, but it wasn't simple at all. Just the movement of drawing the sword required Yushu and Yu Xiao to practice for an hour. They were so tired that their foreheads were covered in sweat, and they only managed to learn an empty move. Luckily, Jing Chen wasn't strict and taught them in detail, so the siblings didn't give up on the first day. When the sun rose, Jing Chen asked them to stop. That's all for today. Don't you have to go out? Don't be late. Okay. Yushu wiped the sweat on her forehead. She was slightly out of breath, but her body was warm and her face was ruddy. She just needed a hot bath to feel comfortable. There was a bathtub at home that she bought a while ago. Unfortunately, it was getting late. She had to rush out to see Zhao Hui, so she didn't have time to boil the water slowly. The siblings could only wash their faces with warm water. Xiaoxiu, go back to the room and tidy up your hair. We'll leave later. Yushu was about to pour the water out of the door with the basin. When she walked to the door of the courtyard, she vaguely heard someone talking outside. Is this the place? Yes, they live in this house. Then knock on the door. As soon as Yushu pricked up her ears, she heard a knock on the other side of the door. She turned to Jing Chen and raised her chin, signaling him to leave. Jing Chen understood. He turned back to the room with the rusted sword and closed the door. Who is it so early in the morning? Yushu didn't rush to open the door, but asked outside. There was a moment of silence outside the door. After a few whispers, someone cleared their throat and said, "Open the door." "It's me." Yushu heard the woman's voice outside the door. It sounded familiar, but she couldn't remember who it was. She asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" The person outside the door answered in a muffled voice, "I'm your mother." Yushu thought it was the wrong door, so she said, "You're at the wrong door." When she finished speaking, she heard the voice outside the door suddenly raised, "Wicked girl, you don't even recognize your mother. Open the door." Yushu's hand trembled, and she almost dropped the basin. This sharp voice and scolding tone, if it wasn't Aunt Cui, who else could it be? Chapter 223. In the central room, Yu Xiaoxiu stood behind Yushu and stared unblinkingly at the woman who sat down at the table after entering the room. Aunt Cui held a heater in her hands and looked around the room before turning to look at the siblings. Her eyes skipped over Yushu and fell on Yu Xiaoxiu. Only then did she show some parental concern on her face. She raised her hand and said, "Xiaoxiu, come here. Let me take a good look at you." Yu Xiaoxiu hesitated and did not go forward immediately. Instead, he stretched out his hand and quietly pulled Yushu's sleeve. He was happy to see his biological mother, but he felt sad at the same time. Half a year ago, they were driven out by the Ji family. His mother did not ask them to stay and watch them leave. They had suffered a lot before they came to Cheng. His sister had taken care of him along the way. No matter what happened, she had never left him. Compared to his biological mother, he was closer to his sister. Aunt Cui saw that Yu Xiaoxiu was standing still and felt embarrassed. She pulled down her face and said angrily, "What? You don't even recognize your mother like your sister?" "No," Yu Xiaoxiu said in a muffled voice. "Then you didn't answer when I asked you. Are you unhappy to see me?" Aunt Cui's face was full of displeasure. Any mother in the world would be unhappy to see that their son was not close to her. Yushu knew Aunt Cui's character. She was afraid that she would make Yu Xiaoxiu sad if she continued, so she interrupted and pushed Yu Xiaoxiu, saying, "Go and make a pot of tea for me." Yu Xiaoxiu bowed his head and went out. Yushu turned her head and asked Aunt Cui, "Mother, how did you find us?" In fact, when Yushu saw the maidservant next to Aunt Cui, she had already guessed what was going on. Last time when Ji Xingxuan talked to her, it was this maidservant who knocked on her door. The siblings depended on each other for survival. Back then, they were ruthlessly driven away by the Ji family. Now, if the Ji family wanted anything from her, it would be the 6 lines technique. Although Yushu didn't admit it, Ji Xingxuan was sure that she learned the 6 lines technique from Taoist Qin Zheng. Yushu knew that Ji Xingxuan wouldn't give up on the 6 lines technique, but she didn't expect that they would directly bring Aunt Cui from Yiyang City. No wonder after that time, Ji Xingxuan didn't look for her again. She had this plan, so she didn't do anything else. Aunt Cui was not as kind to Yushu as she was to Yu Xiaoxiu. She sneered, "You asked me how I found you, but I have to ask you. You ran to the capital with Xiaoxiu without saying a word. You've been in the capital for so long. You didn't even send me a letter. Are you deliberately making me unable to sleep?" If this was really her mother, Yushu might feel wronged and sad to hear this accusation. But for Yushu, this woman in front of her was an outsider who had nothing to do with her. If it wasn't for Yu Xiaoxiu, she wouldn't let her enter this courtyard. Yushu didn't want to argue with her, so she said, I didn't think it through. I made you worry. People's hearts were made of flesh. How could it not be painful? Aunt Chui saw that Yushu was indifferent to her, so she didn't have anything good to say to her. So, she came straight to the point and said, You should pack your things and go back with me. Yushu looked suspicious. Where are we going? Go back to the Ji family with me. Yushu frowned. Mother, you didn't forget that Xiaoxiu and I were driven out by the Ji family, did you? Now you want us to go back? Before concubine Chui could open her mouth, the servant girl who led the way coughed lightly and forced a fake smile at Yushu. Young lady Yu, the old master didn't know that you and young master Yu were driven out of the clan. When he found out later, he reprimanded third master. The old master is a generous person. When he heard about the matter between you and your brother, he was moved by the fact that the two of you were alone and had no one to rely on. He specially allowed the two of you to return home and asked concubine Chui to personally pick you up. Hearing this dignified reason, Yushu almost burst into laughter. People who weren't from the same family wouldn't enter the same family. How could the reason that old master of the Ji family asked them to go back now be exactly the same as the reason that Ji Hyotani asked her to go back to be a concubine of the Shui family? It was obvious that they had other plans, but they put on a compassionate attitude to coax them back, and then asked for the Gray's Liu Diao technique. If she didn't agree, would they beat Yu Xiaoxiu badly again to force her to give in? Did the third master come with you to the capital this time? Yu Shu didn't answer, but asked concubine Chui instead. Aunt Chui said, Yes, why do you ask this? Yu Shu thought hard. What did she want to do? Of course, she was thinking about how to get this dizzy and silly mother out of the Ji family, so that she could cut off the last connection with the Ji family, so that they wouldn't hold this against her. Mother, Yushu sighed softly and sat down next to Aunt Chui. She took her hand and coaxed, After half a year, Xiaoxiu and I miss you very much. I don't know if third master made things difficult for you after we left. Did you suffer in the Ji family? Faced with Yushu's sudden concern, Aunt Chui was stunned. She was reminded of her sad past, and her expression was unnatural. So you also know that because of you too, I suffered a lot. Yushu glanced at the Yahuan behind her and smiled bitterly. Of course I know what third master's temper is. At that time, because I was disobedient and refused to replace fourth miss and be a concubine, he beat up Xiaoxiu and almost lost his life. Only then did I learn to be obedient. Unfortunately, the marriage didn't go through and Xiaoxiu and I were chased out. There was no other way, so I came to the capital to make a living. Hearing Yushu mention that past, Aunt Chui's expression became more and more uncomfortable. Her hand struggled in her daughter's hand to avoid having other thoughts. She had come to find Yushu because she had been instructed by Ji Hyotani to bring Yushu back. He had also promised that when they returned to Yang he would give her a courtyard to live in. But she had been a concubine for all these years. How could she not know how much truth a man's words could have? She knew very well what kind of temper Ji Hyotani had. Her son and daughter were bad-natured. If they really made him unhappy, they might be beaten and chased out again. At that time, it would not only be her son and daughter who would suffer, but she would also have to suffer once again. Yushu caught the change in Aunt Chui's expression. She squeezed her daughter's hand again and changed the topic, saying, But mother, don't worry. I will participate in this year's Dian examination. I will definitely do my best to become a teacher E for you. When the time comes, you will have a teacher E daughter. Let's see who dares to bully you and look down on you. Hearing this, Aunt Chui was stunned again. You participated in that Dian examination? Aunt Chui was a little dazed. As a concubine in the Ishue family, she more or less knew what the Dian examination was all about. Since when did her ignorant, incompetent, and unrepentant daughter become so capable? Looking at Aunt Chui's reaction, Yushu knew that the Ji family did not tell her everything about herself. Grandfather Ji was working for the Celestial Commissioner. How could a scheming person like Ji Xingxuan not investigate whether she was a candidate this year? She was now a Dian examinee, not a nobody who needed to live under someone else's roof. Otherwise, she would have sent people to capture them like she did in Yang. Why would she need to play the family card? That's right. If you don't believe me, wait. Yu Shu let go of Aunt Chui's hand and ran into the room. She took out her exam slip and pointed at the seal on it for Aunt Chui to see. Afraid that Aunt Chui did not understand, she explained, "Look, this is the proof to participate in the Dian examination. Not everyone can take the exam. You must have a letter of recommendation from Teacher E. Don't be fooled by your daughter's failure in the past. For the past 6 months, I've been studying hard to learn Teacher E. I'm no longer the same as before. Otherwise, why would he write a letter of recommendation for me to take the exam?" She was spouting nonsense again. It was obvious that Shui Rui had used his connections to get her this exam slip after the examination deadline. However, Aunt Chui did not know about this. She only thought that Yu Shu had really become capable. She asked in shock, Is this true?" "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiaoxiu." Coincidentally, Yu Xiaoxiu came in with a cup of tea. Yu Shu waved at him to let him talk to Aunt Chui. Of course, Yu Xiaoxiu would not let Yu Shu down. "It's true. Sister is very good at Teacher E. There's even an escort agency that specially invited her to be a trader. She will definitely pass the exam." Only then did Aunt Chui believe everything. She couldn't help but ponder. No matter what, this child was her biological daughter. If she really passed the exam and angered him again, she would be Teacher Yi's mother in the future. Her status would be very different. Even if Ji Hyotani wanted to treat her in the future, he would have to think twice. Seeing that it was about time, Yu Shu changed the topic. "Mother, it's not that we don't want to go with you if you want us to go back, but think about it, Third Master has always disliked me. If I go back and say something wrong to anger him, being punished or beaten would be a light punishment, but not being able to participate in the exam would be terrible. How about this? You go back today and tell Third Master that I will bring Xiaoxiu back to the Ji family after the Grand Yen exam." Seeing that it was about time, Yu Xiaoxiu became anxious. He did not want to go back to the Ji family. Before Aunt Chui could say anything, the maidservant was the first to object. "How can this be? Miss, you should quickly pack your things and leave with us. Great Master is still waiting." Yu Shu ignored the servant and stared unblinkingly at Aunt Chui, waiting for her reply. Then I'll go back and talk to Master and see if I can postpone your return for a few days." In the end, Aunt Chui was instigated by Yu Shu and changed her mind at the last moment. Yu Shu happily said, "Mother, you're still the most reasonable. Don't worry. When your daughter passes the exam, I will be filial to you." Aunt Chui heard this and felt comfortable. She pretended to be brave. "I'm your biological mother. I've worked hard to raise you up. If you don't filial to me, who else can you filial to?" Yu Shu repeatedly said, "Yes." Then she said, "This room is cold. You should hurry back. I also need to prepare to study." They then study hard. Aunt Chui stood and gave Yu Shu a rare bit of gentleness. She patted her hand and pulled Yu Xiaoxiu. "Mother will come see you in 2 days." Yu Xiaoxiu held back his words and nodded unhappily. He hadn't seen his birth mother for half a year, but when he saw her again, she didn't even say a word of warmth. The maidservant who led Aunt Chui here was anxious but had no choice. She couldn't force people to leave. She had no choice but to temporarily leave with Aunt Chui and go back to report. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu walked them to the door. When they left, Yu Shu closed the door. She turned her head and heard Yu Xiaoxiu ask her, "Older sister, why did you agree to go back?" "Who wants to go back?" Yu Shu patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Not only will we not go back, we will also bring Mother out." Chapter 224. Ji Hyotani didn't come to the capital for Yu Shu. As early as last year, he had planned to move his family's business to Li and City. Therefore, when he received the letter from old Master Ji, he rushed to the capital with his family the next day. Ji Hyotani hated Yu Shu. That day in the court, when he recognized that the boy who sued the Ji family was Yu Shu, he didn't mention it to anyone in order to avoid being blamed by his parents and brothers. He held his breath and sent people to search for the siblings in Yang. Unexpectedly, they had already sneaked to the capital. No wonder he couldn't find them. His father said that Yushu had learned one of Taoist Qin Zheng's unique skills, so he had to find her. Therefore, not only could he not do anything to the siblings for the time being, he had to be polite to them, which made him even angrier. Aunt Chui returned to the Ji family's office in the capital. Ji Hyotani was waiting for her in the courtyard. Seeing that Aunt Chui didn't bring the siblings back, his face darkened. When he asked about the situation again, he immediately scolded her. "What do you mean by afraid that I will make things difficult for her and won't let her take the exam? Am I so narrow-minded in your eyes? Now it's father who wants them to come back. How do you want me to tell him? Should I tell him that the children are afraid that I will make things difficult for them, so they don't want to come back?" Aunt Chui was afraid that Ji Hyotani would lose his temper. She curled up into a ball and almost admitted her mistake. But when she thought that her daughter would become a master soon, she became more confident. She said timidly, "Yes, it's you Shu who said that. She said that she will come back after the exam. Master, why don't we wait a little longer? They just said that they will come back a few days later. It's not like they won't come back at all." "Nonsense!" Ji Hyotani roared and pointed at Aunt Chui's head. She was so scared that her shoulders trembled. She shrank her neck and stepped back. "What do you think our Ji family is? How can they come back whenever they want? I think you've eaten too much and your brain is cramped." Sob, sob, sob. Aunt Chui cried after being scolded. She wiped her tears and dared not to talk back. Ji Hyotani was in a rage. He didn't have the heart to show mercy to the fairer sex. He flung his sleeves and walked away. He had brought 3 concubines with him to settle down in the capital. Except for Aunt Chui, who he had to bring, the other 2 were especially spoiled. They lived with Aunt Chui in the small courtyard of the side room. When they heard Ji Hyotani scolding, they stuck their heads out of the door and looked around. When he left, they ran to Aunt Chui's room one by one to see the joke. Aunt Chui was mocked and ridiculed by them for half a day. Her heart was sour and bitter. She was afraid that they would scold Ji Hyotani in the middle of the night, so she didn't dare to talk back. But in her heart, she thought angrily, "When this old woman's daughter becomes a teacher, you'll all have to bow your heads and apologize to me." Ji Xingxuan accompanied Ji Huaishan to drink tea in the warm room. She listened to the servant girl who followed Aunt Chui to find Yu Shu report the situation. Ji Xingxuan waved her hand to dismiss the servant girl. She said to Ji Huaishan, "It seems that she has her guard up, that's why she delayed coming back. It's a pity that Shifu Qingzheng's 6 lines technique was passed on to such a clumsy person. When I saw her face that day, I knew that she was mediocre. Even if she learned this technique, she wouldn't be able to use it. If she was smarter, she would know that treasuring a jade ring is a crime." Ji Huaishan's eyes flashed. He said, "Whether she is willing to come back or not, the 6 lines technique can only belong to our Ji family. It's not up to a little girl like her to decide. It's not something she should have." Ji Xingxuan's eyes flickered. She asked, "What do you want?" Ji Huaishan's eyes flashed. "You just need to focus on preparing for the exam. Don't worry about this. Grandfather will plan everything for you." Ji Xingxuan wanted to say something but stopped. She looked at Ji Huaishan's expression. In the end, she didn't ask any more questions. She said meekly, "Then grandson will return to my room. Tomorrow is the astrology exam. Grandfather, don't worry. I will definitely pass this exam." Not long after Ji Xingxuan returned to her room, Ji Hyotani came looking for her. He entered the tea room and bowed in greeting. "Father." "Rise." Father and son rarely saw each other. Compared to grandfather and grandson, they seemed a little distant. "Father, this morning, your son sent that lowly concubine to find—" "I already know," Ji Huaishan interrupted, sweeping his gaze over him. "You do have some strange abilities. None of your sons and daughters are capable, yet you let an outsider obtain good fortune in our Ji family." Ji Huaishan's eyes swept over Ji Huaishan. Ji Hyotani said shamefully, "Father, you are right. Don't worry. I will definitely bring that girl back home and make her hand over that strange technique." "Bring back? How are you going to bring her back? Are you going to send someone to kidnap her?" "Ji Huaishan said angrily, Put away your dirty tricks. This is Anling City, not Yang City. Our Ji family can do whatever they want. If you make a mess, no one will clean it up for you. Besides, I don't know how that girl managed to hook up with the eldest young master of the Shui family. If something really happens, I can't guarantee that he'll stand up for her. Ji Xiaogu's expression changed slightly. Father, are you saying that we can't do anything to that little girl? Ji Huaishan leaned back in his chair. He thought for a while and said coldly, I have many ways to deal with her. She is a traitor. She raised us, but in the end, she helped outsiders to slander our Ji family. She bears a grudge against our Ji family. This kind of evil cannot be left alive. Ji Huaishan's fingers knocked heavily on the armrest. Ji Hyotani raised his head in shock. You know. So he only knows that the girl went to complain about the Ji family? Do you think that I know nothing about Yang City just because I am far away in Anling? I may be old, but I'm not deaf or blind. It's best if you put away your petty thoughts as soon as possible. Since you're a merchant, you should know your place and do your business. In the future, the Ji family's master can only be your eldest brother. The one who can bring glory to the Ji family can only be Xingxuan. Ji Xiaogu said in a low voice. Ji Hyotani panicked. He lowered his head and said, I know. I don't dare to think too much. Go and do your work. Yes, I will take my leave. After Aunt Cui left, Jing Chen came out of the room and looked at the closed door. He asked Yu Shu, was that your mother? He had heard concubine Cui's voice when she entered the room. He had thought that Yu Shu and her brother were dependent on each other, but he didn't think that their mother was still alive. Yu Shu did not hide this from him and explained, my brother and I lost our father when we were young. Our mother went to a rich family to be a concubine. Because I angered my stepfather, I was chased out of the house. That was why I came to the capital. That was our birth mother. This was the first time Jing Chen heard Yu Shu talk about her past. He did not expect it to be like this. He asked with concern, then why did she come today? Yu Xiaoxiu pouted, she came to ask us to go home. Jing Chen was surprised, go home? You are going back? Yu Shu reached out and patted Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder. She smiled at Jing Chen, we are not going back. That place is not our home. Our surname is Yu, and their surname is Ji. We are not a family. Hearing this, Jing Chen's expression relaxed. Just now, when he heard that they were going to leave, he thought about where he should go. As a result, he found that he had nowhere to go. Yu Shu did not know Jing Chen's thoughts. She looked up at the sun and suddenly patted her forehead, urging Yu Xiaoxiu to hurry up. Xiu said, hurry up, pack up and we'll leave. Look at the time, Aunt Huai must be waiting anxiously. He said that he was going to see Zhao Hui today, but Aunt Cui suddenly came looking for him. Yu Shu and the Yu family. Xiu went out late. It was almost noon when he arrived at Pei Jing's residence. Zhao Hui had been waiting for them since early in the morning. She waited for the whole morning and didn't see their shadow. If it wasn't for Dr. He stopping her, she would have gone to Huixing Street to look for them. Yesterday, she didn't see Yu Xiaoxiu. Today, she saw him. Zhao Hui held the child in her arms for a long time, just like yesterday when she saw Yu Shu. She thanked the heavens and shed a few drops of tears. Pei Jing went out to work during the day and wasn't at home. Zhao Hui asked why Jing Chen didn't come and if she should go see him. Yu Shu gave Yu Xiaoxiu a look and made an excuse. Jing Chen is a cold person and doesn't like to interact with people. I can't force him to come. And Huai, don't think too much. Dr. He, who was at the side, said, I heard that the people of Jianghu are usually solitary. Since he doesn't want to see us, it's not good for us to force him. Zhao Hui nodded. She pulled Yu Xiaoxiu's hand and said to Yu Shu, I still have a serious matter to discuss with you today. She looked at He Fangji and said, your Uncle Pei has to work in the capital. We won't have anyone to look after us in Yang. We're worried that the Ji family will be put in a difficult position. Dr. He has discussed with him and decided to open a small medical clinic in the capital. After everything has been arranged, we'll send someone to Yang to pick up Popo. We'll settle down in the capital. Yixiong has already arranged a place to live. After a few days of tidying up the residence, You and Xiaoxiu can move in and live with us. What do you think? Yu Xiaoxiu turned his head to look at Yu Shu and asked, if they want to live with Aunt Huai, what about Jing Dage? Yu Shu thought for a moment and honestly said to Zhao Hui, the two of us also want to live with Aunt Huai, but Jing Chen is still in the capital. It's not good to leave him behind and move out alone. Why don't we wait a little longer? Zhao Hui said, what's wrong with that? There are enough rooms in that residence. Let young hero Jing come with us. She paused and earnestly said to Yu Shu, no matter what, you two are not related. It's not appropriate for you to live with a man like this. People's words are a fearful thing. If you move in with me, this Changshuan, then it's a different matter. Yu Xiaoxiu rubbed his head and felt that what Zhao Hui said was reasonable. He then looked at Yu Shu with a thoughtful expression. Doctor, he also tried to persuade them, if you two move in together, your Aunt Huai will be able to rest in peace and nurture the fetus. Otherwise, she will always be thinking about you two from day to night. Her body will always be weak and she won't be able to eat or sleep well. I'm afraid that if she continues like this, it will be difficult for her to endure when her belly gets bigger. Big sister, how about we come and live with Aunt Huai? Yu Men and Xiu were moved and also tried to persuade Yu Shu. Facing Zhao Hui's expectant expression, Yu Shu felt very embarrassed. It was fine if she and Xiaoxiu moved in with them, but the key was Jing Chen. He couldn't live with them. How about this? It's not good for me to make the decision alone. I'll go back today and ask Jing Chen if he's willing to come over. Chapter 225. In the evening, Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu came back from Zhao Hui's place. They brought the food box that Zhao Hui asked people to prepare in advance. They went home to heat it up and had dinner with Jing Chen and the other two. At the dinner table, Yu Xiaoxiu secretly kicked Yu Shu's feet under the table several times. He wanted to talk about moving, but he was stepped on by Yu Shu. After dinner, Yu Xiaoxiu sent Yu Xiaoxiu to wash the dishes. Yu Shu went into the room and thought about moving. If they had to move, the three of them must move together. No matter what, she would not leave Jing Chen alone. At least before he regained his memory, she would always take care of him and would not leave his side. However, this way, Zhao Hui and Doctor He would inevitably be in trouble. There was only one yellow frost stone, and it could only protect one person. It wouldn't be a problem to give it to anyone. This was something she had verified in the past 2 days. When she wore the yellow frost stone on Yu Xiaoxiu's body, she would still trip when she went out, drop her knife when she was chopping vegetables, and suffer a lot of misfortune. Sister, what are you thinking about? After Yu Xiaoxiu finished washing the dishes, he entered the room and saw Yu Shu sitting by the window in a daze. He walked over, closed the window, and stretched out his hand to let Kim Bao jump onto his palm. Yu Shu turned her head and looked at him. It was said that this child was born in the first month of the year, and he would be 13 years old next year. He looked thin and small, but he was more sensible than some adults. He followed her from the south to the north, and he did not complain. She had a lot of chores, and sometimes she did not even take care of his meals. His clothes, shoes, and socks were all washed by a boy, which made her worry less. Xiaoxiu, do you want to live with Aunt Huai? Yu Xiaoxiu nodded. This child was very sensitive. He noticed that Yu Shu was in a dilemma, so he did not show his desire. He bowed his head and stroked the fluff on Kim Bao's body. Sister, if it is not convenient, we cannot live together. Besides, there is still brother Jing. Aunt Chui was not reliable. She did not know how to love children. Yu Xiaoxiu received more warmth from her than from Zhao Hui. He did not say it, but in his heart he regarded Zhao Hui as a family member. He longed to get care from Zhao Hui. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiu like this, Yu Shu's heart softened. She immediately made up her mind. Then let's live together. I'll talk to big brother Jing later. Jing Chen was important, but she couldn't ignore Yu Xiaoxiu's feelings because of that. One had to know that she was first and foremost an elder sister. In fact, it was not impossible for them to live together. After leaving Yu Xiaoxiu in his room to read, Yu Shu went to Jing Chen's room and knocked on the door. Jing Chen was making his bed. When he heard Yu Shu's voice, he shook off the blanket and went to open the door. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? I have something to tell you. Yu Shu stood at the door and did not go in. Ever since Jing Chen found out that she was a girl, he had been keeping a distance from her. Even if she wanted to, he would not let her into his room in the middle of the night. Go ahead. Aunt Huai's family is going to stay in Jing City. She wants us to move in with them so that we can take care of each other. She also invited you to go with her. What do you think? Jing Chen fell silent for a moment. Is it inappropriate for me to follow you? Why not? Yu Shu denied. How is it inappropriate? We're living together anyway. We just moved to another place. Don't worry. Aunt Huai and her husband are very nice. You've also helped me save Aunt Huai's life. They're very grateful to you and asked me to invite you along. Jing Chen looked at Yu Shu, who was eager to explain herself. He vaguely felt that he had become her burden again. Although he did not want to cause her trouble, he could not refuse. All right, I'll go with you. That's great. Aunt Huai will be very happy when she finds out. You should rest early. I'm going back to my room to read. Yu Shu said happily. Yu Shu skipped away. When she reached the door of the house, she heard Jing Chen calling her from behind. Xiaoyu. Yu Shu turned around. What's up? Nothing. You should rest early too. You'll wake up early to practice your swordsmanship tomorrow. He actually wanted to ask her why she was so nice to him. Was her concern and care for him out of friendship or out of pity? On the 9th day of the 12th lunar month, Yu Shu did not go to the astrology department. Instead, she went to greet Zhao Hui. Pei Jing was very efficient. In the past 2 days, he had vacated the empty house. They could choose a day to move in. After discussing with Yu Shu, Zhao Hui decided that she and Dr. He would move in tomorrow. She asked Yu Shu to go home and pack her luggage first. Pei Jing would send a car to pick them up the day after tomorrow. Before leaving, Yu Shu took out an amulet from her bosom and hung it on Zhao Hui's body. She repeatedly reminded her to keep it well and never let it leave her body. This amulet was indeed the one with the yellow frost stone sewn on it. Yu Shu was not worried about the others. She could use the time of calamity to keep an eye on them. However, Zhao Hui was pregnant. She could not afford to make any mistakes. She could only let Jing Chen move in with the yellow frost stone. Didn't you give me one before? Why are you giving me another one? Zhao Hui rolled up her sleeves and showed Yu Shu the bead that she had tied to her when she left Yang City. Zhao Hui still remembered Zhao Hui's auspicious words, wishing her many blessings and longevity. Zhao Hui cherished it like a treasure and never let it leave her hand. She was afraid that she would break it. She even refused to wear the family bracelet on the same hand. This is different. Yu Shu stuffed the amulet into her arms and coaxed her. Aunt Huai, this belongs to someone else. Wear it first and keep it safe for me. You can give it back to me later. After coaxing Zhao Hui to put away the yellow frost stone, Yu Shu was relieved. She hitched a ride with Pei Jing and went home to pack her luggage. She had lived on Huixing Street for 3 months. Although there was not much in the house, when she really packed it up, there was a lot. Xiao heard that he could move in with Zhao Hui the day after tomorrow. He excitedly rummaged through the drawers and cabinets. Yu Shu found 2 sheets for autumn and asked him to wrap up all the clothes he wanted to take away. Then she went next door to help Jing Chen organize his clothes. Jing Chen didn't have many things. There were only 3 or 4 sets of clothes for autumn and winter and 2 pairs of shoes. Yu Shu packed them for him quickly. Jing Chen couldn't help, so he tidied up the things on the desk, mainly some calligraphy and paintings. Yu Shu packed the 2 bags and stuffed them into the cabinet. She turned around and saw Jing Chen standing by the bright window, holding a painting in his hand. He was lost in thought. She tiptoed over and tiptoed to take a look. She saw that the black and white figure in the painting was sitting on a chair and was 70% drunk. Her eyes lit up and she reached out to snatch it. Hey, when did you draw this? Jing Chen was afraid that she would tear the painting, so he let go and gave it to her. Once you came back drunk and asked me to draw it. When he mentioned it, Yu Shu remembered that day. Xia Mingming and she were drinking in a restaurant. When she came back drunk, she pestered Jing Chen to draw a painting for her. Later, she got drunk and splashed ink on him. She scribbled on him and dirted his clothes. Thinking of this, Yushu was a little embarrassed. She stuffed the painting in her hand to him and pretended to be stupid. Is there such a thing? I don't remember it. Jingchen smiled and didn't say anything. He rolled up the painting and wrapped it with a few layers of paper. He placed it in a corner of the bookcase. At this time, the courtyard door rang. Yushu ran to answer. She was afraid that the Ji family had come again. She didn't forget to ask who opened the door. Who is it? It's my big brother Yu. You're home. When she heard the voice, Yushu's lips twitched. It was too late to pretend that no one was home. Big brother Yu, open the door. It's me. The knocking on the door didn't stop. Yushu had no choice but to open the door. She faked a smile at the little girl outside. Feng, are you here to visit your aunt? Zhou Fangfang was wearing a floral pomegranate-colored cotton-padded jacket. She held a basket in her hand and smiled sweetly at Yushu. Yes. My mother asked me to thank Big Brother Jing for helping me write a letter to my uncle last time. Yushu said, oh. She remembered that it was Xiaoxiu who helped this little girl write a letter last time. How did it become Jing Chen's credit? Yushu blocked the door. She didn't want to let her in, but she couldn't stop Zhou Fangfang from squeezing in. Especially when she saw Jing Chen appear in front of the door, she used all her strength to push Yushu to the side. She was indeed the daughter of a butcher. She was strong. Big brother Jing, is your hand better? My mother was sick a while ago. I was taking care of her at home and didn't have the chance to visit you. Don't be unhappy. Zhou Fangfang stood in front of Jing Chen. She raised her head and looked at the handsome Jing Chen with a blushing face. She didn't know if it was because of the east wind or because of the person in front of her. Jing Chen didn't think there was anything to be unhappy about. But to be cared for, he still asked politely, how is your mother now? Zhou Fangfang said, she's fine. That's why she asked me to bring a gift. Here, my mother steamed these buns with pork filling. I'll give them to you to try. Big brother Yu, I'll use your kitchen to heat up the buns. She didn't wait for Yushu to reply and went into the kitchen. Not long after, she poked her head out and made a fuss. Why is it so messy here? Things are everywhere. Yushu said to her, we're planning to move. We're packing. The little girl was dumbfounded. Move? You're moving? Seeing Yushu and Jing Chen nod at the same time, Zhou Fangfang immediately ran out of the kitchen and ran to the two of them. Where are you moving? When are you leaving? Aren't you going to live here? Jing Chen looked at Yushu and didn't know how to answer. Yushu coughed lightly. She wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of this little troublemaker. She didn't want to spend an hour calculating her misfortune every time she came back. So she lied, we're leaving the capital and going back to our hometown. We're leaving the day after tomorrow. Zhou Fangfang let out an ah and was stunned for a long time. She looked at Jing Chen with a sad face and said, why are you leaving? Can't you stay? Jing Chen didn't understand why Yushu lied to him, but he didn't expose her. He shook his head gently. This made Zhou Fangfang anxious. She stomped her feet and looked at Yushu and Jing Chen. Her face was red. Finally, she reached out and pulled Jing Chen's sleeve. She pushed him into the room. Brother Bao, come in with me. I have something to say to you. Jing Chen didn't want to be pulled by a woman. He didn't resist and was pushed into the room behind him by Zhou Fangfang. Yushu didn't react in time. She watched the door close in front of her. Yu Xiaoxiu was disturbed by the noise outside. He poked his head in the central room and asked, Sister, what's wrong? Yushu snorted and waved at him. It's nothing. Go and pack your things. Chapter 226. In the room, Zhou Fangfang stood in front of Jing Chen nervously. She twisted her fingers and lowered her red head. She did not dare to look at Jing Chen directly. She mustered up her courage and said, Brother Jing, I like you. Hearing the young lady express her feelings, Jing Chen could not react for a moment. He had never had such an experience, so he did not know how to respond. His silence made Zhou Fangfang even more embarrassed and nervous. She sounded like she was about to cry. I know that you don't like me. I don't even know how to read, and I'm not very beautiful. You must think that I'm very thick-skinned, but I really like you. I don't want you to leave. Brother Jing, can you not leave? Faced with Zhou Fangfang's sudden tears, Jing Chen was at a loss of what to do. Outside the door, Yushu was also anxious. How could this ancient girl be more daring than modern girls? Miss Zhou, you're a very good girl, but your kindness? I'm sorry, Jing Chen can't accept it. Even though he did not understand the relationship between a man and a woman, Jing Chen knew that he could not easily accept the girl's kindness. Zhou Fangfang suddenly sobbed, and then there was no more sound. After a moment of silence, she lifted her sleeve to wipe away her tears. She looked up at Jing Chen and asked with red eyes, "Will you come back after you leave? Does that mean I won't be able to see you again in the future?" Faced with Zhou Fangfang's questions, Jing Chen could not answer. The young lady's worries became empty. She only thought that this was the last time they would meet. She cried her heart out, took a step forward, and threw herself into Jing Chen's arms. She hugged him and choked with sobs. "Miss Zhou, don't be like this." Jing Chen helplessly raised his two hands. Being tightly hugged by her, he didn't know what to do. Yushu heard the noise from outside but could not see what was happening inside. She was worried that Jing Chen would be taken advantage of. She scratched her ears and cheeks and finally reached out to push the door. Zhou Fangfang did not close the door properly when she entered. Yushu pushed the door twice and it opened. She stumbled half a step forward and held on to the door frame to steady herself. When she looked up, she saw Zhou Fangfang hugging Jing Chen and crying on his chest. She felt a headache and went forward to pull them apart without thinking. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Quickly let go of me." Jing Chen saw Yushu suddenly rush in and sighed in relief. He let Yushu pull Zhou Fangfang down from his body and pull her to the side. "Fangfang, don't cry." Yushu comforted Zhou Fangfang and gave Jing Chen a look, asking him to go out first. Jing Chen was smart for once and awkwardly left the room, leaving Yushu to comfort Zhou Fangfang. "Come, let's sit down first." Yushu brought Zhou Fangfang to the bed and sat down. She searched her body but couldn't find a handkerchief, so she used her sleeve to wipe her tears. Zhou Fangfang calmed down a little. She grabbed Yushu's sleeve and blew her nose hard. She hiccuped and said hoarsely, You dage." Yushu resisted the urge to wipe the snot on her sleeve onto Zhou Fangfang's face. She pretended to be gentle and said, "You dage is here. If you're unhappy, tell me. Don't cry anymore." If she cried anymore, it would attract Auntie Sue next door. That would be bad. Brother Jing, he doesn't like me. Zhou Fangfang was full of grievances and complained to Yushu after her first love's confession was rejected. "Well, he doesn't like you because he doesn't have good taste." Yushu's flowery words worked at this time. She patted Zhou Fangfang's shoulder and coaxed, "Look, you're cute and beautiful. You can cook and do housework, and you're innocent and cute. It's hard to find such a good girl. Don't blame him for not liking you, but many people like you." Zhou Fangfang pouted, "But I like Brother Jing." Looking at the undisguised expression on her face, Yushu suddenly felt a little more admiration for the girl in front of her. To be able to express her feelings in front of the person she liked, regardless of morality or etiquette, just this courage alone was something that many people didn't have. After a moment of silence, Yushu asked, "What do you like about him?" Zhou Fangfang lowered her head and almost didn't think much about it before she listed a lot of good things about Jing Chen. Brother Jing is a good person, he has a good temper, his handwriting is good, and he's good-looking. Yushu had to admit all of these, so she couldn't refute it. She coughed and said, "Then you only know these good things about him. Do you know any bad things about him?" Zhou Fangfang tilted her head and said to her unhappily, "There's nothing bad about Brother Jing." "Of course there is, it's just that you don't know about it." Yushu put one leg on her knee and put on a look of a gossipy old woman. She stretched out her hand to count for her and said, "Your Brother Jing is lazy. He stays at home all day and doesn't want to do any work. He just stretches out his hand and opens his mouth to eat. He's not like me, who cooks and washes all day and does everything. Your Brother Jing is delicate and can't bear hardships. Last time, he even cut his hand chopping firewood. He's not like me, who has to go out to earn a living in the wind and rain. Your Brother Jing." Yushu spoke without thinking. On one hand, she smeared Jing Chen's name, and on the other hand, she didn't forget to put gold on her own face. She was trying to make Zhou Fangfang change her mind and not feel that she was despicable and shameless at all. Sure enough, under Yu Shu's bluff, Zhou Fangfang was more or less disillusioned. She forgot to cry and forgot to be sad. She asked her suspiciously, "Really? Brother Jing is usually like this." Yu Shu clicked her tongue and said, "Really, more real than real gold. Why would I lie to you? Besides, your brother Jing is a picky eater. He doesn't eat meat or fish. He can't smell meat. He's very difficult to serve, unlike me." Zhou Fangfang frowned and interrupted Yu Shu's words. "He doesn't eat meat." Yu Shu shook her head with certainty. "He doesn't eat meat. He doesn't eat pork?" "Never." Zhou Fangfang's expression changed. No one knew what she thought of. She grabbed Yu Shu's sleeve and wiped her snot. Suddenly, she stood up and said to Yu Shu with a straight face, "Brother Yu, I'm going back." Yu Shu was stunned. "Eh? Are you leaving now? Don't you want to stay for a while?" "Then I'll see you off." Yu Shu couldn't wait for her to leave. She stood up and saw her off. At the door of the house, Zhou Fangfang suddenly turned around and said to Yu Shu seriously, "My father is a butcher. How can he find a son-in-law who doesn't eat meat? Brother Jing and I are not destined to be together. Please help me tell him that I don't blame him." What the hell was this? She wasted half a day talking. If she had known earlier, she would have told her that Jing Chen doesn't eat meat. Jing Chen was standing in the yard. As soon as he heard the sound of the door opening, he turned his head and saw Yu Shu coming out behind Zhou Fangfang. His expression was a little strange, but fortunately, the little girl didn't cry anymore. "Brother Yu, I'm leaving. I wish you a safe journey. I won't see you off on the day you leave. I won't forget you." Zhou Fangfang glanced at Jing Chen for the last time and remembered this girl's feelings. Then she walked to the gate of the yard, opened the door and ran away. Jing Chen stammered. "It's okay." Yu Shu waved her hand at Jing Chen. "Fangfang is a sensible girl. She'll think it through slowly when she goes back." Jing Chen stammered. "Don't worry." Yu Shu interrupted Jing Chen's words again and forced a smile. "It's not your fault. When it comes to feelings, it's not just wishful thinking." Yu Shu scratched her head. Zhou Fangfang's bold confession today had touched her heart. Some words had been buried in her heart for a long time, and she could not hold them back anymore. However, the timing was not right. Jing Chen had not recovered his memory, and his future was uncertain. She did not want to be impulsive and lose her composure. "I'll clean up the kitchen. You can go back to your room," Yu Shu said to Jing Chen as she walked past him. Just as she was about to pass him, he suddenly grabbed her sleeve and stopped her from entering the kitchen. "Xiao Yu." Yu Shu turned around and looked at him absent-mindedly. A look of concern appeared on Jing Chen's handsome face as he said, "Are you feeling unwell? You don't look well. Why don't you go back to your room and rest? If there's anything else, I'll do it." Yu Shu pursed her lips. The impulse that she had suppressed just now had resurfaced. She clenched her fists and released them. With a sigh, she suddenly raised her hand and pulled her sleeve back from Jing Chen's hand. "Jing Chen, let's go for a walk." After saying that, he took the lead and walked out of the door. He didn't even look to see if Jing Chen was following him. He tucked his sleeves and walked forward. He walked out of the alley and onto the street. He seemed to be walking aimlessly, but in fact, he was walking towards a place with fewer people. "Xiao Yu." "Xiao Yu?" Jing Chen called her a few times, but she did not respond. He had no choice but to follow her step by step. The two of them walked to a remote grove in the south of the city. Yu Shu stopped and leaned against a tree. She lowered her head and kicked a small stone under her feet. Seeing her like this, Jing Chen could not help but worry. Just as he was about to ask again, Yu Shu spoke first. "Jing Chen, how do you think? I treat you?" "Huh?" Jing Chen was confused. "You treat me? You treat me very well." Yu Shu was not satisfied with this answer. Crossing her arms, she looked up at him and raised her eyebrows. "How have I treated you well? Tell me in detail." Jing Chen thought for a moment before answering. "You saved my life, took care of my injuries, took me on a journey, helped me recover my memory, cared for me, and took care of me. Isn't that good enough? There was already a smile in Yushu's eyes. Is there anything else? Go on. Although Jing Chen did not know why she asked these questions, he still cooperated and continued. You took me to the Taoist temple for sightseeing, found books for me to read, helped me find the whereabouts of the adversity-blocking stone, gave me the ancient sword, mended my clothes, brewed medicine, and often chatted with me. With every sentence he said, the corners of Yushu's mouth curled up a little. In the end, her eyes narrowed. Her back left the trunk and her body leaned forward slightly. Her slender index finger gently tapped on Jing Chen's chest. She raised her head. Her cheeks were rosy, but her eyes were bright. She looked straight into his eyes, and her tone was 70% serious and 30% coaxing. Chapter 227. I'm so nice to you. Do you like me? Under a withered tree in the forest, Jing Chen looked at Yushu. He always felt that she was more serious than ever. A gust of winter wind swept past, sweeping up the end of her voice and brushing past his ears. He blinked his eyes. He clearly heard what she said, but his mind was a little blank. He tried his best to figure out the meaning of her words. Seeing that he is in a daze at this time, Yushu raises her eyebrows discontentedly. She pokes his chest with her finger without any pretentiousness that a girl should have. I asked you a question. Did you hear me? Or you don't understand? Then I'll make it clearer. Didn't I let you read the biography of Lu Yi a while ago? The like I said is the kind of love that Lu Yi has for the Dongting dragon girl in the book. Do you understand? Jing Chen comes to his senses, and his white face suddenly blushes. He can still calm down when facing Zhou Fangfang's bold expression, but in the face of Yushu's straightforward question, he is completely at a loss. Seeing that he has not answered, Yushu is a little impatient. She laughs at him shamelessly. If you don't speak, I will take it that you like me. Xiaoyu. Jing Chen helplessly calls Yushu. His mind is a mess now. He has no clue at all. He can't tell whether he likes or not. Yushu is born cheeky. She is a little shy before she speaks, but after she speaks, she is unscrupulous. As early as that night when Jing Chen stopped the dagger for her with his bare hands and vowed to protect her, she was moved. She carefully considered the relationship between them and decided not to miss such a good man who is willing to die for her. Now that she was in ancient times, it was impossible for her to remain single. When a woman reached a certain age, she had to talk about marriage. Otherwise, it would be against the moral code. She had no intention of going against the entire feudal society. Since she had to find a man sooner or later, there was a ready-made one by her side. He was good-tempered and obedient. Why should she give up what was close at hand and seek what was far away? She originally wanted to wait a little longer, at least until Jing Chen remembered some things and recovered some of his memories before explaining it to him. However, Zhou Fangfang's confession today had touched Jing Chen's heart. Jing Chen was a simple-minded person. If she didn't explain it clearly, perhaps he wouldn't be enlightened even after 8 to 10 years. It was better to take advantage of the fact that he didn't have any memories, and that he didn't have the knot in his heart about the Fate Breaker and Ji Duxing. On this point, Yushu was quite confident. Yushu admitted that it was a bit despicable of her to do so, but she had already made it clear to him. How could she return in failure? No matter what, she had to take him down today. She rolled her eyes and suddenly had a bad idea. She suddenly pulled a long face and said to Jing Chen, "What? Don't you like me?" Jing Chen shook his head subconsciously, obviously denying her words. However, Yushu deliberately misinterpreted his meaning. She reached out and pushed his chest. She said angrily, "Well, then I'm thinking too much. You forgot what I said just now. Just pretend that I didn't say it." After pushing him away, Yushu put on a hurt expression. She looked at Jing Chen and turned away. Seeing this, Jing Chen hurriedly pulled her hand. As soon as he touched her sleeve, she threw it away. "Didn't you say that men and women shouldn't touch each other? From now on, stay away from me." Xiaoyu. Seeing that she was really angry, Jing Chen anxiously grabbed her wrist and pulled her around to face him. "Don't be angry. It's not that I don't like you. It's just that I don't understand. Let me think about it, okay? Jing Chen tried to coax her gently. Xiaoyu, it's not that I don't like you. I just don't understand. Let me think about it, okay? He could refuse Miss Zhou, but he couldn't easily say no to the person in front of him. Because he didn't want to make her unhappy, let alone make her sad. Yushu snorted discontentedly and put on airs. What's there to think about? Either you like me or you don't like me. Jing Chen shook his head. It's not that simple. I read in the book that Dragon Lady Lu Yi didn't communicate with each other from the beginning. Now he was smart. Yushu's eyes flashed. Okay, then think about it. I'll count to 10. After 10 counts, you have to answer whether I like you or not. If you don't answer, from now on, I'll ignore you. Then, without waiting for Jing Chen to agree, she raised a hand in front of him and started counting. 1, 2, 3. Yushu was aggressive. Jing Chen had no way to deal with it. He could only concentrate on thinking about whether he had feelings for her like Dragon Lady Lu Yi. However, the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. As he listened to her counting, his expression became extremely serious. When she counted to the 9th count, Yushu suddenly paused. She smiled and put one hand on Jing Chen's shoulder. Without warning, she tiptoed and moved closer to his left cheek. The soft breath that fell on his cheek stunned Jing Chen. When he realized what it was, his ears turned red in an instant. His mind couldn't help but be shaken. Yushu's heels fell back. She was a little shy at first, but when she saw Jing Chen's red ears, she burst out laughing. She raised her chin and winked at him proudly. I asked you a question. Are you angry that I molested you just now? Jing Chen didn't dare to look at her. He looked away and shook his head slightly. Then, are you happy? Jing Chen hesitated for a moment. Although he was uneasy, he still nodded. He could clearly tell whether he was happy or unhappy. Then, do you like it? Jing Chen was in a daze. Vaguely, he had an answer. He turned his head to look at Yushu, who was smiling slyly. His cheek, which had been kissed by her just now, was still burning. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind. He likes Xiao. You like me? Yushu smiled confidently. This time, Jing Chen did not hesitate. He had an answer in his heart. His face turned red and he nodded seriously. Yes. Yushu's face was full of smiles. She enjoyed Jing Chen's shy look and giggled for a while. Then she went along with the flow. It's good that you admit it. Remember, from now on, the two of us are no longer brothers. We should be boyfriend and girlfriend. Jing Chen was confused. Boyfriend and girlfriend? What's that? Yushu hesitated. She didn't know how to explain it to him. It was a term that would be used 500 years later. So, she made up a story. In other words, between a man and a woman, there is a relationship before they get married. Once this relationship is established, they must be devoted to each other. In other words, you can only have me as your girlfriend, and I only have you as my boyfriend. Jing Chen nodded as if he understood. Also, after becoming a boyfriend and girlfriend, you must be honest with each other. You must care for each other and respect each other. Yushu took the opportunity to instill some other knowledge into his mind. She did not hesitate to sign her name on Jing Chen's blank piece of paper. She did it quickly and steadily. The two of them came out for a long time and stood in the forest for almost an hour. Jing Chen was fine, but in this winter, Yushu sneezed twice after taking in a few mouthfuls of cold wind. Let's go back. It was only then that Jing Chen noticed that Yushu was only wearing a cotton-padded shirt. She didn't even put on a small jacket. However, he didn't wear much either. He couldn't take it off for her. Yushu rubbed her nose. Her fingers were cold and uncomfortable. She looked up and down at Jing Chen. Then, she consciously held his hand. Sure enough, martial artists' bodies were warm. Jing Chen's arms stiffened when she held his hand, but he didn't let go of her. Thinking about the fact that they were boyfriend and girlfriend just now, his heart skipped a beat. He slowly retracted his hand and held her cold hand. Let's go. Yushu and Jing Chen didn't go home hand in hand. A man and a woman holding hands on the street would be criticized by others. But two men holding hands on the street would be shocking. They let go of each other when there were more people on the street. When they got home, Yu Xiaoxiu wondered what they were doing. He asked Yu Shu. She rolled her eyes and said, "Children shouldn't worry about adults." Yu Shu didn't intend to hide her relationship with Jing Chen from Yu Xiaoxiu. But she also didn't intend to tell him seriously. "Go in and warm yourself. I'll boil some water for you to make ginger tea." Jing Chen asked Yu Shu to go back to her room. He lowered his head and went into the kitchen. He just changed his relationship with Yu Shu and realized that there were some differences between them. Facing Yu Xiaoxiu again, he was a little embarrassed. Yu Shu pulled Yu Xiaoxiu into the house and ordered him to light the stove. She took off her shoes and got under the quilt. From time to time, she hugged the quilt and rolled around. Yu Xiaoxiu squatted by the stove to light the charcoal. Kim Bao squatted by his feet and wagged his tail. One man and one mouse looked at Yu Shu in a daze. "Sister, what are you laughing at?" "I'm happy." "Can I smile?" "Then why are you happy?" "I'm not telling you." Yu Xiaoxiu was a little depressed. He raised his head and asked, "What's wrong with Miss Zhou? I saw her crying when she left." Yu Shu's expression changed. She stopped smiling and turned her head. "She heard that we are moving, so she must be sad." Yu Shu felt a little guilty towards Zhou Fangfang. Whether it was lying to her that they were going to leave the capital or that she took down Jingchen today, she felt guilty, but it wasn't to the extent that her conscience would be disturbed and it wouldn't affect her mood. She was an experienced person. She knew that Zhou Fangfang's feelings for Jingchen were just a young girl's infatuation. It couldn't be said that she really liked him. After all, they had only known each other for a few days. How deep their feelings could be. It was a good thing for her to give up as soon as possible. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't know the inside story. He said with disdain towards Zhou Fangfang's crying, "Girls are troublesome. They cry all day long. They are all water bags." "Yu Xiaoxiu, who are you scolding? Don't forget that I'm also a girl." Yu Shu reprimanded in a bad mood. Yu Xiaoxiu said stubbornly, "How can there be a girl like you? You're fierce all day long. You don't even care about your appearance. You don't even know how to wear a skirt. If you continue like this, you might not be able to get married in the future. You'll be an old woman for the rest of your life." Hearing his sharp tongue, which she hadn't seen for a long time, Yu Shu was angry and amused. She bent down to pick up a shoe from the foot of the bed and threw it at him. "Brat." Yu Xiaoxiu dodged sideways, and Jin Bao climbed up his trouser leg with a squeak. Yu Xiaoxiu made a face at Yu Shu, and before her next shoe flew over, he ran out. "Old woman, old woman." Yu Shu threw the shoe away and turned around to lie on the bed. She covered her forehead with one hand and smiled. She whispered, "I won't be an old woman." Chapter 228. After the first astrology exam, Yu Shu went to the human training hall the next day to ask around. As expected, this exam was a unique question. It was the 3-star omen that Yunhua Ez had solved 20 years ago. Yu Shu was relieved. She was waiting to see the Ji family make a fool of themselves. The Celestial Commissioner would also have a headache. With so many correct answers, how would they rank the papers? A dozen of them would be ranked first? Thinking of that scene, Yu Shu was overjoyed. The next exam was physiognomy. Yu Shu did not need to take the exam. She went home early to pack her luggage and waited for Pei Jing to send someone to pick them up to move. On the 11th day of the 12th lunar month, Yu Shu brought Jing Chen and Yu Xiaoxiu away from Huixing Street. They arrived at Zhao Hui and her husband's residence in the city. It was a house with 2 entrances and 2 doors. The horse carriage stopped. Pei Jing and He Fangji were waiting outside the door. When they saw Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu get off the carriage, they knew it was the friend Yu Shu had been talking about. Pei Jing had a good eye and knew how to read people. Otherwise, he would not have taken a fancy to Yu Shu and taken her as his apprentice. He looked at Jing Chen. His forehead was full and his expression was clear. He knew he was a righteous person. He immediately had a good impression of him. Yu Shu introduced Pei Jing and he to Jing Chen. Jing Chen cupped his hands and bowed. "Mr. Pei, Dr. He. You must be young hero Jing." I've heard of your name for a long time. Now that I've met you, you are indeed handsome. Come, please come in. Pei Jing invited them in. He and Zhao Hui were sworn siblings. He was also He Fangji's elder brother. Although he was not in front of the house, he could be considered as half a master. He Fangji directed 2 porters to help Yu Shu carry their luggage. Yu Shu left Yu Xiaoxiu at the door and accompanied Jing Chen into the courtyard. Zhao Hui, who was pregnant, was waiting in the front hall. When she heard the footsteps at the door, she asked the servant girls to help her up and watched as they entered the room one after another. Her eyes immediately fell on Jing Chen, who was standing tall and straight. She sized him up and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. What a handsome young man. "Aunt Hui, this is Jing Chen." Yu Shu introduced them and helped Zhao Hui to sit on a chair. Zhao Hui looked at Jing Chen gratefully. "Young hero Jing, I heard from Xiaoyu. Thank you for your help when I was critically ill. Xiaoyu has been taking care of me on the way to the capital. Now that we've reunited, you can rest assured and stay here. Treat this place as your home. If you need anything, just tell me, okay?" "Thank you, Madam He." Jing Chen was not good at interacting with people. He kept his words short. Coupled with his cold temperament, he gave people the impression that he was not easy to get close to. Zhao Hui remembered that Yu Shu said he was unsociable. She didn't take it seriously. She still smiled. "Then I'll take you to the backyard. I've arranged the rooms. If you're not satisfied, you can change." They moved to the backyard. Although the house was not spacious, there were many rooms. There were courtyards on the east and west sides. Jing Chen was arranged to live in the west wing. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu were arranged to live in the east wing. Zhao Hui and her husband lived in 2 rooms in the north. In the front yard, there were rooms for maids and doormen. After looking at the rooms, there was nothing to be dissatisfied with. Yu Shu knew that Zhao Hui deliberately separated her from Jing Chen. Jing Chen didn't have any objections. It was Yu Xiaoxiu who had objections. Whether in the Ji family or in Huixing Street, he and Yu Shu always slept in the same room. At night, they could hear each other's snoring. They were so close to each other, but suddenly there was a wall between them, which made him feel reluctant. Zhao Hui persuaded, "I heard from your sister that you'll be 13 after the new year. You'll be a man. How can you sleep in the same room with your sister? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Listen to Aunt Hui. We live next door. It's not far. We see each other every day. Are you afraid of losing your sister?" Yu Xiaoxiu was shy. After being criticized, he didn't ask to live with Yu Shu anymore. Yu Shu was happy to see Zhao Hui preaching to him and didn't interrupt. Although Yu Xiaoxiu listened to her, he would talk back occasionally. Sometimes, his words could make her angry. But he didn't do that to Zhao Hui. The room was cleaned and the bedding was ready-made. They just put their luggage in the room and then officially moved in. The house on Huixing Street was empty. She didn't contact the seller and didn't plan on selling it. She wanted to leave a way out for herself. If something happened in the future, she would at least have a place to stay. Because Yu Shu still had to prepare for her exams, Pei Jing didn't want to take up too much of her time, so he didn't have a banquet. At noon, everyone ate a simple meal together at the new residence. Then he and Dr. He went out to prepare for the opening of the medical center. Yu Shu heard that Pei Jing had a part in this. When the medical center opened, he would have 30% of the shares. Yu Shu knew Pei Jing's personality and didn't think that he would covet benefits from Dr. He and his wife. As expected, Zhao Hui explained, "It's not easy to do anything in the capital. Your Uncle Pei said that when the medical center opens, we can use his name to hang it under the name of the Tai Heng Chamber of Commerce. At that time, it will be cheaper to buy medicine than outside and the higher-ups will take care of us." Yu Shu nodded. "Aunt Hui, do you have enough money? I have 1,000 taels of silver to spare. If it's not enough, you can use it first." She was talking about the hush money that the Xia Jiang family had given her. It was still in storage and hadn't used much. Zhao Hui was shocked. "Where did you get that much money?" "Naturally, I earned it." Yu Shu thought of it as a debt to repay her for saving Xia Mingming. When she thought of Xia Mingming, she was a bit distracted. She didn't know if she was doing well or if she had returned to Jiangnan. Zhao Hui didn't want Yushu's money. Don't worry, there's enough money. I asked for the Dou family's property and sold most of it. In addition to the 500 taels you left behind before you left, it's more than enough to open a medical center. Zhao Hui told her to put the money away and went to the back room to find a metal money box for her to store. Kim Bao had been sleeping in Yu Xiaoxiu's pocket. Yushu was afraid that it would scare Zhao Hui, so she didn't let it show its head. However, when the little guy woke up, it was hungry and started to squeak. Zhao Hui heard it and asked them suspiciously, "Why do I hear the sound of a mouse? Do you hear it?" Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Yushu. Yushu thought for a moment and decided to give Zhao Hui a heads up first, in case Kim Bao ran around the room and scared her. "And Huai, it's not a mouse. It's a little thing that Xiaoxiu and I raised. It looks like a mouse." Yushu prepared Zhao Hui's mind before she reached out and asked for Kim Bao from Yu Xiaoxiu. She held it out for Zhao Hui to see. She combed Kim Bao's soft back hair with her fingers and let it lie obediently on her palm. Isn't this a mouse?" Zhao Hui pointed at Kim Bao, who was licking its paws in Yushu's hand in surprise. "It's not a mouse," Yu Xiaoxiu defended Kim Bao. "Its name is Kim Bao. Kim Bao is much cleaner than a mouse. My sister and I give it a bath every 2 or 3 days. It followed us from Yiyang to the capital. It's good and obedient." Kim Bao didn't know if it heard that Yu Xiaoxiu was praising it. The tip of its ears twitched alertly, and it stood up from Yushu's palm. Its 2 little paws were crossed in front of its chest, and a pair of black eyes looked at Zhao Hui. The dark circles under its eyes made it look silly. Zhao Hui giggled and looked at it with interest. She wasn't afraid. Instead, she asked Yu Xiaoxiu what it usually ate, where it slept, and other questions. Obviously, she had accepted such a little guy living in their house. Yushu chatted with Zhao Hui for a while. Seeing that she was tired, she let her go back to bed to rest. She took Yu Xiaoxiu back to the room to tidy up its clothes and find some food for Kim Bao. When they went out to the yard, she didn't forget to poke Kim Bao's head and point to Zhao Hui's room to warn it, "Don't run over there, and don't climb onto the bed in that room. Do you hear me?" Kim Bao chirped twice. It wasn't clear if it understood, or if it was annoyed by Yushu. Yushu experienced the first advantage of living with Zhao Hui that night. When it was time to eat, she didn't need to light the fire or cook the stove. Someone had prepared the food in advance and called her to eat. Jing Chen was a male guest. He Fangji was not at home, so it was inconvenient for him to sit at the same table with them. Zhao Hui asked the manservant to send the food to his room. After the meal, Yushu asked Yu Xiaoxiu to stay with Zhao Hui and talk to her. She went out of the dining room and went to the west wing. There were several rooms in the yard, and the layout was similar. Each house had 2 rooms, a small living room and a side bedroom. There was a thick cotton curtain hanging at the door to keep out the wind and cold. Yushu entered the room. Jing Chen just put down the bowl. There were 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table. They were all vegetarian dishes that Yushu had specially told Zhao Hui. "Are you done eating?" Yushu walked around the room and touched a painting on the wall. She turned her head to Jing Chen and said, "When Dr. He comes back, I'll ask him to examine your body. Is that okay?" Jing Chen said, "Haven't I already recovered?" Yushu shook her head and said, "I'm not talking about the injuries on your body, but you've lost your memory for so long. There must be something wrong with you, that's why you're not feeling well. Dr. He has 3 generations of medical practitioners. His medical skills are excellent. Other doctors might not be able to see the problem, but maybe he can." It was because she was chatting with Zhao Hui today that she suddenly had the idea to ask He Fangji to treat Jing Chen. Originally, Yushu did not want too many people to know about Jing Chen's memory loss. However, if she could help him recover his memory, it would not be a big deal to keep it a secret. Back when Zhao Hui's head was bleeding profusely and she was pulled back from the gates of hell by He Fangji, Yushu realized that Dr. He was not an ordinary doctor. Jing Chen's memory loss could be considered a problem with his head. Coincidentally, He Fangji was an expert in this field. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, she felt that Dr. He should give Jing Chen a good checkup. When Jing Chen heard that there was hope for his memory loss, he was overjoyed. It would be best if it could be cured. As time went by, Jing Chen's desire to recover his memory grew stronger. He wanted to know where he came from, who he was being persecuted, and who he was. He also wanted to remember who he was, and how he met Xiaoyu. Seeing how happy he was, Yushu could not help but pour cold water on him. That's good, but aren't you afraid that you'll remember some unpleasant things after you remember them? That'll make you even more distressed? Jing Chen's gaze shifted slightly. He raised his head to look at her and smiled. No matter what, I want to remember. Chapter 229. Yifangji came back very late that day. Yushu waited in Zhao Hui's room until the sky turned dark. She first told Zhao Hui about Jing Lu's accidental amnesia, but did not tell her about the details of him being severely injured and almost dying in the river. Even so, it made Zhao Hui sigh endlessly. Doctor He came back from outside and heard Zhao Hui's story. He immediately agreed to diagnose Jing Chen. Because it was late at night, it was inconvenient to do so, so the matter was postponed to the next morning. Yushu thanked him in advance and returned to her room. She was not in the mood to sleep, so she burned the lamp and studied at night. The next subject would be the strange arts, and she did not know what kind of unconventional questions she would encounter. For the past half a month, she had studied the laws of time of calamity, the prediction of rain and clear weather, the 8 gates of life and death, the miscellaneous knowledge of feng shui, the art of stargazing, and the art of 6 lines. She had organized all these easy to learn in detail, striving to put them to use. Yushu was used to waking up early in the morning. The next day, when it was just dawn, she got up and folded her quilt. There was water in the basin that was prepared last night. She left it there overnight. In this cold winter, when it was splashed on her face, she immediately woke up. Early in the morning, the courtyard was empty. Zhao Hui and Yu Xiaoxiu's doors were closed. There was only a rough servant squatting outside the main room, using a small shovel to wipe away the frost that had formed last night on the stairs. This was what Yifangji had instructed him to do, to prevent Zhao Hui from slipping when she went out. Yushu walked to the small courtyard in the west wing. At the entrance of the courtyard, she could hear the sound of Jing Chen practicing his sword. She walked to the door and stopped in her tracks, admiring the posture of Jing Chen's sword. Jing Chen sensed that Yushu was watching from the side. After the white snake-spitting tongue, he retracted his sword and turned his wrist behind his back. He looked back at her, his clear eyes shining with the light of dawn. He said, "Have you forgotten the move I taught you yesterday?" With a smile on her face, Yushu tiptoed to break a branch on the side of the road. She walked forward and stood up straight. She took a deep breath and pointed the branch in front of her. She took a big step forward and drew a circle with the branch in her hand. She made a serious gesture and stopped at the swing of the tail. She turned her head and raised her eyebrows at Jing Chen. She looked very proud of herself. Although she did not use enough strength, she did learn it well. Not bad, Jing Chen praised her generously. He held the hilt of the sword in his hand and held it gently at her elbow. Raise your arm a little higher and don't look away from the sword. After correcting her 2 details, Jing Chen had Yushu demonstrate it a few more times. Satisfied, he said, "You can learn the next move now. You won't learn anything new today. Go back to the room and wash your face. When Dr. He wakes up later, let him treat you." Yushu casually threw the branch down the wall and pushed him into the room to wash his face. After Yifangji got up, she found Jing Chen's courtyard. She first asked about Jing Chen's symptoms before she took his pulse. Then she gestured for him to stick out his tongue and opened his eyes to check. "How is it?" Yushu stood to the side. Seeing Dr. He shake his head repeatedly, she couldn't help but worry. "Hiss, young hero Jing's pulse is stable. There's nothing wrong with it. But this amnesia is clearly a sign of a body injury. It's strange that the arteries and veins are blocked." Yifangji was also very puzzled. After thinking for a moment, she said to Jing Chen, "If you offend young hero Jing, may I examine your head?" Jing Chen nodded. "Go ahead." Yifangji had Jing Chen move to a brightly lit place in front of the window to sit down. She went around to Jing Chen's back and first felt a few acupuncture points on the top of his head. Finally, she untied his hair and reached into his scalp to carefully press inch by inch. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yu Shu waited anxiously. Suddenly, she heard He Fangji click his tongue. She had Jing Chen lower his head to look at the back of his neck. With one look, his expression changed. Dr. He? Shall you come look? He Fangji gestured for Yu Shu to come over. She brushed aside the hair on the back of Jing Chen's neck and pointed at an area below his occipital bone. With a serious expression, she said, "Feel it." A doctor had the heart of a parent. There was no taboo. Yu Shu touched it. At first, she didn't find anything strange. It was Dr. He who reminded her, this is the Yamen acupuncture point. The main symptom is to disperse sound. Under normal circumstances, it should be concave inwards. But young hero Jing's acupuncture point is protruding outwards. Yu Shu didn't understand. She asked worriedly, "What's wrong with this?" He Fangji said, "The yamen is injured and the yang heat doesn't disperse. If it's light, it will cause headaches and vomiting. If it's serious, it can cause aphasia." Jing Chen and Yu Shu were stunned at the same time. The latter hurriedly said to He Fangji, "That's right." Jing Chen couldn't speak for a period of time. Could it be that he was injured here? He Fangji nodded. Then, he guessed, young hero Jing can speak now, but this yamen acupuncture point is still acting strangely. It's very strange. In addition to young hero Jing's amnesia, I'm guessing, seeing that he wanted to say something but stopped, Yu Shu asked, "What are you guessing?" He Fangji looked at her. He reached out and pressed the back of Jing Chen's neck a few times. He said to Yu Shu, "I'm just guessing. Whether it's true or not, we still need to examine it carefully. Shall you go out first? I want to help young hero Jing take a look. Maybe there's something wrong with his body." Yu Shu actually didn't have much hope. She had the idea of trying everything in a desperate situation. Seeing that He Fangji had discovered something, she couldn't help but be surprised and happy. She nodded and patted Jing Chen's shoulder. "I'll go out first. Dr. He will take a look at you." Yu Shu went outside to wait. Zhao Hui sent a maidservant to the West Wing to ask about the situation. Yu Shu was afraid that Zhao Hui would come back again, so she sent the maidservant back to report that the diagnosis was not clear. After waiting for a long time, the sun rose from the east. Yu Shu finally heard He Fangji call her name from the room. She quickly lifted the curtain and went in. She saw Jing Chen sitting at the table with his hair down. Dr. He was wiping his hands with a towel. A box of silver needles was opened on the table. Jing Jian frowned. He didn't even notice Yu Shu coming in. He Fangji waved his hand and called Yu Shu to the side. He whispered to her with a complicated expression, "After my examination, young hero Jing's body has signs of having silver needles buried in his acupuncture points. Therefore, although his pulse is normal, there's a problem that cannot be solved." Yu Shu's heart tightened. She knew it was not a good thing when she listened to him. What are silver needles buried in acupuncture points? He Fangji's face was filled with disgust. Silver needles buried in acupuncture points are originally used to treat illnesses. However, some evil people in Jianghu use it to harm people's lives. Young hero Jing's yamen and sinew acupuncture points each have a short needle buried in them. That's why the acupuncture points are suddenly swollen. I think the reason why he lost his memory is because of this. After saying that, he looked at Yu Shu's bewildered expression and asked in a low voice, "Xiao Yu, did young hero Jing offend someone outside?" Yu Shu was stunned. She smiled bitterly at He Fangji and said, "To be honest, I'm not sure either. However, Jing Chen is a gentle person. He's not a troublemaker. If you're worried, I'll move out with him tomorrow, so as not to cause trouble for you and Aunt Hua." He Fangji looked displeased. "What are you talking about? If your Aunt Hua knew about this, she would not let me off. I'm just worried about your safety. Don't let your imagination run wild. Just stay here peacefully. This is under the rule of the emperor. No one in Jianghu dares to be presumptuous." Yu Shu smiled gratefully and said with concern, "From what you said, you must have seen someone use silver needles to harm people. Can you cure them?" He Fangji pondered and said, "When I was young, I practiced medicine outside. I was once kidnapped by people in Jianghu to save a patient. I spent some time in a mixed place. Although it's rare to use silver needles to harm people, it's not impossible to cure them. It's just that there are some risks. What risks? It's not easy to remove the needles from the Yamen acupoint. I might lose my voice again. It was not He Fangji who spoke, but Jing Chen. Yu Shu's eyelids twitched. She looked at Jing Chen and heard He Fangji sighing. I'm only 50% sure. Even if the needles are removed successfully, he might not recover. The worst-case scenario is losing his voice again. Hearing this, Yu Shu was silent for a moment. She walked in front of Jing Chen and lowered her head to ask, "Then what do you think? Do you want to remove it or not?" Jing Chen hesitated. He had lost his voice before. He knew the pain of losing his voice. Now, there were two paths in front of him. Neither of them was optimistic. It was difficult to choose. He wanted to recover his memory. However, he was afraid of losing his voice again. He looked up at Yu Shu with a blank expression. "Xiaoyu, do you think I should give it a try?" Yu Shu opened her mouth, but she couldn't find any light words to say. Normally, he shouldn't make a decision for her, but seeing the struggle in his eyes, she couldn't say it out loud and let him choose for himself. Instead, she pretended to smile lightly and said in a firm tone, "I think you should give it a try." In fact, to be safe, she should persuade him not to give it a try. If something went wrong, she would not be able to bear the responsibility. However, she could see his desire to recover his memory. The reason why he hesitated was because he was not convincing enough. If this was what he needed now, why not give it to him? As expected, after listening to Yu Shu's suggestion, the confusion in Jing Chen's eyes quickly disappeared. "Do you think so too?" Seeing that Yu Shu nodded, Jing Chen immediately stood up and cupped his hands towards He Fangji. "Thank you for your trouble, Dr. He. I am willing to give it a try." He Fangji originally wanted to persuade Jing Chen not to give it a try. However, when she saw that he had made up his mind, she did not say much. She sighed and said, "Then let me prepare for 2 days. I will take the needles for young hero." Although they were just 2 small needles, it was not easy to take them out. They had to prepare tools and medicinal herbs in advance. Furthermore, they had to find a sunny and warm day to avoid the wind and Yin. He Fangji happened to be going out today to look at the shops and buy medicinal herbs. Yu Shu believed that she was good at feng shui, so when she heard about this, she went with them. Pei Jing and He Fangji had their eyes on 3 shops. They were all in the east of the city. They had not made a decision yet. Today, they were going to ask a feng shui master to pick them. It just so happened that He Fangji had brought Yu Shu. When the two saw that she was so confident, they did not invite anyone else. Yu Shu followed them to the 3 shops. She explained the pros and cons of the 3 feng shui shops. She wanted to show off her skills so that Pei He and He Fangji, who were skeptical of her, would believe her. In the end, they chose one of them. It was a shop with a small courtyard for drying medicinal herbs. In Yu Shu's words, although this shop would not bring wealth and treasures, it would have the good fortune of maintaining harmony. It was suitable to open a medical center. When the time came, they only needed to add decorations and make up for the 5 elements. There was no need to move the ground. Seeing that Yu Shu was so thoughtful, Pei Jing could not help but praise, "Xiaoyu, your skills are getting better and better. It just so happens that I have 2 shops. After your Dian examination, help me look at them." "That's no problem," Yu Shu said with a smile. "If Uncle Pei and He Fangji believe in me, when you open for business, I will also choose an auspicious day and time. I guarantee that this medical center will have good weather." "How good? Then it's settled. I won't invite a master anymore. I'll leave it all to you." He Fangji immediately signed the deed and bought the shop. Pei Jing went to the Yamen to transfer the ownership. Chapter 230. After dinner, Yu Shu was sitting in the room calculating for He Fangji and Pei Jing. When she heard the sound of curtains moving, she didn't turn around and asked, "Xiaoxiu?" Yu Xiaoxiu walked in with Kim Bao in his arms. He sat down on a stool on the other side of the desk and asked, "Sister, are you done?" "No," Yu Shu wrote the numbers on a piece of paper and put down the pen. She turned to Yu Xiaoxiu and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." As soon as Yu Xiaoxiu let go, Kim Bao ran along the table to the lampstand and lay down. Unlike other mice, it liked to stay in bright places. "If you have something to say, just say it. The day after tomorrow is Hu Tian'er's birthday. He invited me to his house for a banquet. I want to prepare a gift for him." Yu Xiaoxiu said awkwardly. "Oh, I thought it was something important. Wait a moment." Yu Shu smiled knowingly. She had heard Yu Xiaoxiu mention Hu Tian'er several times. Once, Yu Xiaoxiu was almost shot by that child with an arrow. In the end, Yu Xiaoxiu didn't do anything, but the child was scared half to death. Later, the two of them played together. She got up and took out the money pouch from her clothes. She rummaged through it and took out a 10-tael note and gave it to him. "Do you need it?" Yu Xiaoxiu took it and looked at it. He pushed it back to her and said, "It's too much. Just give me 1 tael of silver." Yu Shu didn't take it. She waved her hand and said, "What can you buy with 1 tael of silver? Take it." In fact, she knew that Hu Tian'er's family was a government official. Although a child's birthday was like a family banquet, if the gift was too shabby, people would look down on Yu Xiaoxiu. She didn't want Yu Xiaoxiu to be a spendthrift, but she also didn't want him to be unable to lift his head. Moreover, she was rich now. There was no reason not to give money to her child. Yu Xiaoxiu blushed and said, "Then I'll take it back if I don't use it all." This child was used to being poor and had never held a large amount of money in his hands. One must know that in the past, when he was in the Ji family, concubine Cui would even secretly give him a jiao. 10 taels of silver was a huge sum. Yu Shu touched his head and said, "Why did you take it back? If you can't use it, keep it as pocket money. Sometimes, you can treat your classmates with snacks and sugar cakes. Don't always eat others." Yu Xiaoxiu was dissatisfied and said, "I don't eat others. Every time they go out to play after school, I go home early." After saying that, he saw the mischievous smile on Yu Shu's face. He scratched his head in embarrassment and didn't know where to put his hands and feet. He wanted to grab Kim Bao, but it turned over and dodged him. He suddenly said, "Oh yes, Brother Shui has been away for a long time. I don't know if he has come back. He promised to take me to ride horses, but I haven't seen him after the holidays in the academy." Yu Shu smiled and sat back at the desk as if nothing had happened. She picked up the brush and said, "Maybe he was delayed on the road." Yu Xiaoxiu said suspiciously, "Sister, we have moved. Do you think Brother Shui has come back? He didn't come to see us?" "Why not? Doesn't he know where you study? If he can't find you at home, he will go to the academy to find you." "Well, I have something to do. Go back to your room and sleep early." "Oh." Yu Xiaoxiu put the money in his pocket and grabbed Kim Bao and took him away. After the sound of the door, Yu Shu was left alone in the room. She looked down at the messy numbers on the paper and frowned. She crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it to the side. She picked up a clean piece of paper and wrote down the 4 pillars and 8 trigrams that she had memorized by heart. She used the law of calamity to write down the numbers and whispered, "Don't tell me she's really in trouble?" At breakfast, Yu Shu yawned again and again. Zhao Hui put food in her bowl and asked with concern, "Are you not used to the bed and didn't have a good rest?" "No, I slept late." Yu Shu shook her head and yawned again. It was true that she didn't have a good rest last night, but not because of the bed. It was because of someone. She did not know what was wrong with her. In one breath, she calculated Shui Rui's time of misfortune to 3 months later. For fear of missing anything, she calculated it twice in a row, which was equivalent to doing 180 complex mathematics questions. In the end, nothing happened to Shui Rui until dawn. Uncle Shui had a good life. He did not even suffer from a minor illness in the past 3 months. This really made her an unlucky person who fell down every 3 days and lost money every 2 days, envious. Zhao Hui was worried about her and insisted that he Fangji take Yu Shu's pulse after breakfast. Zhao Hui thought that the kitchen would make her a tonic soup later and give Yu Shu an extra portion. The sky was cloudy today, and it was unfavorable for blood to be shed. Yu Shu calculated the weather for the next few days, and together with Yifangji, they set the day to remove Jing Chen's needles for tomorrow. It was a sunny day, and there were no signs of rain or snow for the next 3 days. He Fangji and Yu Xiaoxiu went out together. One went shopping with the servants, and the other went to school. Zhao Hui didn't let Yu Shu accompany her. She urged her to go back to her room to read because she knew that she had an exam on the 15th of this month. Yu Shu stayed in the room alone for a while. Then, she carried a few abacuses and tools to the opposite courtyard to look for Jing Chen. Jing Chen was wiping his sword in the living room. He treasured the rusty sword that Yu Shu gave him very much. Even though it was rusty, he still carefully wiped it with a dry cloth after using it every day. Yu Shu didn't knock on the door when she came in. She sat directly opposite him with the things in her arms and smiled at him. She arranged the tools and began to do her work. Although Jing Chen felt strange why she came to his room to read, he didn't ask much. He was worried that he would disturb her if he sat beside her. He took the sword and was about to go back to the room to wipe it. As soon as he turned around, he heard Yu Shu ask, "Where are you going?" Jing Chen turned back, "I'm going inside." "What are you going to do inside?" Yu Shu moved the compass with one hand and pointed to the opposite side with the other. "Sit here." Jing Chen asked, "Won't I disturb you?" "Ha." Yu Shu was amused. She looked up and grinned at him. "Why do you think I came to your room to study?" "It's because I want to spend more time with you. We are boyfriend and girlfriend now. It's different from the past. We should spend more time together. Sit together." Hearing this, Jing Chen didn't know why, but he was happy. He took the sword and sat back at the table. He glanced at her and lowered his head to continue wiping the sword. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Seeing him sit down, Yu Shu returned her attention to the compass in her hand and continued to calculate her 8 gates of incarnation. After a while, she felt thirsty. She reached out to pour some tea. She picked up the teapot and shook it. It was empty. "Do you want some tea?" Jing Chen asked. "Yes." "I'll go and refill the tea. You sit here." Jing Chen took the teapot and went out. Yu Shu didn't stand on ceremony and continued with her work. She didn't even know that Jing Chen came back with hot water. Jing Chen saw that she was so focused. He didn't want to disturb her. He poured the hot tea into the cup. Seeing that it was too hot, he took an empty cup and poured it back and forth. When the water temperature was warm, he called out to her. He handed the cup to her. "Drink some water." Yu Shu took the cup without even looking at it. She finished it in one gulp and casually passed the cup back to him. Her eyes moved back and forth between the compass and the paper. She was so focused that she didn't even look at the handsome man in front of her. Yu Shu said that a boyfriend and girlfriend should spend more time together. The two of them just sat like this for the whole morning. They didn't even talk much. Fortunately, Jing Chen didn't feel lonely. Because of Yu Shu's words, he quietly cleaned his sword for the whole morning. He didn't disturb her. Other than pouring tea for her, he didn't leave his seat. The next day, He Fangji woke up early and didn't go anywhere. After breakfast, he carried his medical box to Jing Chen's courtyard and waited for the sun to rise to remove the needles for him. Yu Shu originally wanted to watch from the side, but Dr. He used the excuse that Jing Chen wanted to undress. He chased her to the kitchen to supervise the servants to boil the water and decoct the medicine. "Uncle He, wear this amulet first. It can protect you good luck." Last night, Yu Shu specially asked Zhao Hui for the yellow frost stone and insisted that Dr. He wear it on his body. First, she was worried that he would get into trouble when he treated Jing Chen. Second, she wanted to have some good luck to protect him so that he could successfully remove the needles for Jing Chen. He Fangji saw that Yu Shu was even more nervous than Jing Chen and found it funny. She said, "You gave it to the wrong person. If you want to give it, you should let young hero Jing wear it." Yu Shu relied on her understanding and said, "The matter of removing the needles depends on you. Of course, you have to wear it. Believe me, it won't be as useful as you wearing it." In order to make her feel at ease, He Fangji could only wear the amulet on his body. Jing Chen, relax. Dr. He's medical skills are very good. There won't be any mistakes. You have to believe in him. I'll go out and wait for you guys. Yu Shu patted Jing Chen's shoulder to cheer him up, but she was not confident. Since Jing Chen had already decided to remove the needles, He didn't have any more misgivings. He nodded at Yu Shu with a calm expression. After Yu Shu cheered him up, she went to the kitchen to help boil the medicine. Today was indeed a sunny day. In the middle of the morning, He Fangji had someone bring a basin of hot water into the room and boil a pot of strong wine. She left a nimble manservant at the side to help. She closed the door and began to remove the needles for Jing Chen. Yu Shu had asked Dr. He about the process of removing the needles. The skin and flesh around the acupuncture points had to be cut open and the blood had to be seen. It was very painful. She was so worried that she didn't sleep well the whole night. She was in the kitchen brewing the medicine and was absent-minded. There were a few times when she almost scalded her hands. She wanted to sneak over to take a look, but she was afraid that it would affect Dr. He. After boiling for an hour, a manservant ran over to ask about the medicine. When Yu Shu asked and heard that it was done, she immediately threw the pot of medicine to him and ran away. Yu Shu rushed to the door of the west wing and almost bumped into He Fangji, who was walking out. "Slow down, why are you running?" "Dr. He, how is it? Did you remove all the needles?" Dr. He's forehead was covered in sweat, but there was a trace of a smile on his face. The needles in young hero Jing's body have been buried for less than half a year. It was easier to remove than I had expected. Don't worry, there are no problems with his throat. That's great. Yu Shu jumped in joy at first, but then she remembered the most important point. She grabbed him and asked, Then did he remember anything?" "It's not that fast." Dr. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He used a handkerchief to wipe the sweat on his forehead and explained, "Right now, we're just removing the needles. He won't remember anything for a while. But you don't have to worry. He needs to rely on the medicine to recuperate. If the situation is good, maybe after 3 to 5 days, he will slowly remember what happened in the past." Yu Shu listened and nodded repeatedly. She felt that Jing Chen's memory recovery was just around the corner. She was overjoyed and kept thanking He Fangji. He Fangji was also satisfied to be able to cure an illness and save a person. All right, young hero Jing has just had the needles removed. He still has some symptoms of unconsciousness. Go in and take a look at him. If he wakes up, feed him the medicine. I'll go back to my room to wash up. I'll come back later. All right, this amulet is for you. It seems to be really useful. But Chapter 231. Because of the removal of the needles, Jing Chen lay on the bed in a daze. The 2 wounds were on the back of his neck, so he couldn't turn over. His black hair was scattered around the pillow, looking slightly messy, but it made his fair side profile look even more handsome. Yu Shu moved a chair over to sit by the bed. "Xiaoyu." Jing Chen opened his eyes slightly. "It's me." Yu Shu heard that his voice was hoarse. Fortunately, he could speak. She sighed inwardly and tucked his hair to one side. Gently she asked, "Do you feel dizzy?" Hearing her voice, Jing Chen closed his eyes in relief and whispered, "I'm fine." Yu Shu passed on Dr. He's words to him. Dr. He said that after the needles are removed, you won't be able to remember for a while. He told you not to worry and to drink the medicine regularly. After a few days of rest, you should get better and remember things slowly. Is that so? Jing Chen smiled. That's great. Yu Shu was happy for him. In her opinion, it was already a blessing that Jing Chen didn't lose his voice again. If he could recover his memory, it would be a pleasant surprise. Then let's make this clear. When you remember what happened in the past and realize that I lied to you, you can't be angry at me. Also, we're boyfriend and girlfriend now, so we should go through thick and thin together. If you encounter any difficulties, you can discuss it with me. You can't hide it from me. Also, Jing Chen. Yu Shu said a bunch of things to herself and didn't hear Jing Chen respond. She called out to him twice and realized that he had fallen asleep. She scratched her ear and angrily covered him with the blanket. She yawned and crossed her arms as she leaned against the back of the chair to guard him. After the excitement passed, she felt tired. Her eyelids started to droop and she soon fell asleep with her head tilted to one side. About a quarter of an hour later, He Fangji walked in with a bowl of medicine. At the door of the room, he saw Yu Shu sleeping slanted on the chair beside the bed. He was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to go up and wake her up, he hesitated for a moment and left with the bowl of medicine. He shook his head along the way as he muttered to himself. Back in the room, Zhao Hui was comparing two pieces of cloth, thinking about which color to choose for Yushu's dress. Yifangji came back with a bowl of medicine, so she asked him curiously. Yifangji asked the maidservant to leave first and walked to sit next to Zhao Hui. Wife, in your opinion, don't you think Xiao Yu cares too much about young hero Jing? Zhao Hui looked doubtful and turned to look at him. You mean the two of them? Yifangji nodded. I think so. Didn't you see how Xiao Yu slept next to young hero Jing's bed just now? If there's nothing between them, why would she care so much about him? This made Zhao Hui's expression change. She pondered for a moment and hurriedly put down the needle and thread. She grabbed Yifangji's hand and said, How can this be good? He's a man from Jianghu. Although he looks like a good person, I don't know his background. How can Xiao Yu be so muddle-headed? No, I have to go ask her. In Zhao Hui's eyes, Yushu was like her own daughter. At that time, she thought that she didn't have long to live and even made her last words to Yushu, leaving the deed to the house to her. Now, she took Yushu to live with her because she wanted to raise her daughter. In Zhao Hui's opinion, Jing Chen was an erratic man from Jianghu who didn't know his background. No matter what, he wouldn't be a good match for Yushu. If the two of them really got together, Zhao Hui wouldn't even have time to cry. Wife, don't be anxious. Wait. Yifangji hurriedly pulled Zhao Hui, who was about to get up, back and advised her, this matter isn't confirmed yet. If you ask rashly and there isn't such a thing, wouldn't that make things difficult for little you? Let's wait and see for a while longer. We live under the same roof, so with us watching over them, there won't be any problems. After being comforted by Yifangji, Zhao Hui didn't have the mood to choose any more materials. She sat restlessly in the room and worried. This made Yifangji regret telling her all this. On the second day after the needle was taken out, Jing Chen's memory didn't show any signs of recovery. The Dian examination began first. On the 15th day of the 12th lunar month, Yushu was sent out by her family. She sat on the sedan that Pei Jing had prepared and went directly to Taiching office. This time, Yushu learned to be smart. She wore an extra cotton-padded jacket on the inside and an extra layer of clothing on the outside. She added a hat on her head and wrapped herself up like a bear. Who cared if she was fat or not? She didn't have to worry about the cold first. Just like last time, a group of female transvestites queued up at the west gate of Taiching office. After being checked, they were sent into the examination hall by the bailiffs. It was still the same rooftop as last time. The difference was that there weren't as many tables and chairs in the examination hall this time. There were only 2 greenhouses built on the south side. Inside the greenhouses sat 5 or 6 examiners wearing red robes. The servants led the group of female students to the front of the greenhouses and arranged them into 4 lines. Yushu was puzzled about what was going on when she heard a series of drumming sounds in the square. The girls in front all stood on their tiptoes. There was a crowd of people moving. Seeing that there was no one to control them, Yushu also stuck her head out to look ahead. She saw 2 officials wearing hats leaving their seats in the greenhouses. A servant came up with 2 boxes, one for each of them. They unlocked the boxes and took out 2 scrolls from inside. Yushu guessed that the scrolls weren't the examination questions. Today is the 15th day of the 12th month of the 12th year of the Great and Zhaoqing Festival. The first examination of the Great and Strange Technique. Question. This voice dragged on for a long time. Everyone could hear that it was the examination question. They all pricked up their ears to listen. Question. Xiang Wangye returned to the capital after paying his respects to the immortals. On the way, he lost a treasure. You are given 10 days to go to Xiang Wangfu to inquire about it and help His Highness find the lost item. On the 25th day of the same month, at 3:15 noon, you will hand in your papers at Taiching office. The Celestial Commissioner has given his orders. As soon as the voice fell, the crowd was in an uproar. Whether they heard it clearly or not, or understood it or not, everyone's faces were gloomy. Everyone studied easy and knew what questions were difficult and what questions were easy. This question was obviously asking them to search for something. Where to search for it, what to search for, they had no clue. Even if they had strange techniques, they were afraid that it would be like picking sand from a well or searching for a needle at the bottom of the sea. It would be a waste of effort. On the other side, Yushu raised her eyebrows. Search for something? This Great Yen examination's questions were really sinister. Were they treating them like police dogs? Following that, the examiner did not explain in detail. One by one, he called out their names and went forward to collect their exam token. He clearly stated that with the exam token, they could go to Xiang Wangfu to inquire about it. Otherwise, if a commoner wanted to enter Xiang Wangfu's front door, they would not even be able to climb the walls. Wang Tingting. Su Hui Hui. Sun Yeye. Yushu perked up when she heard Ji Xingxuan's name being called. She knew that Ji Xingxuan would definitely come for the exam. She looked left and right, waiting to see where 4th Miss Ji was when her name was called. However, she did not need to wait for the name to be called. She found Ji Xingxuan. The number of female students who came for the examination this time was less than half of the previous one. There were less than 300 of them. It was easy to find people, especially Ji Xingxuan's signature veil. Almost immediately, Yushu spotted her. Ji Xingxuan was standing in the middle of the line to the left of Yushu. Compared to Yushu, she was standing further back. She wore a pearl blue feather satin dress and a short silver cloak. Her hair was tied up in a bun and her earrings flowed with fragrance. Her slender figure was rarely seen in the line. It was hard not to notice her. Ji Xingxuan was discussing the new topic with Zhao Luer. She raised her head and saw Yushu looking at her not far away. She did not look surprised at all. It was as if she had expected that Yushu would come for the examination. Seeing that Ji Xingxuan was looking at her, Yushu turned her head away. She followed the line and moved forward. After getting her name tag, she left with the servant. However, when she walked out of the main entrance of Taichung Department, she was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, she stood across the street and waited for the person inside to come out. Not long ago, Aunt Cui came to Yang. She found Ji Xingxuan and Ji Xingxuan on Huixing Street. When they returned to the Ji family, Yushu coaxed them away. After 2 days, she did not see Aunt Cui again, so she moved in with Zhao Hui. She did not know what the Ji family was up to. Were they trying to catch her but could not find her? Or were they thinking of other ways to make things difficult for her? With doubts in her heart, Yushu had long planned to meet Ji Xingxuan during the examination today. She wanted to meet her and see what she was up to. Not long after Yushu waited, Ji Xingxuan came out of the main entrance of Taichung Department. Zhao Luer followed beside her. As soon as Yushu saw her, she immediately called out, "Miss Ji." Her voice made many people turn their heads. They saw a young man in a green cotton-padded jacket and a black cotton-padded hat standing on the side of the street, waving his hand. He looked very silly. Ji Xingxuan had good self-restraint. She did not pretend to not know Yushu. After saying goodbye to Zhao Luer, she walked towards Yushu alone. "You were waiting for me?" Ji Xingxuan asked. Her entire face revealed only a pair of eyes. It was difficult to tell whether she liked Yushu or hated Yushu. That's right. Yushu blew a breath of hot air into her palms. She rubbed her palms together and said, "I know that my mother has come to the capital. I wanted to ask how she has been these days." Ji Xingxuan said, "If you miss her, you can come to the Fu to see her." Ji Xingxuan did not mention a word about Yushu returning to the Ji family. It seemed that Aunt Cui had gone to Huixing Street to look for someone that day. It had nothing to do with Yushu. Yushu laughed foolishly and said, "I can't for the time being. The Diyen examination is just around the corner. I have to work hard and not run around. When I pass the Yisher exam, my mother will also be proud." "Oh, that's right. Can I ask you to pass a message to my mother for me?" Ji Xingxuan said, "Go ahead." She couldn't help but praise Ji Xingxuan's self-restraint. The last time they met, she had been teased by Yushu and parted on bad terms. Now that they met again, she didn't have the slightest intention of being hostile. Yushu's eyes turned and she said, "Please tell my mother that I am preparing for the exam and can't see her. If she can go out, she can come to Huixing Street to see me." Xiao Xiao and I miss her very much. Ji Xingxuan nodded. Yu Shu stared at her face. Seeing that her expression didn't change, she understood. The Ji family hadn't sent anyone to Huixing Street to look for her. Otherwise, how could they not know that she had moved? It seemed that they didn't dare to openly arrest her. They had other ways to deal with her. An alarm went off in Yu Shu's mind. She became cautious. She still had a fake smile on her face. She thanked Ji Xingxuan. That's fine. I will go back first. Thank you for helping me pass the message. Chapter 232. Yu Shu left the Taiching Bureau, but she did not go home directly. Instead, she had the bearers send her to the People Training Hall. This was the place where the 8,000 examinees of the Dian discussed, so there was no lack of eyes and ears. Regarding this strange technique, she wanted to hear the opinions of others before deciding what to do next. When she arrived at the front of Peiren Training Hall, some of the candidates had already returned and were discussing about Prince Xiang's treasure. Yu Shu picked a tea house in the crowd and ordered a pot of oolong tea. She listened to others. In a crowded place, there would always be someone who liked to show off and did not hesitate to show off their tongues. The period of 10 days is neither long nor short. We only need to calculate the whereabouts of Prince Xiang's treasure within these 10 days. We don't need to look for it. 10 days later, we will hand in our papers at Taiching office. After that, it will be up to Prince Xiang's mansion and the Celestial Commissioner. Before the examination in April next year, they will send people to look for it according to the answers on our papers. Those who can find the lost item will be selected in one go. Yu Shu nodded inwardly. She didn't know much about the process of the exam, but after listening to them, she had an idea. It turned out that this question didn't require them to find the item for it to count. They only needed to calculate the whereabouts of the item within 10 days. If you ask me, what could Prince Xiang have lost? He actually used it as this year's Dian examination question. Since there are so many people here, it must be a priceless treasure, such as a golden horse or a jade carriage. Anyway, it is something that ordinary people like us have never seen before. No, it can't be such a big treasure. I think it should be a small thing, perhaps a jade pendant or a painting. That makes sense, that makes sense. When this person spoke, people upstairs and downstairs in the tea house responded one after another. However, someone preferred to sing a different tune and snorted. Who said it must be a dead thing? Maybe it is a living thing. Maybe it is a bird or a cat. Maybe Prince Xiang has lost a living person. Everyone in the tea house looked at each other in dismay and whispers could be heard everywhere. Yu Shu touched her chin and felt that this person's speculation was interesting. Keeping it in mind, she waited for another hour and inquired about the location of Prince Xiang's residence. It was almost noon. Seeing that there were no other useful discussions, she paid for the tea and left. She expected that on the first day, the entrance of Prince Xiang's residence would definitely be crowded with visitors. Yu Shu didn't join the crowd and returned to Zhao Hui's residence. Zhao Hui had been waiting in the front hall for the whole morning. As soon as she saw her return, she hurriedly asked, "How was it?" "How was the exam today?" "The exam hasn't been conducted yet. Today, only the topic has been announced." Yu Shu then told Zhao Hui about the topic of the strange arts and said, "I will first think about the method of divination. Tomorrow, I will pay a visit to Prince Xiang's residence and ask about the situation." Zhao Hui didn't understand this and could only agree. She ordered a maid to bring the ginseng wine and pigeon soup that was prepared this morning. She watched her eat 2 bowls before allowing her to return to her room. Yu Shu returned to her room and put down her bookcase. She took off her hat and tidied up her hair. She went to the kitchen to see that Jing Chen's medicine was ready and brought it over to him. After being warned by Dr. He not to move around for 2 days, Jing Chen only got out of bed this morning. He couldn't practice his swordsmanship, so he sat in the room and read. Yu Shu came to deliver the medicine. After hearing the content of her exam, Jing Chen saw that she was talking about how difficult the question was and how difficult it was to solve, but her face didn't show much panic or distress. He didn't worry for her and said, "Since there are 10 days, you should make good use of it. There is no need to visit me every day. I will take the medicine on time. Yu Shu gestured for him to drink the medicine first. At the same time, she joked with him leisurely, Jingchen, hurry up and recover your memory. Who knows, you might be able to remember the past within these 10 days. When that time comes, you can use the secret arts of your Mount Longhu to calculate with your fingers and you'll be able to find out where Prince Xiang lost his treasure. Then you can tell me, hee. Seeing that she wasn't serious, Jing Chen couldn't help but laugh. He actually nodded and said, all right. If I can calculate with my fingers, I will definitely help you. The two of them didn't chat much. Yu Shu took the empty medicine bowl and left. She went back to her room to think of a solution. Sitting in front of the study table, Yu Shu played with the waste token that she received from Minister Tai Ching this morning. This item searching question couldn't be said to be easy. It wasn't related to good or bad luck, nor was it related to the future. It was an ordinary Chiman technique. Within the 60-year cycle of Nain, there was no corresponding divination method. However, to her, this question was a little interesting. When talking about how to solve the question, the first thing she thought of was the law of the time of calamity. She thought that Prince Xiang lost his treasure. This should be considered a kind of calamity, similar to losing money. If she used the law of the time of calamity to calculate Prince Xiang's 8 characters and 4 pillars, she should be able to find some clues. At least, she would be able to determine when he lost his treasure. If she knew where Prince Xiang was at that time and what he was doing, she could basically determine where the treasure was lost. If that was really the case, then it would be too easy for her. However, the problem was that she couldn't be sure that the treasure that Prince Xiang lost would always stay at the place where it was lost. There were 2 possibilities. 1. The treasure was found and taken away by someone else. 2. The treasure would leave on its own. Just like what the candidates in the human training hall had guessed, this treasure might be a dead thing or a living thing, big or small. If it was a small dead thing, it would naturally be the best. But if it was a living thing, then it would give her a headache. It seems that I have to go to Prince Xiang's mansion to find out what exactly is going on. Yu Shu put down the waste token and prepared paper and ink. She wrote down the things she wanted to find out in detail on the paper in preparation for tomorrow's news gathering. At night, before going to bed, she used the 6 lines of divination to do 2 complete hexagram. One was to ask if the hexagram would show a small auspicious sign in this examination. Moreover, the brothers' eyes had water and withered trees, which was a sign of the appearance of a noble person. The other was to ask if the Ji family had anything to do with her. Unexpectedly, she revealed her fierce side. Obviously, the Ji family didn't intend to let her go. This made Yu Shu feel both happy and worried. On the second day after Tai Chingxi announced the topic of the examination, Yu Shu went to Prince Xiang's mansion early in the morning to queue up. As she expected, there was a scene of people and carriages crowding outside the Prince Xiang's mansion early in the morning. There were guards guarding the entrance of the Prince Xiang's mansion. Only a small door was opened at the south corner. A housekeeper wearing a gauze hat stood inside the door to receive the candidates who came to pay their respects. Don't push. Line up one by one. Male guests stand here and female guests stand there. After showing your waste token, leave your invitation card and wait for your name to be called at the door. Under the watchful eyes of the guards who were armed with iron weapons, the crowd did not dare to make a ruckus. Everyone obediently lined up. In this way, the female transvestites benefited from this. There were fewer of them than the male transvestites, so they lined up faster. Yu Shu took advantage of the chaos to mix into the middle of the female guests. Even so, she still waited for half an hour before handing the invitation card she wrote last night to the housekeeper. She took the opportunity to look inside the door. She saw that there was a long table in the gatehouse with thick invitation cards piled up. There were 2 clerks copying and organizing them. There were 2,000 candidates participating in this year's examination. It was impossible to let them all in at once. The dignified Prince Xiang's mansion would become a vegetable market. How could it be dignified? Not long after, another side door opened. Someone loudly read out the names of 3 people along with their birthplace. Someone excitedly squeezed out from the crowd as if he had won the lottery. After the guards checked the waist token and the examination card, they were led in by the servants of the Prince Xiang's mansion. The three people went in and came out after the time it took to drink a cup of tea. As soon as they came out, they were surrounded by people. They scrambled to ask them what they had heard. They all wanted to hear the news as soon as possible. But these three people were extremely tight-lipped and refused to say a word. It took a lot of effort to escape from the crowd and disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Also, the examination hall was like a battlefield. It was either you die or I live. Who would be willing to give others a chance? Wouldn't that be making trouble for themselves? With these three people as an example, several groups of people who were led in later didn't say anything. They all kept their mouths shut and left in silence. Yushu thought that she came early. She counted the number of people and the frequency of the candidates entering and exiting. She estimated that it would be her turn in about 2 hours. So she calmed down and waited, listening to the gossip around her. It was not without any harvest. She waited for the whole morning until the housekeeper of the Prince Xiang's mansion announced that the Prince Xiang's mansion would be having lunch and asked them to come back in the afternoon. During this period, Yushu's name was not called. This made Yushu a little puzzled. It seemed that there were a few people who queued behind her and had already entered. Why was it that she didn't get her turn for the whole morning? Could it be that she was separated from the others? Seeing that the door of the Prince Xiang's mansion was closed, the candidates had no choice but to disperse. Yushu followed the crowd all the way to Perrin Mansion to eat. There was no wall in the world that was impervious to wind. Moreover, this wall was not a dense one. Yushu had just eaten a bowl of Sanxian dumplings when news leaked out from the Perrin Mansion tea house. It turned out that this morning, the candidates who were called into the Prince Xiang's mansion didn't see Prince Xiang himself, but an old housekeeper who accompanied him for the past 6 months. It was said that after Prince Xiang returned to the capital, he fell sick and it was inconvenient for him to meet outsiders. So he asked the old housekeeper to meet the candidates on his behalf and answer their questions. This was human nature. No one could blame Prince Xiang for falling sick at the wrong time. But there was another matter that made a group of people who didn't have a high status want to curse. Did you notice this morning that some people came late and were called in before they could even submit their invitation? Hearing this strange situation, a group of people started to ask what was going on. Yushu also pricked up her ears to listen while she was slurping her noodles. TSK, isn't it because he bribed housekeeper Zhao of Prince Xiang's mansion and bribed his connections in advance? Let me tell you, don't doubt me. If this goes on, even if we line up honestly like this, we might not be able to enter the Prince Xiang's mansion the day after tomorrow. There was a wave of hissing and complaints. One after another, they scolded the housekeeper who opened the back door. Yushu smacked her lips and didn't vent her anger with them. She had long passed the age of complaining about the injustice of the world. What she was thinking now was how to privately get in touch with the housekeeper. If bribing 2 taels of money could make her wait 1 day less, then this deal was quite worthwhile. Don't be fooled by this group of people's noises. If they really had money and connections, who wouldn't be willing to spend money to gain the upper hand? But to bribe, one must pay attention to connections. If there were no connections and no one who was willing to accept money, there was no way to spend it. After Yushu finished her bowl of noodles, she thought of a person who could help her enter the Prince Xiang's mansion in advance. On the street opposite the Perrin mansion, she sat on the sedan chair. The sedan bearer asked, "Miss, are you going home now?" Chapter 233. Who should Yushu go to Taisha Library to find? That could only be Feng Zhaomiao. As far as she knew, the young master of her mother's family had a good relationship with Prince Xiang's son, Lu Jiong. It should not be a problem for him to help her get in touch with Prince Xiang's mansion. Although she did not like to owe favors, Yushu had never been ambiguous when it was time to be thick-skinned, not to mention this was a serious matter. Yushu told the guard of Taisha Library the name of Lotus Room, and asked someone to go in and find Feng Zhaomiao. She was lucky today. Feng Zhaomiao happened to stay in the library and did not go elsewhere to play. When he heard that there was a young man named Yen Feng outside the library looking for him, he immediately thought that it was Yushu. He did not let her wait outside and hurriedly followed the guard to find him. When he saw that it was indeed Yu Shu, he raised a smile and greeted, "What wind is it today? Are you looking for me?" Feng Zhaomiao was not unfamiliar with Yu Shu. There was even some kindness in his words. Firstly, it was because of the relationship between Shui Rui. Secondly, last time in Tibet, Yu Shu inadvertently reminded him so that he would no longer be in a dilemma of joining the army or learning. "You don't come without a reason. I have something to ask of you." Yu Shu smiled at him. "Have you heard about the exam question of Qigong?" Feng Zhaomiao nodded. Although he did not participate in this year's Dian, he had heard about the exam. "I have heard about it. Didn't I ask you to help Prince Xiang find something?" Exactly. Yu Shu did not beat around the bush and directly stated her intention. "I want you to help me get in touch with the housekeeper of Prince Xiang's mansion and see if you can bribe him to let me go in to inquire about the news in advance. I only have 10 days to solve the problem. I don't want to sit around and waste time." Yu Shu could see that Feng Zhaomiao, who could sneak into Tibet with her to read the papers, was not a pedantic person, so she blatantly asked him to open the back door. Sure enough, after listening to her request, Feng Zhaomiao did not show a disdainful or unwilling expression. He just looked at Yu Shu with some puzzlement and said, "You shouldn't come to me for this. Isn't it faster to ask Brother Rui for help?" Yu Shu's eyebrows moved. She made an excuse and said, "Isn't he away from the capital on business? He hasn't returned yet." Not to mention that Shui Rui was not here. Even if he was here, she would not go to find him. "He's back," Feng Zhaomiao said. "Didn't you know? Brother Rui returned to the capital with Xiang Wangye and has been back for several days. A while ago, he said that he was on official business, but in fact, he was assigned to escort Xiang Wangye back to the capital. The day before yesterday, I went to the minister's residence to look for him." Yu Shu was stunned. Shui Rui had returned. Feng Zhaomiao thought that Yu Shu didn't know and continued to say to her, "This time you really should go to Brother Rui for help. I can at most let you enter Prince Yang's mansion. I heard that prince is sick. If you go there, you may not be able to see him. But if you go to Brother Rui, he will most likely let you see Prince in person and find out more inside information." Yu Shu asked suspiciously, "What do you mean? What kind of relationship does Brother Shui have with the prince's mansion?" Feng Zhaomiao let out a ha, and said with a strange expression, "You don't know? Princess Xiang is old Minister Shui's beloved daughter and Brother Rui's aunt. What kind of involvement do you think this is?" Yu Shu looked enlightened. "So that's how it is." After half a day, the famous Prince Xiang turned out to be Shui Rui's uncle. Feng Zhaomiao looked at Yu Shu's expression. It was clear that she didn't know about this. This made him very confused. Brother Rui specifically told him that this Miss Lianfang was his sister and asked him to take care of her. Obviously, they were not ordinary friends. Why didn't she ask Brother Rui for help with the exam? Instead, she came to him? "Miss Lianfang, is it inconvenient for you to go to the Shui mansion to look for someone? How about I accompany you?" Feng Zhaomiao had a good impression of Yu Shu. Putting aside Shui Rui's request, he was quite willing to help her. Yu Shu came back to her senses. At this moment, she was in a very good mood. She thought that Shui Rui was still outside the capital. She didn't expect that he had already returned, but she didn't receive any news at all. Was it because he was too busy and forgot about her? Or did he understand what she said that night and decided not to see her? Selfishly, she didn't want to lose Shui Rui as a friend. But after thinking about it, she knew that the possibility was not high. If it was her, if she was rejected, she wouldn't be so magnanimous. Then it was very likely that Shui Rui had thought it through and planned to cut all ties with her. Yu Shu had a plan in her heart, so she gave up the idea of asking Feng Zhaomiao for help. She shook her head at him and said, "No need. I can go by myself. Thank you for telling me this." She came to find Feng Zhaomiao because of Shui Rui's face. However, if Shui Rui wanted to cut ties with her, they wouldn't even be friends. She had no right to ask Feng Zhaomiao for help. This was not appropriate. Yu Shu ignored the gloominess in her heart and told herself that this was also quite good. Feng Zhaomiao smiled. "Why are you so polite? How did you come? Do you want me to let the carriage send you?" Yu Shu said, I am sitting on the sedan chair. It won't be troublesome. You can go and busy yourself. I will see you another day. After bidding farewell to Feng Zhaomiao, Yu Shu went to the street and sat on the sedan chair. She didn't turn anywhere and went straight to Xiong Prince Fu. The number of people in the afternoon was not lesser than the morning. There were a few who didn't submit their invitation during the day and went to queue again. In the end, after standing for an entire afternoon, Yu Shu's name was still not called. However, there were a few people who came from the center who went in early. When the sky darkened, Xiong Prince Fu closed the doors and rejected all visitors. Before closing the door, he left behind a sentence which made the group of people who had waited bitterly for an entire day in front of the door so angry that their mouths twitched. It's getting late. Those who didn't line up today, please come back tomorrow to submit your invitation. Yu Shu was silently in the crowd. After listening to the notice, she turned her head and left. The first thing she did when she got home was to take out 100 taels banknotes from the money box. She wrote a new invitation, sealed it with a hard letter and stuffed the banknotes inside. Tomorrow, she would rely on this 100 taels to enter Xiong Prince Fu. If she couldn't enter, then she would wait for another 2 days. There were so many people accompanying her and she wasn't the only one who was cheated. On the 3rd day of the examination of the art of arcane arts, Yu Shu waited outside the Xiong Prince's mansion before dawn. As soon as the gates of the Xiong Prince's mansion opened, she squeezed to the front. Yesterday's invitation cards were all wasted, so she had to line up again. Before Yu Shu went out, she did a divination and knew that today would not go well. But she didn't think that it would be in such a way. The housekeeper opened the letter and saw the banknotes in it. Without saying anything, he hid it in his sleeve and told her without blinking to wait for her name to be called. At this time, Yu Shu still didn't know whether this matter was successful or not, so she retreated and waited. After lunch, when the door of Xiong Prince Fu closed again, there were guests coming and going, but it was still not her turn to enter. Before the door closed, Yu Shu squeezed to the front and shouted, "Housekeeper Zhao," a few times. Her voice was so loud that it attracted the attention of the surrounding people. However, the housekeeper in charge of receiving the invitation did not even turn his head and she was pushed by the guards outside the door. Yu Shu knew that this was a guy who didn't care about his face. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't angry. 100 taels of silver was wasted. Besides feeling distressed, she couldn't do anything. This was the situation. She had to bow her head. It was no wonder that people joked that this strange skill did not test one's ability but one's family background. Those with a little family background had already entered the Prince Fu. The rest of the people could only endure and rely on their luck. Being snubbed, Yu Shu left Xiong Prince Fu and went to the human training hall. There was no other way. She couldn't enter the Prince Fu, so she could only listen to some gossip outside. It was better than nothing. Her trip to the human training hall was not in vain. After 2 days, as more people entered the Prince Fu, 1 or 2 pieces of insider information came out. Those who heard it were surprised. Firstly, the lost item that Prince Xiong was looking for was not a treasure like the golden horse or the emerald carriage, nor was it a bird or a cat, but an ordinary painting. This was guessed correctly. Secondly, the painting was lost on the way back to the capital. Before it was lost, Prince Xiong had been keeping it, but he couldn't remember when he lost it. Someone deduced that it could have been stolen by someone else. Most people thought so, even Yu Shu was no exception. Since it was a treasure, of course it would be taken good care of. If it disappeared for no reason, it must have been stolen by someone. If that was the case, then it would be more difficult to find it. Someone was dissatisfied and complained. This theft should be investigated by the officials. Why did it become our exam this year? We are testing Master E, not constables. How can we be involved in solving cases? This question is not good. Not good. Really, it's even more difficult than the astrology exam. There were people below who agreed, but there were also people who didn't agree. They said coldly from the 2nd floor, "This is the De Yen examination. If the questions were too easy, wouldn't everyone be able to pass and become Master E? What's the point of testing? We who study E should aim to know what will happen in life, to become a master and to have a good life. If you don't have this awareness, then why are you participating in the Diyan examination? Go home early. Hearing this, the examinees who were shouting about how difficult the questions were all flushed with shame. Yushu looked up with interest at the person who mocked them. She saw that it was a young man, not more than 17 or 19 years old. He had delicate features and thin lips. He looked like someone who didn't hold back his words. Yushu agreed with his words. She saw that he was magnanimous and wanted to chat. She ordered a pot of wine from the waiter and brought it up to the second floor. The young man was dressed plainly and sat alone at a table. There was only a plate of peanuts and a plate of pickled radish on the table. He held a book in his hand and there wasn't even a pot of wine. "Brother, shall we share a table?" Yushu put the wine pot in her hand on the table in front of him and asked with a smile. The young man raised his head from the book and glanced at Yushu. He pointed at the table opposite him and said, "Sit." Yushu took the empty cups on the table and poured 2 cups of wine. She handed one to him. She didn't care if he was drinking or not. She took a sip first and initiated a conversation. "My surname is Yu and my name is Shu. May I ask for brother's surname?" "Wen Xiao." This person didn't beat around the bush. "Brother Wen." Yushu changed the way she addressed him. It was obvious that she was familiar with him. "May I ask, have you been to Xiang Wang Fu?" Chapter 234. Pardon me for asking, but have you entered Prince Yang's residence? I didn't go. Hearing this, Yushu thought that if she didn't misunderstand, when the person in front of her said, "didn't go," he didn't just mean that he didn't go today, but that he didn't go to the Wang Fu at all. This was strange. On the 3rd day of the exam, why was he so calm? Did he not take the exam? She asked suspiciously, "Why didn't you go?" Wen Xiao, and put down his wine cup and continued to read. He was too lazy to raise his head and said, "It's useless to go if I can't enter." Yushu felt that his words were a little interesting. Other people only knew that it was not easy to enter Xiang Prince Fu's main gate after going there, but he seemed to have long known that he would not be able to enter. To be able to have such foresight, he must have some basis. She was about to ask in detail when she suddenly heard someone calling from behind, "Wen Xiao." Yushu turned her head and saw 2 young men in line jackets coming up from the stairs. They strode towards their table with unfriendly expressions. "Wen Xiao, you liar. Refund me 5 taels of silver and say that I can enter Prince Xiang's residence today. You made me wait for the whole morning." Hearing this, Yushu turned her face to the young man at the same table. What did he say? Was this person a liar? "It's only the morning. Why are you so anxious?" Wen Xiao frowned and said to the person who came, "Isn't there still an afternoon? I said you can enter, so you can enter." "I don't care. Refund me." One of them stepped forward and grabbed Wen Xiao's clothes without any explanation. His face was full of anger. Obviously, waiting for the whole morning and being happy for nothing had worn out his patience. Wen Xiao sneered, "You are the one who insisted on looking for me. Did I beg you? Ridiculous. Even if you can enter the Prince Yang's residence, you are destined to be at the bottom of this exam." Yushu's forehead twitched. This kid was asking for a beating when he talked. Sure enough, the man was tall and strong. Without thinking, he waved his fist at Wen Xiao and knocked him to the ground. The man flipped over the stool with a crash. There was a commotion around, but no one stepped forward to stop him. Wen Xiao was pressed to the ground and punched twice. His face was bleeding, but there were people who secretly cheered him on. Yushu furrowed her brows. She had known Wen Xiao for a long time, but he didn't seem like a swindler. Instead, he seemed like someone with real skills. After a moment of hesitation, she shouted and threw a cup on the ground, interrupting the dispute. "Stop." The person who was beating him stopped and turned to look at Yushu. "Who are you?" he asked. Yushu revealed a smiling face and said in a friendly tone, "He and I are from the same hometown. Big brother, how much money does he owe you? Can I pay you back to appease your anger?" The man hesitated for a moment and looked at Yushu suspiciously. You're from the same hometown as this kid? Why haven't I seen you before? Yushu nodded and didn't explain further. She took out her money pouch and poured out all the bits and pieces of silver and silver coins on the table. She counted them with her fingers and picked up 2. She pointed at the small pile on the table and motioned for the man to come and take it. The person hit Wen Xiao and vented his anger. Seeing that someone was paying for him, he left Wen Xiao and grabbed the silver coins that Yushu took out. He snorted at Wen Xiao. If you dare to lie to me again, I will beat you up again. After that, he left with his companions, leaving the people in the tea house talking. Those who learned the Book of Changes were not like scholars who were well-educated and well-mannered. There were people of all religions and 9 schools of thought. There were many people who were as fierce and unreasonable as him. When Xiao was still lying on the ground, Yushu went forward and bent down. She saw that his eyes were open, so she did not help him up. She just asked kindly, "Brother Wen, are you seriously injured? Can you get up?" When Xiao glanced at Yushu and slowly sat up from the ground. He wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "You are a busybody." Yushu smiled secretly. It was rare that her kindness turned into ill intent. She watched him stand up shakily and walk to the table to sit down. She also sat down. When Xiao poured a cup of wine and drank it. He coughed twice and said to Yushu, "I don't have money to pay you back." Yushu said, "This matter is not urgent. What happened just now? Why did he say that you lied to him?" When Xiao shook his head and did not want to say more. He poured another cup of wine and handed it to her. "I don't have money to pay you back. Write a word and I will help you read your fortune. Just take it as I have received 5 silver coins from you." Word reading? Yushu was a little surprised. Word reading was a very common method of divination. There were many fortune-tellers on the streets of Autumn Osmanthus Lane who knew this method. She had thought that when Xiao had some kind of magic. Could it be that she had misjudged him? Yushu dipped her finger in the wine in the cup and thought for a moment. Then she wrote the word Jin on the table. She did not know much about word reading. She only heard that a good fortune-teller could tell a person's worries and predict a person's future with just one word. "Your handwriting is really ugly." When Xiao first ridiculed her. He stared at the word Jin and his eyes flashed. He reached out and wiped it from the table, leaving a pool of water stain. He looked up and said to Yushu, "Recently, things have not been going well for you. What you want often fails. Although there is a benefactor, you are blocked and cannot help. In the end, it is like drawing water with a bamboo basket. I advise you not to waste your effort and give up early." When she heard his affirmation, Yushu's heart skipped a beat. After pondering over it for a while, she felt that the first 2 sentences he said were extremely accurate. These 2 days, it was not smooth sailing for her and the things she asked for were fruitless. What he said was that she was unable to enter Prince Xiang's estate several times. As for that benefactor, he should be referring to Shuirui. These few points were actually all spot on. If one were to say that his predictions were accurate, then what was up with his last 2 sentences? Drawing water with bamboo was all for naught? Which thing are you referring to? Yushu was puzzled and asked, "You said that I will draw water with a bamboo basket. What are you referring to? How would I know how many things you have?" When Xiao's words were very irresponsible. He grabbed the scroll on the table and stood up to say to Yushu, "You and I do not owe each other anything now. Don't ask me for money." Finishing, he went downstairs under the guidance of others. Yushu looked at his staggering back and pondered for a moment. When he disappeared downstairs, she then stood up to leave. When Xiao's assertion did not have much effect on Yushu. Compared to trusting others, especially a stranger whom she had just met, she was more willing to trust herself. But when she got home, she still had an idea. She used the 6 lines to make a divination for herself and asked about the results of the De Yuan examination. Even though she had used the 6 lines to make a divination for herself many times before, she had never directly asked about the examination results like this. This was because the 6 lines divination was not omnipotent. Even though its accuracy was much higher than other strange techniques, Its biggest flaw was that its high accuracy could only be used to predict recent events. Its ability to predict recent events was strong, but its ability to predict distant events was weak. There would often be a large deviation. When Taoist Qing Zheng was teaching her, he had reminded her that this 6 lines divination could predict recent events, major events, ask questions, and predict changes. Only by mastering this 6 lines divination would one be able to predict the results. The results of the Diyuan examination would only be announced in April next year. This was already beyond the scope of recent events. Therefore, she never used the 6 lines divination to ask about the examination results because she knew that it would be inaccurate. Yu Shu's horoscope was useless. She could use the 6 lines divination to predict other people's fortune and misfortune, but not her own. All she could rely on was the 6 lines divination passed down by Qing Zheng. Yu Shu used the 6 lines divination to predict the results of the Diyuan examination. Unsurprisingly, she got 2 empty hexagrams. The hexagrams were in a mess, and she couldn't see any clues. She couldn't make any deductions, and she couldn't confirm whether when Xiao An's all in vain was referring to the results of her participation in the Diyuan examination. Putting away the copper coins, Yu Shu didn't dwell on this matter anymore. She just thought that her encounter with Wen Xiao and in Perrin Hall was a small episode and quickly forgot about it. Tomorrow, she still had to line up in front of Prince Xiang's mansion. After dinner, Yu Shu wrote her 3rd visiting card. After hesitating for a while, she made up her mind and put 3 banknotes of 100 taels of silver in it, which was 200 taels more than yesterday. Chirp chirp. Kim Bao climbed up the desk and squatted beside the candlestick. He hugged his paws and called out to Yu Shu. Yu Shu reached out and gently grabbed it. Her fingers hooked its little tail. She sneered. She didn't believe that she couldn't get into Prince Xiang's mansion. Chirp. On the 4th day of the examination, Yu Shu was finally able to enter Prince Xiang's mansion. Official Zhao, who received the invitation, received 300 taels of silver from her. His face finally relaxed. She waited at the door for less than an hour before someone called her name. Under the envious eyes of everyone, she was led into the Prince Xiang's mansion with 2 other people. Just as Yu Shu thought, the 100 taels of silver she gave yesterday was too little. She spent 400 taels of silver to buy the entrance ticket. Yu Shu wasn't in the mood to appreciate the garden view of the Prince Xiang's mansion. She followed the servant to a flower hall and saw the old housekeeper of the Prince Xiang's mansion. Yu Shu knew that the status of this old housekeeper, who was over 50 years old, was not low. The 3 of them greeted each other and were led to the seats of honor. Knowing that there was not much time left, Yu Shu did not waste any time and was the first to ask, "This examination question is very vague. I would like to ask, what kind of treasure did Your Highness lose?" The old housekeeper must have answered this question countless times and very smoothly said, "It was a painting." Yu Shu then asked, "What painting? Which craftsman painted it?" The old housekeeper stroked his beard and said, "It's not a famous work. It's just an ordinary painting." Then was the painting lost or stolen? Yu Shu heard people guessing in the Perrin Hall. She was afraid that the painting was stolen and it's not easy to find its whereabouts. The old housekeeper shook his head. "It's hard to say. It should have been lost." What kind of answer was this? Yu Shu frowned. At this point, the 2 people who came in with her were already unhappy with her asking 3 questions. They took the opportunity to ask about the process of Xiang Prince losing the painting. The old housekeeper answered them one by one, but there were many parts that were unclear, making one depressed. "All right, that's all I know. Guests, please leave." The old housekeeper answered most of the questions and stood up to send the guests off. Just the time it took to drink a cup of tea had passed. Although the other 2 were not satisfied, they still stood up to leave. Only Yu Shu greeted the old housekeeper and asked, "May I know Wang Ye's date of birth and horoscope? Allow me to go back and check it." Hearing this, the 2 people stopped in their tracks and turned their heads to look at Yu Shu in surprise. It's not that they did not want to know Xiang Prince's date of birth and horoscope, but to ask this question was disrespectful. They did not expect that there would be someone so daring to ask for it. The The old housekeeper's expression was hesitant, but he did not show any dissatisfaction, nor did he reprimand Yushu. It's not convenient to reveal Wang Ye's horoscope, but I can tell you Wang Ye's date of birth. Finishing, he turned around and took a pen and paper on the table. He wrote down Xiang Prince's date of birth and glanced at the two people who were listening intently to take advantage of him. His lips curled into a smile, but he only handed it to Yushu. Chapter 235. The reason why Yushu asked for Prince Xiang's horoscope was because she wanted to calculate the time and location of Prince Xiang's loss of the painting. At the moment, she only had the date, month, and day of his birth. The hour was unknown, so she could only increase the difficulty of her calculations. She combined the 24 hours and tested them one by one. Using the information of Prince Xiang's noble status and his recent illness, she could first confirm Prince Xiang's horoscope. This was not an easy task. When Yushu returned home, she immersed herself in her calculations. She only ate a few mouthfuls of lunch and immersed herself in her calculations until the evening. During this period, Zhao Hui secretly came over to look at her twice. She did not dare to disturb her and ordered the maids to prepare sufficient refreshments and to heat up the fire in the room. Jing Chen did not see Yushu for the whole day. After dinner, he left the courtyard and walked to Yushu's room. Seeing that her room was lit, he followed the light and walked to her window. He looked at her blurred figure on the paper window and stood for a while before leaving quietly. His memory had not recovered yet. He could not help her much now, but at least he could not cause her any trouble. For Jing Chen, ever since he and Yushu became what she called boyfriend and girlfriend in the woods that day, there didn't seem to be any obvious changes in his life. If there was anything different, it would be that he thought of her more than before. Jing Chen returned to his room and picked up the biography of Lu Yi on the table. He flipped to the page that he read before dinner. He had read this book many times. He was confused about the feelings of the dragon girl Lu Yi at the beginning, but now he had some understanding. In the book, Lu Yi went to the capital to take the imperial examination. On the way, he met a girl who was herding sheep in the ice and snow. He felt sympathy and found out that she was the third princess of the Dragon Palace of Dongting Lake. She was married to the son of the Dragon King of Jing River. Her husband did not like her and abused her, causing her to be herded in the snow. The surrounding waters were afraid of the Dragon King of Jing River and did not dare to send a letter home for the dragon girl. Lu Yi was righteous and pitied the dragon girl's hard life. He resolutely gave up the imperial examination and returned to her hometown to send the letter. In the end, after many twists and turns, Lu Yi and the dragon girl finally got married. Jing Chen liked this story very much because it was very similar to his and Xiaoyu's experience. However, Xiaoyu was more like Lu Yi, who saw injustice, while he was the person who was saved from danger by her. The sky gradually darkened. Jing Chen closed his book, washed up, and went to bed. He told him to sleep early and wake up early. Only then would he be able to recover his memory as soon as possible. In the dead of the night, the person behind the bed curtains suddenly spoke in his sleep. After chattering for a while, he became quiet again and no one heard him. At dawn, Shuirui, who had been lying on the small bed in the outer room for half a night, woke up with a start. He turned over and sat up, the quilt covering him slipping to the ground. "Young master? Is it a nightmare?" The maidservant, who was squatting beside the octagonal copper stove and adjusting the warm incense, turned her head and asked softly with concern on her pretty face. Shuirui pinched the bridge of his nose and said in a low voice, "What time is it?" "It's not yet 7, why don't you lie down a bit more?" Fern hasn't woken up yet. The maidservant closed the incense burner and got up to walk to the small bed. She picked up the quilt on the ground and wanted to cover him. Shuirui blocked it with one hand. "I'm not going to sleep. Have someone get some water for me to wash up." "Yes." The maidservant responded and went out to give instructions to the servant outside the door. She then went back and poured some fragrant tea for him to rinse his mouth. She knelt on the low stool beside the bed and was about to help him put on his boots when a cough suddenly came from inside the room. The person on the bed moved and stepped on the ground in his white socks. He strode to the door and lifted the curtain to enter. Mother. As soon as Shui Rui entered the bedroom, he saw the woman on the bed being helped up by the maidservant to drink water. His expression was slightly excited and he called out softly to her. He walked forward and took over the maidservant's position. He carefully helped her up and brought the teacup to her mouth with one hand. The maidservant outside followed him in. Seeing that the person on the bed had woken up, she exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Furin has woken up. Nuna will go invite Zhou Longzhong over." With these words, she gestured to the maidservant in front of the bed and had her leave, leaving some space for the mother and son. The room was extremely warm. The woman had a jacket draped over her shoulders and her eyebrows were drooping. Her pale and elegant face seemed to be in her early 30s, but the grizzled hair at her temples betrayed her age. After drinking a few mouthfuls of water from the cup, she lightly pursed her lips. Shui Rui understood and took the cup away, pulling the quilt over her body. "Is it day or night?" Madame Shui's eyes were half open, her eyes devoid of any spirit as she softly asked this question. Shui Rui's expression was pained. He turned his head to look at the window and replied, "It's almost daybreak. You've been back for a few days. Guard me every day. Don't make your grandfather unhappy. In a little while, eat breakfast and go back." Madame Shui leaned against her son's chest, her expression serene and serene. She did not seem like a patient who had been unconscious for several days. "Mother, be at ease. It was grandfather who allowed your son to attend to you during your illness." Shui Rui helped Madame Shui lie down, propping up a pillow behind her. He sat on the edge of the bed and lightly held her hand, his face filled with fatigue. At the end of last month, he had been dispatched from the capital to welcome the Prince of Xiang. Upon his return, he had heard the news that his mother had fallen ill. Madame Shui's health had always been poor, and this illness had been sudden. She had been unconscious for several days, and when she woke up and slept, Shui Rui had kept her company with all his might, making up for the 2 years he had been away from home and unable to fulfill his filial duties. "Your grandfather has always been strict, but he treats you extremely well. Listen to your grandfather's words. Don't let down the hopes he has placed on you once more," Madame Shui softly said, her breath faint. Shui Rui's eyes flickered as he obediently replied, "Mother, be at ease. Your son understands." The physician was quickly invited over, and the diagnosis made Shui Rui feel at ease. Madame Shui was no longer in danger, and all she needed to do was carefully nurse herself back to health and take supplements. Shui Rui accompanied her for the entire morning, and he watched as she finished drinking the medicinal soup and fell asleep before he left. Before he left, he repeatedly instructed the maidservants in her courtyard to immediately send someone to notify him if anything went wrong. Shui Rui returned to his courtyard. After bathing, he changed into his official's robe, preparing to make a trip to the Supreme Court. Before leaving the capital, he still had some official duties to complete, which he had delayed until now. He didn't know if they had been taken over by someone else. Leaving the Supreme Court at dusk, Shui Rui hadn't eaten much the entire day. He had the sedan bearers carry him to the restaurant he frequented. As he entered, he was recognized by the sharp-eyed shopkeeper who was doing the accounting and hurriedly called for a waiter. Shui Rui's mind was preoccupied, so he didn't pay attention to what the shopkeeper was saying. He went up to the private room on the second floor. When he pushed open the door, he found that it was full. Lu Jiong, Feng Zhaomiao, Qi Mingxiu, and Rui Lin were all there. Seeing Shui Rui, they were also very surprised. It turned out that they had arrived first. When the shopkeeper saw that Shui Rui had arrived, he mistakenly thought that they had arranged to meet together, so he had the waiter lead him upstairs. "Brother Rui," Feng Zhaomiao happily called out, then turned her head to complain to Qi Mingxiu, "Didn't you say that Brother Rui wouldn't come?" Qi Mingxiu spread out his hand and pointed at Shui Rui. "You can ask him." "I sent someone to the Shui residence yesterday to deliver a message, but when he came back, he said that he was not free." Shui Rui smiled noncommittally and sat down in the seat that Feng Zhaomiao gave up. Lu Jiong poured wine for him and asked, "Where have you been these days? Since the day you sent my father back to the residence, I haven't seen you. I even went to the Supreme Court to look for you twice. I thought that you had gone missing." If it wasn't for grandfather not liking me, he would have gone to the residence to look for you this morning. Shui Rui shook his head. My mother wasn't feeling well, so I stayed at home for a few days. There was a moment of silence. Lu Jiong was the first to react and said with concern, Aunt is sick again? Why is the doctor in the residence so useless? She didn't get better after a long time of treatment. Did you go to the palace to see the imperial physician? She's fine now. Shui Rui didn't seem to want to talk about it and changed the topic. Why are you all gathered here today? Everyone present was perceptive. Seeing that he didn't want to talk about it, they went around it. Feng Zhaomiao moved a chair to sit next to Shui Rui and said excitedly, We are talking about this year's great examination. We are looking for Shi Ziyi to ask for information. Shui Rui didn't go out for a few days and didn't know these things. When he heard about the great examination, he first thought of a person. Slightly distracted, he stopped drinking and turned to ask Lu Jiong, What does the great examination have to do with you? Lu Jiong was about to answer when Feng Zhaomiao asked in bewilderment, Why, you don't know? Know what? Feng Zhaomiao muttered, thinking that day when Lianfang Gunyang came to ask him to enter the Xiang Prince residence, he said that he was going to look for Rui Gu for help. Why did she not look for him? Zhaomiao? Shui Rui called his name again. Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to say that you haven't heard of such an important matter. Feng Zhaomiao laughed and didn't mention Yu Shu at the table. He wanted to talk to Shui Rui in private later. After that, he started to talk about the topic of this year's Dian examination. Shui Rui listened attentively. He knew that the Prince of Xiang had lost something on the road, but he had only heard about it today when it became a topic of the Dian examination. Lu Jiong said, I don't know what the Celestial Commissioner is thinking. My Fuang doesn't even know if the painting was lost or stolen, but they made it a topic of the examination. Now, there is a large group of people outside the Wang residence every day. It's so annoying. It's so noisy that my Fuang pretended to be sick and moved to Dinghua Hall the next day, leaving the mess to his subordinates. Qi Huxiu interrupted, The housekeeper of your residence must have received so much money in the past 2 days that his hands are tired. Lu Jiong laughed and said indifferently, It's a rare opportunity. Let them make a fortune. They talked and laughed. Shui Rui seemed to be listening, but in fact, he was absent-minded. After the meal, Lu Jiong proposed to continue drinking elsewhere, but Shui Rui refused. Feng Zhaomiao also said that he had something to do. The 5 people separated outside the restaurant. Lu Jiong and the others went to drink. Feng Zhaomiao stopped Shui Rui, who was about to get on the sedan. He looked around and pulled him to the side of the road. Brother Rui, did Miss Lianfang go to find you? Hearing this, Shui Rui frowned. No. But have you seen her? Feng Zhaomiao nodded and told him about the day Yu Shu came to find him. In the end, he scratched his ears and cheeks in regret. I saw that she didn't know that you came back, so I told her. I wanted her to find you for help quickly. If I knew that she wouldn't go to find you, I would have brought her to the Wang residence that day. Shui Rui's expression immediately changed. He asked, When did she find you? The day before yesterday. Feng Zhaomiao muttered, I don't know if she entered the Wang residence. It's been a few days. As soon as he finished speaking, there was no one in front of him. Feng Zhaomiao turned his head left and right. He only saw Shui Rui hurriedly get on the sedan. He didn't even greet him and left. Chapter 236. That night, Shui Rui rushed to Huixing Street and told the sedan bearers to wait by the side of the street. He walked into the alleyway, thinking about what to say when he saw Yu Shu's people. 1. To explain why he hadn't come looking for her in the past few days, and 2. To convince that stubborn girl to accept his help so that she could complete the strange arts exam. However, when he arrived at Yu Shu's door, before he could knock, he saw a lock on the door. The sky was dark and he was unclear. Shui Rui touched the lock and felt a layer of dust on it. After a moment of hesitation, he realized that the people in the courtyard had moved away. How could that be? Didn't Zhao Miao say that she saw her the day before yesterday? Shui Rui didn't give up and knocked on the door, shouting a few times. However, the only response he got was the muffled sound of the door and the wind in the alleyway. Shui Rui's face was a little dark. He thought about the night before he left and Yu Shu's mindless words to him. He subconsciously thought that she quietly moved away because she was hiding from him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was he that scary? Standing outside the tightly locked door, Shui Rui felt a wave of defeat. He just happened to have a good impression of a girl, but before he could express anything, she was scared away. After standing in front of the door for a while, Shui Rui ignored the unhappiness in his heart and went to knock on the neighbor's door, wanting to find out where the family moved to. Unfortunately, the neighbor also couldn't explain clearly. Yu Shu and her brothers seemed to have moved early in the morning without informing anyone. When that Jing. Thinking of that unknown Jianghu person, Shui Rui couldn't help but furrow his brows. First, he was worried, and second, he felt a little unfair. How could it be that they were both men, but that heartless girl could have completely different attitudes? She didn't have any suspicions towards that person, but guarded against him like she was guarding against a thief. Even though it was unfair, Shui Rui was not really angry to the point where he wanted to wash his hands of Yu Shu. He pondered over the fact that he still had to find her and bring her to meet Prince Xiang so that she would have a higher chance of success in this case. Sitting on the sedan, Shui Rui temporarily returned to the Shui Manor. He thought about going to Baichuan Academy the next morning. Even if he couldn't catch the big one, he could still catch the small one. Moreover, Yu Shu spent 2 days and 2 nights to complete the incomplete set of 8 characters she got from the housekeeper of Prince Xiang's residence. Using the law of time of calamity, she deduced 2 pairs of birthdays that were most likely to be Prince Xiang's. Then, she substituted them into the calculation symbols and listed out the few times when Prince Xiang was most likely to have lost the painting. For the past 2 days, other than going to the toilet, she didn't even step out of her room. She had worn out 7 or 8 charcoal pens. Due to excessive calculations, her knuckles were also rubbed into water calluses. It hurt when she touched them. However, to Yu Shu, as long as she could make some progress on the exam, it was all worth it. Now, all she had to do was wait until tomorrow when she went to Xiang Wang's manor again and asked the old housekeeper about the few times she had calculated. Then, she could basically confirm where he lost the picture scroll. Even though she wasn't 100% sure, but as the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. Yu Shu admitted that she couldn't be compared to the almighty Ez from ancient times. Being able to calculate to this step was already her limit. She sorted out the notes that she had to ask tomorrow. In order to avoid any accidents, she made 3 copies. 1 copy was kept at the bottom and the other 2 were kept in the pockets of the clothes that she had to wear tomorrow. After finishing her preparations, Yu Shu stretched her back and drank the remaining water in the teapot. She got up and left the study table to go outside to get some fresh air. It was late at night and the courtyard was very cold. Zhao Hui and the rest had already gone to bed. A crescent moon hung in the sky. Yu Shu unknowingly walked to the entrance of Jing Chen's courtyard. She took a look inside and saw that the candles had already been extinguished. She didn't enter again. These past 2 days, she had been busy from dawn to dusk. Even though they were under the same roof, she didn't even have the time to look at him. She couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Let's wait until tomorrow. We'll have breakfast together in the morning, and then I'll ask him about the recovery of his memory. Yu Shu thought to herself as she returned to her room. As soon as she lay down on the bed, the exhaustion from the past few days hit her, and she quickly fell into a deep sleep. She didn't know how deep it was in the night, but a silhouette was cast on the frosted window. In the night, it slowly disappeared. It was late winter and the morning was extremely cold. Yu Shu sneezed twice when she got up. She hadn't covered herself properly with the blankets last night and had slept for an entire night. Her 2 feet were actually exposed. As she sniffled, Yu Shu quickly put on a cotton-padded jacket under the blankets. She turned around and got out of bed. Looking at the bronze mirror, she tied her hair into a scholar's bun and wrapped a handkerchief around it. She went outside to fetch water to wash her face. Zhao Hui's family had just settled down in Jing and the residence hadn't added any servants yet. Thus, Yu Shu hadn't been assigned a servant girl to serve her. She still had to do everything herself. "Miss, you're up early." Zhao Hui's servant girl, Yun Do, came out with tea. Seeing Yu Shu standing at the door and splashing water to wash her face, she greeted her. Yu Shu smiled at her. "Is Aunt Hui up?" Yundo said, "Yes, she's up." She was about to ask Newbie to see if you're up or not. "Miss, are you hungry? I'll go to the kitchen to see if breakfast is ready. Should I bring it in for you?" Yu Shu refused. "You do what you need to do, I'll go by myself." Yu Shu put the basin back in the room and went to the kitchen. Pei Jing had brought 2 chefs from Yangzhou. He Fangji was afraid that Zhao Hui's pregnant tastes wouldn't be good, so he asked to borrow one. Breakfast was a southern style, plain porridge and side dishes. Yu Shu chatted with the chef for a bit and found a food box in the cupboard. She filled it with 2 portions of breakfast and went to Jing Chen's courtyard, planning to eat breakfast with him. The doors and windows were closed, and she didn't hear any movement in the room. Yu Shu found it strange that Jing Chen hadn't woken up at this time. She knocked on the door twice and the door opened by itself. "Tisk, did you not lock the door when you slept last night?" Yu Shu muttered to herself and simply pushed the door into the small living room. She put down the food box and took out the breakfast as she shouted towards the bedroom in the room. "Jing Chen, you still haven't woken up? Quickly get up, breakfast is ready, let's eat together." She placed the porridge and dishes, but there was still no response in the room. Yu Shu felt that something was wrong. She put down the chopsticks and turned to walk to the bedroom door. She raised her hand and pushed the door lightly. With a creak, the door slid inwards, revealing the scene in the room. On the bed, the bedding was still there, but there was no shadow. "Jing Chen." Yu Shu's eyelids suddenly twitched. She strode forward and lifted the quilt. At a glance, she saw a small lump of coagulated brownish red on the apricot yellow pillow. She panicked, grabbed the pillow and smelled it. It was really the smell of blood. Yu Shu's face changed greatly. She put down the pillow and ran out, shouting Jing Chen's name. She searched the house and asked if anyone had seen Jing Chen, but no one had seen him. Even the gatekeeper said that he didn't see him go out last night and this morning. Yu Shu returned to Jing Chen's room with a livid face. When she entered his bedroom, she found that the rusted sword that he always hung on the bedside table was gone. His boots were not in the room, the quilt was no longer warm, and a biography of Lu Yi was on the desk. All the signs showed that he had left. Yu Shu clenched her teeth and clenched the book. She was annoyed and angry. She had no doubt that Jing Chen had regained his memory. Otherwise, how could he suddenly disappear? She was afraid that after he remembered, he would leave without saying goodbye. She had prepared a precaution in advance, tricked him into writing a contract, and coaxed him to express his feelings, but he still left without saying a word. Standing in the empty room, Yu Shu's heart seemed to have a fire burning. She felt wronged, angry and worried. She turned her head and stared at the brownish-red blood on the pillow at the foot of the bed. Her face changed several times. In the end, she couldn't harden her heart to leave this treacherous guy alive. She turned around and walked out of the bedroom. As soon as she reached the door, Yu Shu met Zhao Hui and He Fangji, who had heard the news, and Yu Xiaoxiu. They had obviously heard from the servants that Jing Chen had disappeared. "Xiao Yu, what happened? I heard from the servants that you were looking for young Master Jing all over the courtyard. Is he not in the room?" Zhao Hui looked at Yu Shu with a worried expression. Yu Shu shook her head and showed the pillow in her hand to He Fangji. "Uncle He, look." Seeing the blood on the pillow, Zhao Hui let out a low cry. Yu Xiaoxiu was dumbfounded. He Fangji frowned, touched the dried blood and sniffed it. After thinking for a moment, he said to Yu Shu, "It's extravasated blood. It seems that young Master Jing's meridians have been cleared. If I'm not wrong, his memory should have recovered. However, his body is still weak at the moment. I need to make another diagnosis to be sure. Xiao Yu, do you know where he went?" Yu Shu was upset and couldn't calm down. How could she have the mind to think about where Jing Chen went? She immediately said to them, "I'll go out and find him." As she said that, she stuffed the pillow into Yu Xiaoxiu's hands and ran out. Zhao Hui couldn't stop him and urged Dr. He to chase after her. Fortunately, He Fangji was rational. He patted Yu Xiaoxiu and told him to follow his sister. He turned to Zhao Hui and said, "Go back to the room and rest first. Don't worry. I'll arrange for the servants in the courtyard to go out and find him." Zhao Hui knew that she was pregnant and couldn't help, so she didn't want him to worry. She went back to the room with the servant and waited for news. Yushu said that she was looking for Jing Chen, but when she went out, she had no destination in mind. She stood at the door in the cold wind and sneezed a few times. She had been frozen last night, so when the wind blew, she felt a little dizzy. Yu Xiaoxiu caught up to her. Sis, wait for me. Yushu calmed herself down and pointed to the east road. She said to him, Xiaoxiu, you go there and find him. I'll go to the other side. Your Jing Dage has never left the house and doesn't know the roads around here. Maybe he didn't go far. If you see him, bring him back for me. Yu Xiaoxiu nodded. He saw that Yushu's face was pale and knew that she was worried about Jing Chen. He comforted her. Sis, maybe Jing Dage just went out for a walk. He'll be fine. Let's split up and look. Yushu didn't want this child to worry about her. She reluctantly nodded to him and patted his shoulder. Then she took the lead and went west. Zhao Hui's house was in the east of the city. There were residential houses nearby. 2 streets away, there was a bustling market. There were people doing business early in the morning. Yushu asked the passers-by along the way. Jing Chen's appearance was outstanding and easy to recognize. When he walked on the street, he should leave an impression. She thought that if someone saw Jing Chen, they would know which direction he went. Uncle, have you seen a man in white clothes? He is so tall and handsome. He is holding a sword in his hand. Auntie, did you see a young man with a sword? He's so tall and he looks very handsome. After searching for an entire morning and running 7 or 8 streets, Yushu didn't find anything. Jing Chen seemed to have disappeared into thin air. No one saw him. Chapter 237. Shui Rui waited outside Baichuan Academy for the whole morning. Among the children coming and going to school, he didn't see Yu Xiaoxiu. The bell rang in the academy. Shui Rui didn't want to disturb him halfway, so he continued to wait outside. At noon, when class was over, he went to the Talent Institute to look for him, but he didn't expect to find him again. Yu Xiaoxiu? He didn't come to class today. Didn't come? Did he ask for leave? No, that child has always been good, but he was absent today. I don't know if he's sick or has something to do at home. Shui Rui was puzzled. He thanked the headmaster of the academy and went out to sit in the carriage. He felt that it was a coincidence and something was wrong. He couldn't find Yu Xiaoxiu, so he couldn't find Yushu. However, Shui Rui didn't give up. If it was any other time, he would go to Baichuan Academy again tomorrow. But now that he was in the middle of the Dian examination, he had to save as much time as he could. If he didn't find her tomorrow, he would have wasted another day. There were only 3 days left before he had to hand in his paper. But where could he find her? Halfway through the carriage, Shui Rui suddenly remembered something. He immediately asked the coachman to turn the carriage around and ordered, "Go to the Tai Heng Chamber of Commerce in the south of the city." If he remembered correctly, the last time he chatted with the master of Tihan, he mentioned promoting a manager from Yang to work in the capital. That person happened to be Pei Jing, whom he had met once. Maybe Pei Jing had already come to the capital, and Yushu's sudden move might have something to do with him. Shui Rui suddenly had an idea. He turned around and went to the main branch of the Tai Heng Chamber of Commerce in the south of the city. He found the manager and showed his identity. After asking a little, he heard that Pei Jing had come to the capital. He found out which branch Pei Jing was working in and got on the carriage again. Jing Chen didn't come back. Yushu ran home from the street, hoping to be lucky, but the result was disappointment. Zhao Hui was so worried about the children that she didn't even have an appetite for lunch. The few servants in the courtyard were all sent out to look for them. Only the cook and the maidservants were still there. Yu Xiaoxiu came back from outside first and was pulled to the stove by her to warm his hands. Seeing that the child's face was pale from the cold, her heart ached terribly. Then she saw that Yushu came in right after and her lips were actually blue and purple. She immediately asked the maidservants to bring a blanket and wrap him up. Then she hurriedly called the kitchen to bring some ginger soup over. She held Yushu's icy hands and felt that this child was faintly trembling and almost crying. Then, she looked at her dazed look and remembered He Fangji's speculation. She knew that this child really had feelings for that Jing Chen. What are you doing? Young hero Jing is such a big person, how can he go missing? Maybe he will come back after a walk. Why do you need to go out to look for him in this cold weather? Zhao Hui coaxed Yushu. She was afraid that she would be so stubborn that she would run out later. Yushu didn't say anything. She looked at the stove by her feet and the dancing sparks. It was like her heart was burning. She didn't listen to what Zhao Hui said. She sat quietly for a while and drank the ginger soup that the maidservant brought to her. When her body was warm again and her throat wasn't so dry, she stood up and whispered to Zhao Hui, "I will go out to look for him again." Zhao Hui grabbed her and anxiously said, "Do you really want to make a fuss until you fall sick? If he really left, would you be able to find him?" Yushu's body stiffened. She turned her head and pushed Zhao Hui's hand away. She bitterly said, "If I don't look for him, he really won't come back." She thought about it for the whole morning, but she couldn't figure out why Jing Chen would quietly leave without saying a word. She didn't believe that he didn't have any reluctance to part with her these days. Thinking about it, he was probably afraid that if he saw her, he wouldn't be able to leave. She didn't know where he was going or where he would go, but she had a premonition that if she left him alone like this, he might get into trouble again. Ignoring Zhao Hui's obstruction, Yushu went back to her room to put on a coat and a hat before leaving. Yu Xiaoxiu wanted to follow her, but he was scolded by Zhao Hui, so he could only stay in the room with his ears drooping. It was a surprisingly cold day. The water splashed outside the door in the morning had turned into ice, and the breath she exhaled was a cloud of white fog. Yushu changed her route and asked around along the way. This time, she went even further. She directly went from the east of the city to the south of the city, and even went to Huixing Street. Unknowingly, it was dusk again. There were fewer people on the street. In this cold winter, people had to close their stalls early and go home to their wives and children. Yushu walked half of the south of the city and blisters appeared on her feet. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, she had no choice but to turn back. The sky was getting dark, and the people on the street were rushing back home. She was the only one walking slowly. Before, she still had a glimmer of hope that Jing Chen had just recovered his memory and couldn't accept it. He would go out for a walk and come back. But after she couldn't find any trace of him for a day, her heart was even more certain that he had really left. This couldn't help but make her think back to the last time they parted. It was in the alley of Yang City. He came to say goodbye to her and calmly told her the reason why he was leaving. No matter how she tried to persuade him to stay, he still insisted on leaving. At that time, she could wave goodbye and send him off with a smile. But now, it was hard for her to let go. But this time, he didn't even say goodbye. The wind blew past her ears. Yushu's eyes were a little dry. She looked down at the road, her hands and feet were so cold that they couldn't feel them. Suddenly, a little bit of ice fell on the tip of her nose. She raised her head and saw that in the gray-blue sky, there were scattered specks of white and silver light. It was snowing. 1 or 2 flakes fell on her forehead and melted. She lowered her head and felt dizzy for a moment. She wrapped her clothes tightly around herself and continued to walk forward. This was the first snow of winter. In an instant it was getting heavier. It floated on the ground and the road under her feet gradually turned white. Her mind was in a mess and she was a little dazed from the cold. Suddenly, she heard someone call her name. She raised her head and her eyelashes were covered in snow. She blinked her eyes and vaguely saw a white figure standing in the snow not far away. He was holding an umbrella and in the white snow, he was walking towards her with large steps. The snow under his feet made crunching sounds. Her heart was filled with joy. She shouted, "Jing Chen," and rushed towards that person. But before she could run a few steps, her head felt heavy and she fell to the ground. Then her vision turned black and she lost consciousness. "Ah Shu!" Shuirei was shocked when he saw Yushu fall down, and he hastily ran forward before tossing away his umbrella and squatting down to help her up. When he leaned against her chest to take a look, he saw that her face was livid, her lips were purple, and there was a layer of snow on her eyebrows and eyes. Her entire body seemed to have been frozen stiff, and she seemed to have fainted. Ah shoo, ah shoo? Shui Rui shook her. He was a little flustered, so he reached out and touched her forehead. It was frighteningly hot, so he immediately tore off the fur cloak on his shoulder and wrapped it around her. Then he carried her in his arms and turned around to run towards Zhao Hui's house. He didn't care if Zhao Hui recognized him as he barged into the house. Yu Shu still hadn't returned in the evening. Zhao Hui was worried and regretted not forcefully holding him back. Yu Xiaoxiu and He Fangji went out together to look for Yu Shu. She waited in the front hall. Suddenly, she heard someone shouting at the door from outside the courtyard. There was a series of footsteps and the curtain was pushed open from the outside. Ah! Seeing a strange man come in, the little maidservant Yun Do cried out in surprise. Zhao Hui's eyes were sharper than hers. She saw Yu Shu in the man's arms and hurriedly got up. What happened, Xiao Yu? She looked up again and saw Shui Rui. Under the light, his face was very familiar. A light flashed and she blurted out, You, shopkeeper Chow? Shui Rui hastily nodded. He didn't have time to explain more to her. He urged in a low voice, She's fainted from the cold. Quickly go and boil a bucket of hot water and a bowl of spicy soup. Where's the bedroom? Zhao Hui hurriedly ordered the maidservant to boil water and led the way for Shui Rui to Yu Shu's bedroom. Shui Rui placed Yu Shu on the bed. Together with Zhao Hui, they took off Yu Shu's damp jacket and covered her with 2 blankets, covering her tightly. They then turned around to find a fire in the room and moved it to the bed. They lit the fire and burned the charcoal. They did this without stopping. The maidservant brought hot water in. Zhao Hui was flustered and almost knocked over the basin. Shui Rui was the calmest. He didn't mind the heat. He soaked his entire hand in the boiling hot water and wrung out a towel. He wiped Yu Shu's face clean. When the chef brought over a ready-made bowl of spicy ginger water, he pinched Yu Shu's cheeks, pried open her mouth and forced her to drink half a bowl. Ahem. Yu Shu was half-conscious. She groggily called out, Jingchen. Shui Rui's eyes turned cold. He pretended not to hear her and wiped away the water at the corner of her mouth with his thumb. He put down the bowl and covered her with the blanket. He turned around and asked Zhao Hui, What's going on? Zhao Hui was at a loss. She didn't have time to think about why Chao Zixin suddenly appeared. She looked at Yu Shu on the bed and answered absent-mindedly, Young hero Jing is missing. Xiao Yu went out to look for him the whole day. After answering, she remembered that Chao Zixin didn't know who Jing Chen was. She was about to explain when she heard him ask, Jing Chen? Zhao Hui was stunned. You know young hero Jing? Shui Rui nodded. He didn't look happy. I know him. I've seen him a few times. What do you mean by he's missing? When Zhao Hui heard this, she knew that Yu Shu had seen Chao Zixin before. Because they had been neighbors in Yiyang for several months, she knew Chao Zixin's character. Although she was puzzled, she didn't hide it. She answered, Young hero Jing used to live in the courtyard on the west side. When he woke up this morning, he suddenly disappeared. Xiao Yu was worried that something had happened to him, so she went out to look for him the whole day. No matter how I tried to persuade her, she wouldn't listen. Alas, Shui Rui was a shrewd person. As soon as he heard this, he sensed that something was wrong. With a few words, he found out that Jing Chen had lost his memory from Zhao Hui. Then he understood why he had stayed in Yu Shu's house for a long time and couldn't leave. After he understood this, Shui Rui turned around to look at Yu Shu, who lay on the bed with a dazed and ghastly pale countenance, and besides feeling heartache, he couldn't help but feel depressed. He actually didn't know when this little girl had become a good person. Why was she so heartless to him? Chapter 238. When it was dark, He Fangji and Yu Xiaoxiu came back. There was no one in the front yard. They didn't know what was going on. When they found Yu Shu's room, they heard someone talking inside. Yu Xiaoxiu went in first and saw a man wearing a snow cloak standing by the bed. He exclaimed, Brother Shui? When he looked again, he saw Yu Shu lying unconscious on the bed. He was scared out of his wits and rushed forward. Sister, sister. Zhao Hui hurriedly called Lang Zhong to come in and take Yu Shu's pulse. She didn't notice that Yu Xiaoxiu's call was wrong. It should be Brother Chao instead of Brother Shui. Lang Zhong, come and take a look at Xiao Yu. Is it serious? He Fangji had met Shui Rui twice in Yang City. It was when Yu Shu was beaten by old Lady Ji for stealing fish and was chased out on a rainy day. Shui Rui went to invite him to see him at night. But later on he treated Zhao Hui. When they were close, Shui Rui had already left. After half a year, coupled with Yu Xiaoxiu's call, he didn't recognize him for a moment. He was pulled to the bed by Zhao Hui. Soon, his attention was attracted by Yu Shu's pale face. When He Fangji saw Yu Shu's face, he knew it was bad. He hurriedly peeled off her eyelids and took out her wrist from the quilt to take her pulse. After checking, he saw that her hands and feet were stiff and her pulse was cold. He hurriedly said to the person beside him, "Quickly ask someone to boil a bucket of hot water. I'm afraid she will get sick if it's too late." Boil it, boil it. Yun Do, quickly go to the kitchen," Zhao Hui urged. The maidservant hurriedly left. At this time, Yu Xiaoxiu was already lying on He Fangji's bed and crying. He was so noisy that He Fangji couldn't concentrate. Shui Rui saw that Yu Xiaoxiu was in the way, so he pulled him up and brought him to the side. He reprimanded him in a low voice before he finally stopped crying. The cook and the maid who was sweeping the floor carried the hot water into the room. Shui Rui helped to pour it into the bathtub. After adjusting the temperature of the water, he and Yu Xiaoxiu retreated to the door. He Fangji left, leaving only the woman in the room. Zhao Hui was also pulled out. Yu Shu was carried into the bathtub by the strong maid and soaked for half an hour. During this time, she would add more hot water from time to time. She was sweating profusely. Zhao Hui and Yu Xiaoxiu waited anxiously outside. He Fangji went back to the room to gather some herbs and personally went to the kitchen to boil it. Shui Rui stood in front of Yu Shu's door and didn't say a word. They tossed and turned like this until late at night. Yu Shu finally recovered and her limbs were no longer stiff. She was carried back to the bed. The movement was not small, but she didn't wake up. After making her drink the medicine, He Fangji carefully examined Yu Shu again. He was worried and put a few needles on her forehead. Finally, he let out a sigh of relief and said to the people around the bed, "She's fine. There's a bag in the kitchen. Xiaoxiu, go pour a bag of hot water and put it under your sister's feet. She'll be fine after a night." Yu Xiaoxiu hurriedly complied and went out. Zhao Hui's eyes were red. She pushed Dr. He away and sat by the bed. She touched Yu Shu's head. "Why isn't she awake yet?" "Don't worry. She just slept too deeply. She just drank the medicine. She'll sleep until tomorrow morning." He Fangji advised her, "You should go back to your room and rest. I'll keep an eye on her. If you get sick again, I don't know which side to take care of." How could Zhao Hui be willing to leave? However, she was a considerate person. She knew that if she made a mistake at this critical moment, she would only cause more trouble. After a day, her waist was slightly sore. She was worried about the child in her belly, so she thought about it and agreed. However, when she saw that Shui Rui was still in the room, she asked, "Shopkeeper Chow, where are you staying? The snow has just stopped and the road is slippery. It's dark outside. Why don't you stay at home for the night? I'll have someone prepare a guest room." When Shui Rui came, he had taken a carriage. The coachman was waiting at a nearby restaurant to avoid the snow. He could have returned at any time, but when he saw Yu Shu sleeping soundly on the bed, he hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Then I'll disturb you for the night." Zhao Hui then told him that she didn't have the leisure to reminisce with Chao Zixin after this incident. She had her personal maidservant, Yun Do, stay in Yu Shu's room to look after her. She took the maidservant and followed her back to her room. If there was anything, they could talk about it tomorrow morning. He Fangji had already recognized Shui Rui. She had Yu Xiaoxiu and the maidservant guard Yu Shu in the room and led him outside to talk. After Zhao Hui returned to her room, she had a manservant bring a brazier over and serve hot tea and snacks. She wanted the men to have something to talk about. "When did shopkeeper Chow come to Jing City to make a living?" He Fangji asked. "Actually, my home is in Anling. I've been back for a few months," Shui Rui didn't answer in detail. He had been in Yang for a few months and shouldn't have been known by outsiders. He should have pretended not to know him, but in a moment of desperation he exposed himself in front of Zhao Hui and the others and admitted Chao Zixin's identity. It was purely an accident. To prevent He Fangji from asking in more detail, Shui Rui picked up the topic. Dr. He and Aunt Hui got married a few months ago. It's a pity that I wasn't there to drink a cup of wine. I'll make it up to you another day. I hope you won't blame me. With this, He Fangji couldn't refuse. She sighed with a smile and said, it's all thanks to Xiao Yu's help that Hui Nyang and I were able to become a family. Shui Rui's face showed curiosity. Why do you say that? When He Fangji talked about the past, she couldn't stop sighing. She told him about how Zhao Hui had been injured by the Dou siblings on the streets. Zhao Hui had hit her head and was sent to his medical center. She even told him about how Yu Shu had kowtowed and begged him to save her life. At that time, she earned 500 taels for 2 days. It really shocked me. It could be said that Hui Nyang relied on Xiao Yu to save her life. Both of us, husband and wife, are grateful to her. However, without her, we don't know where we would be. It was Shui Rui's first time hearing about this story. Even though he did not know how Yu Shu managed to raise 500 taels of gold to save someone in that kind of situation, he knew that it must have been an extremely difficult task. Hence, he regarded her as someone who valued friendship and righteousness even more. She was not a fickle and untrustworthy person. However, when he heard the gratitude in He Fangji's words, Shui Rui actually felt a little proud of himself for having a good eye for people. It's true that Yu Shu is usually mischievous, but in critical moments, she is the most reassuring person. What happened next, He Fangji didn't need to tell Shui Rui. Yu Shu thought that he didn't know about her helping Zhao Hui to fight the lawsuit. In fact, he watched the whole thing from the side and only left after it was over. He Fangji said, I haven't asked, where did shopkeeper Chao meet Xiao Yu? Shui Rui said, before I left the capital, I didn't know where the siblings moved to. Coincidentally, I met Mr. Pei from the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce, so I went to ask for directions. I came to look for Ah Shu because I have an urgent matter. I didn't expect to see her fainting in this world of ice and snow. So long as Shui Rui was willing, he wouldn't have to put on airs as a young master, and he would be able to get along well with anyone. The two of them chatted like this, and before they knew it, half a night had passed. During this period of time, He Fangji had entered the room to take Yu Shu's pulse twice, and when she saw that her condition had stabilized, she consoled Yu Xiaoxiu before inviting Shui Rui to the guest room to rest. After they left, Kim Bao crawled out from under the bed and climbed up Yu Xiaoxiu's trousers to the bed. It squatted beside Yu Shu's pillow and whispered. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't pay attention to it, so Kim Bao stopped making sounds and obediently lay down. Its dark eyes looked at Yu Shu, as if it was worried about her. The ground was covered with snow and the sky turned white early. Yu Shu woke up in the morning. Yu Xiaoxiu and Yun Do took turns to sleep for half the night. He just got up and was about to put a water bag under her feet when he saw Yu Shu's eyelids opened. He was so happy that he hurriedly said, Sister, you're awake. Yu Shu's lips moved, her voice was weak, but she asked, Is Bao Chen back? Yu Xiaoxiu's smile froze and he gently shook his head. Yu Shu then closed her eyes again, as if she was asleep. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't dare to speak carelessly, fearing that he would make her sad. He touched her forehead and saw that it was still hot, so he softly said, Sister, I'll go ask Uncle He to come over. After he finished speaking, he ran out. The room was quiet. Yu Shu took a deep breath and violently coughed. After a while, the bedroom curtain moved, as if someone had come in. She didn't have the strength to open her eyes. At first, she thought that it was Dr. He, but then she heard a familiar male voice. Are you awake? Yu Shu's eyelashes trembled, but she didn't move. I'll say a few words to you before leaving. You just need to listen. The voice was warm and there was a hint of comfort in it, but it didn't seem to be happiness. If you want to find someone, I can help. You can rest in peace for a day. Tomorrow morning, I'll come and take you to Dingbo Hall to see Xiang Wang. You don't want to accept my favor, I know that. But I'm willing to help you. This is my matter, so you owe me one. As for the rest, after the Yen examination, we'll talk again. I'm leaving, take care of your body. After he finished speaking, the steady footsteps sounded again, as if he stopped in front of the door for a moment before leaving. On the bed, Yushu slowly opened her eyes and turned her head to look in the direction of the door. Her haggard face had all sorts of emotions. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yu Xiaoxiu brought He Fangji in, and Zhao Hui followed behind. Seeing that Yushu had really woken up, she hurriedly ordered someone to bring water and soup over. He Fangji diagnosed Yushu once again. Under the worried gazes of the adult and child, he nodded. The cold has subsided, you just need to take care of yourself. Zhao Hui thanked the heavens and earth and sat by the bed, stroking Yushu's head. She warmly said, "You scared us last night, so don't be silly and stay at home." She paused again and used the words she discussed with Dr. He last night to coax her. "Dr. He will go find your Uncle Pei later and ask him to help look for young hero Jing. Don't worry, he's an adult and won't go missing. Maybe he'll come back tomorrow." Just now, before shopkeeper Chow left, he asked about the situation. It sounded like he wanted to help find out more. With so many people watching, you don't have to worry. Yushu listened wearily. She didn't want to worry, but what else could she do? In her current state, if she ran out again, she would really die. Yesterday, she was impulsive and stubborn, implicating everyone in the house to work for her. Remembering that Jing Chen had internal energy and wasn't afraid of the cold, Yushu could only comfort herself that nothing would happen to him. She nodded at Zhao Hui and said softly, "Aunt Huai, you didn't sleep well last night, right? Quickly go back to your room and rest." "I'm tired, I'll sleep again." After coaxing Zhao Hui away, Dr. He also returned to his room. The maids and servants all went to work. Only then did Yushu beckon Yu Xiaoxiu to the bedside and asked, "Why is your brother Shui here so early in the morning?" "Last night, he was the one who sent you back." Yushu's head hurt. She vaguely remembered that last night, in the heavy snow, she saw a figure holding an umbrella. Gradually, it actually matched with a rainy day. Chapter 239. Yushu lay in bed for a whole day. With He Fangji, who was an expert in the apricot forest, keeping an eye on her, she didn't suffer much. After 3 bowls of medicine, her fever subsided and she was able to get out of bed. However, her hand joints had grown 3 or 4 frostbites overnight. They were red and swollen and looked terrible. There were signs of cracking. Even after applying medicine, they didn't get better in a short time, which made Zhao Hui very distressed. Dinner was eaten by a big family. The dishes on the table were light. Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu each had a bowl of wonton in chicken soup in front of them. They tasted too and recognized the taste. When they stayed at Zhao Hui's house that day, they ate a lot of wontons made by her. It turned out that Zhao Hui was afraid that Yushu would lose her appetite after drinking the bitter medicine for the whole day. Thus, she personally cooked, mixed the stuffing and made wontons for her. Of course, Yu Xiaoxiu's share was not left out. Yushu knew her intention and felt warm in her heart. She couldn't help complaining that she shouldn't cook because she was pregnant. Seeing that she could eat, Zhao Hui was satisfied and said, "The skin was cut by the chef. I didn't use the knife. I only made a plate of the stuffing. Eat it while it's hot. There's more in the kitchen if it's not enough." Holding a bowl of porridge, He Fangji gently knocked on the spoon to attract Zhao Hui's attention. She coughed lightly and said, "Madam, since there's more in the kitchen, why don't you give me a bowl as well?" Zhao Hui said, "I didn't make it for you." He Fangji's face fell. Yu Xiaoxiu couldn't help laughing. Yushu knew that they were trying to make her happy. She smiled and lowered her head to eat the bowl of wonton, but there was not much taste in her mouth. After dinner, Yushu mentioned to Zhao Hui that she had to go out tomorrow. Before she finished, Zhao Hui rejected her and said, "You just recovered and you want to go out. No, you stay at home and don't go anywhere." Yushu patiently explained, "There are still 2 days left. The day after tomorrow, I will have to hand in this exam paper. Tomorrow, I must go to the prince's residence to find out more, so that my hard work these days will not be in vain. And Huai, don't worry. Brother Chow said he would pick me up tomorrow. He will send me there. I won't run away. I will go home after I finish my business. As soon as Zhao Hui heard Chow Zixin's name, her attitude softened. She knew that shopkeeper Chow was reliable and wasn't afraid of letting him take care of Yu Shu for a day. After hearing Yu Shu's promise, she took the opportunity to relax. Then you must come back before dark. If you're outside at noon, remember to eat. Tomorrow when you go out, you must wear thick clothes so that the wind doesn't blow. Yu Shu agreed one by one. Seeing that it was late, she asked Zhao Hui to return to her room. Yun Do brought hot water for her to wash up. Yu Shu had just taken off her clothes and was sitting on the bed to soak her feet in hot water when Yu Xiaoxiu came in from outside. Older sister. Yu Shu patted the side of her body for him to come and sit. Last night she was frozen stiff. It must have scared this child. Yu Shu held Yu Xiaoxiu's hand. When she looked down, she saw the sore on the back of her hand. She quickly let go of him but was caught by Yu Xiaoxiu. Older sister, does it hurt? Yu Xiaoxiu carefully touched the frostbite on her hand. He felt uncomfortable and couldn't help but feel resentful towards Jing Chen for leaving without telling him. Yu Shu shook her head and changed the topic. You haven't been to school for the past 2 days. Are you all right? Yu Xiaoxiu said, I don't know. Tomorrow I will go to the school and apologize to the headmaster. If he wants to punish me by copying books, I will accept the punishment. Yu Shu said, then don't go tomorrow. Sleep at home for a day and go to the academy the day after tomorrow. Remember to ask when the holidays will be. It's almost the end of the year and there will probably be a snowfall. It's best not to go out. Yu Xiaoxiu lowered his head and said, then why are you going out? Yu Shu touched his head, I'm going out to do something important. You don't want to see me fail and not make it on the list, right? The siblings sat and chatted for a while. The water used to wash the feet was cold. Yun Do took it out and poured it away. She passed on Zhao Hui's message to them to sleep early. Yu Xiaoxiu dawdled and didn't want to leave. Older sister, can I sleep with you tonight? I can't sleep alone. Yu Shu wanted to refuse but when she saw his little face and the hope in his eyes, she couldn't help but soften. She tapped his head and said, go to your room and bring the quilt over. I don't want to fight with you for the quilt at night. But Yu Xiaoxiu happily ran out. After a while, he came back with the quilt. Yu Shu wanted him to lie inside, but the child didn't want to. He wanted to sleep outside to shelter her from the wind. Yu Shu was helpless and could only let him go. The two of them climbed into the quilt and covered their heads with another quilt. Only then did she let Yun Do blow out the lamp and close the door. The siblings laid on the bed with their heads together. They casually chatted for a while. After a while, Yu Xiaoxiu didn't make a sound. Yu Shu thought that he was asleep. But when she closed her eyes, she heard a small voice beside the pillow. The voice had a trace of fear and uneasiness. It also sounded like a crying voice. Older sister, don't let anything happen to you. If something happens to you, I'll be the only one left. I'm scared. Yesterday, the weather was so cold and it was snowing. Her hands and feet were frozen and her body was trembling. Yu Shu didn't think of crying. But at this moment, when she heard the child's words, she wanted to cry. Her hand reached out from under the quilt and reached for the other cup. Then she felt Yu Xiaoxiu's hand and held it. Don't be afraid. Older sister will always be with you. In the morning, when breakfast was just ready at Zhao Hui's house, Shui Rui came to the door. Yu Shu was still combing her hair when she heard Yu Xiaoxiu shouting outside the door, Brother Chow is here. This was what she told him last night. Although Shui Rui didn't say it, she thought that he didn't intend to reveal his identity to Zhao Hui. So, for the time being, he was still shopkeeper Chow. She tied her hair up and put on her hat. The person in the mirror had a yellowish complexion. Originally, it was just a pretty face, but now, it looked even more ordinary. Fortunately, it didn't look sickly, so it wouldn't be annoying. Yu Shu put the small bag of talismans that was exposed around her neck into her lapel. Yesterday, she asked Zhao Hui for it because the yellow frost stone inside made her feel slightly at ease. As soon as she left the room, she was pulled by Yu Xiaoxiu. When she came to the living room door, The curtain was lifted and she saw 3 people sitting in the living room, talking. Yifangji, Zhao Hui, and Shui Rui. Shui Rui, who was wearing a smoky green soft robe and a silver sand dune on his head, deliberately wore simple clothes. He didn't have the usual exquisite, rich, and reserved look. Sitting in this simple and crude living room, he didn't feel out of place at all. When Yu Shu saw him, he seemed to sense it and turned his head. The 2 of them looked at each other. Both of them were a little slow. However, the first one to speak was Yu Shu. She smiled and pulled Yu Xiaoxiu forward as if nothing happened. "Brother Chao, you came really early. Just in time for breakfast." Shui Rui probably didn't expect her to be like this. His eyes flashed and he was willing to accompany her and pretend that nothing happened. He smiled and said, "You've seen through me. I purposely came to freeload for breakfast." As he spoke, he looked at her complexion. Knowing that something was wrong, the smile on his face faded. He pointed to the seat next to him and said, "Sit." Yu Shu didn't hesitate and sat next to him. Yu Xiaoxiu sat next to her on the other side. Zhao Hui ordered the kitchen to serve breakfast: egg drop porridge, stir-fried tofu, stir-fried red and white radish, a basket of sesame steamed cakes, and a plate of pickled mustard greens. Yesterday, Zhao Hui heard from Lang Zhonghe that Chao Zixin's family should be one of the wealthiest in the capital. She forgot to specially prepare breakfast. Now that a table of vegetarian dishes had been served, she was embarrassed and said to Shui Rui, "We haven't moved here for long and don't often know what to eat in the capital. Please don't dislike it." "What dislike? Didn't we eat like this in Yang?" Shui Rui's words made Zhao Hui feel better. He first picked up a steamed cake from a bamboo basket that was placed a little far away and placed it in Yu Xiaoxiu's bowl across Yu Shu's. He said, "Are you going to school today?" Because Yu Xiaoxiu was familiar with Shui Rui, he didn't thank him and spoke as usual, "Not today, I'll go tomorrow." Shui Rui said, "Go today and tidy up the things you left behind in the academy. I'll send you there later. I've asked Academician Song. Today is the last day. Tomorrow you'll be on leave." Yu Xiaoxiu made an sound and hurriedly asked, "Did they say when are we going to rest?" "After the new year, after the Lantern Festival in February next year." Shui Rui also helped him ask. As the 2 talked, Yu Shu sat in the middle and ate quietly. She didn't interrupt. Other than occasionally putting food into Yu Xiaoxiu's bowl with her chopsticks to prevent him from talking and not getting enough to eat, Zhao Hui and He Langzhong would occasionally interrupt and ask a few questions. Breakfast could be said to be a happy meal for both the host and the guest. During the meal, Shui Rui actually didn't say a word to Yu Shu, and no one at the table noticed that something was wrong. After the meal, Yu Xiaoxiu went back to his room to change his clothes. The courtyard was icy, so Zhao Hui didn't come out to see him off. Yifangji walked the siblings to the main door and bowed to Shui Rui, saying, "I've troubled shopkeeper Chao." Shui Rui nodded and led the siblings to the carriage parked on the side of the street. The sun was up in the sky and the ice and snow on the road showed signs of melting, but it was still very slippery. Shui Rui first let Yu Xiaoxiu into the carriage, then turned his head and extended his hand to Yu Shu, indicating that he wanted to help her into the carriage. Yu Shu couldn't pretend that she didn't see it, so after a moment of hesitation, she borrowed his arm and stepped into the carriage. Her hand rested on the crook of his arm, and the back of her hand was red and swollen against the smooth silk. It was very unbearable. When Shui Rui was eating breakfast, he saw the frostbite on her hand. Now that he saw it more carefully, he frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. "Let's go to Baichuan Academy in the north of the city first." After sending Yu Xiaoxiu to the academy and arranging to pick him up in the afternoon, the carriage turned around and took Ma Yingrui and Yu Shu to take care of business. Dingbo Hall. The atmosphere inside the carriage was a little strange. The 2 of them were sitting very casually, with tea and warm beds. There wasn't the slightest bit of awkwardness in their expressions, and each was more natural than the other, but they didn't say anything. Probably sensing that the atmosphere was not right, Yu Shu cleared her throat and spoke first, "Thank you for sending me back the night before yesterday." Shui Rui poured tea in his hand, and without raising his eyelids, he said, "If you want to thank me, then strive to pass the examination this time. Of course, not to mention other things, Yushu was very confident in this subject of magic. After calculating for 2 days and 2 nights, as long as she met Prince Yang today, and asked all kinds of inside information, she would be able to confirm where the painting was lost. She didn't know whether it was because Shui Rui's attitude was normal, or because the carriage was warm, but Yushu gradually felt uneasy in her heart. She took the initiative to ask, "It's just that, Prince Yang is currently sick. Is it inappropriate for us to go and ask to see him so rashly?" Shui Rui handed a cup of hot tea to Yushu, and said, "Prince Yang is not sick, he just used the excuse that he doesn't want to see outsiders to hide in Dingbua Hall." Yushu was stunned for a moment, and her expression suddenly changed. "Prince Yang is not sick?" Chapter 240. Shui Rui saw that Yushu's expression was strange and asked her, "What's wrong?" Yushu could not help but smile bitterly. "I realize that I have done a stupid thing." Previously, when she was estimating Prince Xiang's 8 characters calamity, she was based on Prince Xiang's noble birth and his recent illness as the signs. From the 60 sets of 8 characters, she picked out a few that matched and calculated again. Who knew that Prince Xiang's illness was just an excuse and the result that she painstakingly calculated would all be overturned? Her time calamity law base formula was complex number calculation, and in complex number calculation, a small mistake would cause a huge deviation in the result. Then all the wrong data that she had used to calculate the possible period of time when Prince Xiang might have lost the item was not valid. When she saw Prince Xiang today, she was prepared to ask him to confirm which of the few times was accurate and from there determine where Prince Xiang lost his item. But now, it was all for naught. She had to hand in her papers tomorrow and there was less than a day's time. If she met Prince Xiang, even if she was lucky enough to get the accurate 8 characters, she would still need to do careful calculations to be able to deduce the time when the item was lost. But she only knew the time and not the location. She still had to meet Prince Xiang again. If she was able to calculate the time in the middle of the night, where would she meet Prince Xiang? If there was another day, at most she would shamelessly beg Shui Rui to come again tomorrow. The crucial point was tomorrow was the deadline and all the examinees had to return to Taichung Department to hand in their papers. This was the Diyan examination, and no matter how unfair it was still a proper examination. It was not easy for Shui Rui to arrange for her to meet him, but she missed the opportunity. One day, there was only one more day. What stupid thing? Shui Rui asked puzzledly. Yushu shook her head and raised her hand to wipe her face. She sighed and said, "This year's Diyan examination, I might have to return empty-handed. I made a wrong calculation, and even if I meet Prince Xiang, it would be useless." In the subject of Yili, she could only cope with the subject of astrology. In order to frame Ji Xingxuan, she did not consult it. She bet all her bets on the subject of art of Yili in order to win the title of Teacher Yi. In the end, she made a mistake and dug her own grave. Yushu suddenly remembered that day in Pei Renguan, when Xiao An's words, "drawing water with a bamboo basket." Could it be that he was referring to her now? Shui Rui did not know why Yushu was troubled, but when he heard what she said, there was actually a hint of discouragement in her voice. She did not look as confident as she was earlier at all. He frowned secretly. He wanted to ask her in detail, wanted to persuade her, but when the words were about to come out of his mouth, he changed his mind and said, "It's not like you to talk about defeat before you've even succeeded." His tone didn't carry a trace of mockery or contempt, but Yushu could hear a trace of disappointment in his words. "Then tell me, how is it like me?" She raised her head and asked. "Not giving up until you reach the Yellow River, not shedding tears until you see the coffin." Shui Rui looked at her with a faint smile on his face. Yushu's heart was moved and she was silent for a moment before saying, "It is not to the extent of giving up and shedding tears, but it is true that there is nothing I can do." Shui Rui said, "Then think of a way. There is still time. Aren't we handing in the examination papers tomorrow? If you have not thought of what to say or ask when you see Prince Yang, we will stop at the entrance of Dingbo Hall and wait for you to think before going in to greet him." Yu Shu said gloomily, I am afraid I cannot think of another way in such a short time. Don't be in a hurry to be discouraged. Shui took the cold tea from her hands and changed it for a hot one. He gave it to Gue and said, think about it. You will definitely have a way. Yushu looked at Shui, who was speaking with a firm tone. She did not know where he got his confidence from, but after hearing his words, her impetuous heart calmed down. She held the hot cup and cupped her hands, and her brain started to work normally again. Other than the law of the time of calamity, she had no way to solve this problem. Could it be that she had to use the 6 lines to tell Prince Xiang's fortune? Forget it. It was not as accurate as her blind guess. Really, if she had been more cautious from the start and did not judge Prince Xiang's health because of the rumors and excuses from the residents, she would not be in such a passive position and forced herself to this point. Shui saw that she was spirited again and relaxed. He did not persuade her anymore and let her imagination run wild. The more one wanted time to slow down, the faster time would run. The carriage came to the street in front of Dingbo Hall. Yushu was still at her wit's end. Shui did not rush her and let the driver stop by the side of the road. He took out a book from somewhere and opened the window to read it to pass the time. After waiting for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he heard Yushu say, let's go. Shui put down the book. Have you thought of it? Yushu shook her head like a hoodlum and said, no, let's see Wang Yi first. Compared to sitting here and not using my brain, maybe I will have an idea if I personally ask about the situation. Shui laughed and said, all right. The two of them got off the carriage and walked a few steps to the front of Dingbo Hall. Shui let the gatekeeper go in to inform them. There was no need to queue up and there was no need to hand over an invitation. Not long later, a steward came running out of the snow and greeted with a smile, eldest Gongzi, Wang Yi, please come in and wait. Lead the way. Shui lifted the corner of his robe and stepped over the threshold. He did not seem to be polite to this steward. Yushu was not as comfortable as him and nodded to this steward with a smile. It was so easy to see him. This really made Yushu's heart sigh. She wanted to see the old steward of Xiang Wang Fu, but she spent 400 taels of silver and waited for 3 days. Now she wanted to see the Xiang Wang with just a few words. No wonder Feng Zhaomiao wanted her to find Shui for help. This was called having connections. This Dingbo Hall, Yushu had once come with Shui. She could still remember that day when eldest Shui Shao and the 7th prince had a dispute, gambling with wine and parting on bad terms. After a heavy snowfall, this garden was very different from the last time she came. There was no spring green all year round. Wearing a silver dress, it looked simple and elegant. It was a different kind of viewing pleasure. The steward led the way in front and did not walk in silence. He even turned his head to talk to Shui. Eldest Gongzi came at the right time. The Junju is also here and came a little earlier than you. She is sitting in the incense grinding hall, waiting for Wang Yi to wake up. Shui's footsteps paused. The Junju is also here? Yes, someone came to report earlier. When the Junju heard that you came, she was very happy and urged this one to quickly bring you to the incense grinding hall to talk. Yushu was curious as she listened at the side. The Junju? Was it the Junju of Xiang Wangfu? Shui seemed to know her doubts. He turned his head and said to her, Shiwen is the daughter of Wang Yi. She is the daughter of my aunt. She is the younger sister of the same mother. Shui asked the steward who led the way, is the Junju alone or did she bring someone else? The steward said, she brought a young lady with her. Shui and Yushu looked at each other. They both knew that this must be the same as them, coming through the back door. As they spoke, they passed a slightly longer flower path and saw a hall with 3 rooms side by side in the middle of the veranda. The snow in front of the road was swept clean. The red curtain on the door was open and there was a silver plaque with 2 words incense grinding hanging on it. In front of the door, under the eaves stood 2 maidservants. They wore pink silk coats and fur coats, looking very obedient and clean. Before they could walk to the door of the hall, they first saluted and greeted them. Then one of them rolled up the curtain and the other lifted the corner of the curtain. They announced their arrival and invited them in. Junju, eldest young master, is here. Yu Shu followed behind Shui Rui and entered the room. She turned her body sideways and fixed her gaze on the interior of the room. The two women in front of the tea table stood up leisurely. Yu Shu felt that the pretty and delicate young lady who was welcoming them with a smile on her face looked familiar, but before she could take a closer look, her attention was drawn to the young lady behind the young lady who was wearing a green veil over her face. This was some kind of fate. She came to Dinghua Hall twice and was able to meet her again. "Brother Rui, I haven't seen you for a while. How have you been?" Junju Shiwen stood in front of Shui Rui with a smile. The pink fox scarf around her neck made her look very delicate. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were white. She smiled innocently and innocently. "Yes, I rested at home for a few days." Shui Rui didn't intend to mention Madame Shui's illness to others. He also saw Ji Xingxuan in the hall. His eyes flashed and he was about to ask when Shiwen turned her head and introduced, "Brother Rui, this is the daughter of the Celestial Commissioner, Judge Ji. She is the fourth daughter of the Ji family. We are very good friends. Xingxuan, this is me." "Junju, I have seen Lord Shui." Ji Xingxuan softly interrupted Shiwen's introduction. She walked forward and bowed to Shui Rui first. Then she explained to the confused Shiwen, "Previously, when Lord Shui was handling a case in Taisher Shu Garden, we met a few times." Hearing this, Yu Shu thought that it was interesting. Ji Xingxuan and Shui Rui knew each other, but they didn't know each other because they were investigating a case. Instead, they had already met each other in Yang because of that fraudulent marriage. At that time, she was also fortunate enough to be present as one of the parties involved. However, before she could think further, Ji Xingxuan turned her head again and bowed to her. She said, "Hello, Miss Lianfang." Yu Shu was puzzled. Did this Ji Xingxuan eat the wrong medicine? It wasn't as if she didn't know her. Why was she calling her by that fake name? When Shiwen heard this, she turned her attention to the person behind Shui Rui. She saw that it was an unprepossessing young man, but when she heard Ji Xingxuan call him Miss, she couldn't help but frown. She turned to ask Shui Rui, "This is?" "A friend," Shui Rui answered briefly. He swept his eyes over Ji Xingxuan. Like Yu Shu, he was puzzled as to why she had called him that. Oh, earlier, when a servant had come in to report, Shiwen knew that Shui Rui had also brought someone to see her imperial father. She had also guessed that it was because of the examination. She hadn't expected that he had actually brought a woman with him. Miss Lianfang, this name sounded familiar. Wait, she remembered. Shiwen looked at Yu Shu a few more times. Without waiting for Shui Rui to notice anything, a servant came in from outside the door and said, "Junju, de Gongzi, Wang Ye has woken up. He invites you to the Eastern Pavilion to talk." "I know," Shiwen replied. She turned her head to Shui Rui and said with a smile, "Today, I came first. Everything is first come, first served. You should wait for a while. After we have seen Imperial Father, you can bring this Miss Lianfang over." Shui Rui thought for a moment. Seeing that Yu Shu didn't seem to care, he said, "That's fine. You go first." Chapter 241. Princess Shiwen brought Ji Xingxuan out of the reception hall. On the way to the East Pavilion, Shiwen suddenly turned her head and asked, "Lianfang Gongzi, is it the female guest that my Rui Biaoge brought to the Dinghua Pavilion a few months ago?" Ji Xingxuan nodded her head and said, "She is also the one that won me in the wine bet." Shiwen chuckled. "She does have some ability." Ji Xingxuan did not say anything more. The two of them arrived at the East Pavilion. Because Shiwen was accompanying them, there was one less layer of security and they directly entered the building. Prince Xiang had just woken up and was lying on his side behind the bamboo curtain. Shiwen accompanied Ji Xingxuan and sat on a chair. Separated by the curtain, she chatted with her father for a while before turning to business. Previously, she had brought Ji Xingxuan here, so there was no need for introductions. After coming and going, Ji Xingxuan asked what she wanted to know, so she bowed and said her goodbyes. Shiwen suddenly stood up and ran behind the bamboo curtain. Ji Xingxuan stood there and quietly listened to the conversation between father and daughter. "Father, this child has a favor to ask of you." Prince Yang yawned and said, "Say it, what do you want?" "Rui Ji will be bringing people over later for this year's Dian examination. Don't answer him seriously and try to fool him." Shiwen knelt in front of the bed and massaged Prince Yang's legs. Prince Yang said with a smile, "How did Shui Rui offend you? You've been praising him all day long, yet now you're trying to trip him up behind his back?" "I'm not trying to trip him up. It is not like he wants to take the examination. Father, please agree. Please agree." Shiwen shook Prince Yang's legs and acted like a little girl. Prince Yang could not stand her pestering and waved his hand. "I know. Go and play." "Hee, father is the best." "Then Shiwen will leave. I will come and see you tomorrow." Not long after, Shiwen walked out from behind the curtain with a smile on her face. She waved at Ji Xingxuan and the two of them walked out. Before long, Ji Xingxuan asked, "Your Highness, aren't you, isn't that what?" Shiwen interrupted her words, turned her head and winked at her, saying mischievously, "Didn't she win against you last time? This time, I won't even give her a chance to win, isn't that great?" Ji Xingxuan looked at Shiwen's blushing face and smiled quietly, not saying anything. Royal Princess Shiwen sent a servant to the incense-grinding hall to inform Shui Rui. She didn't show herself in front of Shui Rui and left with Ji Xingxuan. On the way to the East Pavilion to see Prince Yang, Shui Rui said to Yushu, "His Royal Highness is a kind person, there's no need for you to be too reserved when you speak. With me around, you can ask whatever you want to ask openly, there's no need to worry about offending him. If you really say something wrong, I'll help you smooth things over." Being about to meet a distinguished person like His Highness, Yushu wasn't very nervous. Part of the reason was that Shui Rui was present and part of the reason was that she had already finished worrying about everything on the way here. Now, she was holding on to the thought that things will eventually sort themselves out and there was nothing to be afraid of. The East Pavilion was right in front of them. It had 3 floors and there wasn't a plaque outside. A quiet-looking servant girl stood in front of the door and waited for the servant inside to respond before inviting them in. As soon as Yushu entered the pavilion, her whole body warmed up. She first smelled the faint scent of sandalwood and then her eyes became dazed. She saw that there were 3 exquisite screens set up inside the pavilion. One was the full moon flying immortal, the second was the immortal crane offering birthday, and the third was the 8 immortals crossing the sea. A 3-legged incense burner squatted in the middle and smoke curled up in spirals. There was a thick crimson silk curtain that separated the two. After entering the second door, she saw a pair of boys with their hair combed into a bun, red lips and white teeth. They held a horsetail whisk in their hands and stood under a green bamboo curtain. It gave her the illusion that the people who came in to pay their respects were not His Highness but some family's immortal guests. Shui Rui and his friends pay their respects to His Highness. Shui Rui bowed and saluted. Yushu followed behind him and bent her waist 90 degrees. She secretly raised her eyes and glanced at the silhouette behind the curtain, but it was a pity that the curtain was too tightly covered, so she couldn't see anything. Commoner Yushu pays her respects to Prince Yang. Long live His Highness. Prince Yang laid down behind the curtain and used his arm as a pillow to size up the person behind the curtain. After a while, he called out, "Sit." Hearing his voice, it didn't sound strict. Yushu saw that Shui Rui had sat down and didn't decline and sat down as well. Shui Rui said, "Yesterday I sent a letter to His Highness, recommending a friend who can help His Highness solve your problems and find the lost item. That friend is the one beside you." When Yushu heard her mentioned, she hurriedly stood up and clasped her hands in greeting towards the curtain. Prince Xiang gave a light heng sound behind the curtain and said, "It's obvious that you are the one who has something to ask of me and still dare to act obedient in front of me. It's not easy for the Celestial Commissioner to find the painting that I lost, otherwise I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to create an examination question to make things difficult for this year's Dian examinee. This junior that you brought along must be for this year's examinations and you still want to deceive me." Yushu could hear the displeasure in Prince Yang's words and her heart was beating fast. She was worried that Shui Rui would overreach himself and make this prince unhappy. However, Shui Rui's expression didn't change and said, His Highness is perceptive. Since you already know everything, then please do me a favor. Hearing that, Prince Xiang blew his beard behind the curtain. He could tell that this kid was purposely trying to get information from him and save him the trouble of explaining. He was instantly angry and happy. His hand pinched the string of incense and twirled the beads on it. He squinted his eyes and said, "If you have something to say, quickly say it. If you have fart, quickly say it. Once done, scram." What? Yu Shu knew that her expression must be very strange right now and hurriedly lowered her head. Shui Rui smiled and turned his head to Yu Shu and said, "His Highness is right here. If you have anything to ask, just ask." Shu swallowed her saliva and cleared her throat slightly. She took out a pen and paper to record and opened her mouth to ask about Prince Xiang's birth and 8 characters. Prince Xiang was still cooperative and told her the truth. Yu Shu hurriedly noted it down and confirmed it twice before continuing to put on a respectful attitude and asked, "May I ask His Highness, when did you discover that the painting was lost?" "On the way back." "Do you remember which days it was exactly?" "I can't say for sure. Ever since the painting was obtained, Ben Wang kept it under the horse carriage. Other than staying overnight, Ben Wang would take it out a few times to admire it on the way. It was only when we were about to reach Enling did we discover that it was missing." When Prince Xiang said these words, his voice had a tinge of annoyance. It was obvious that he was very unhappy about losing the painting. Yu Shu asked again, "Has anyone else seen that painting before?" Prince Xiang replied with certainty, "No, it only passed through Ben Wang's hands." He paused before continuing. Ben Wang also suspected that it was stolen by someone, but after interrogating the entourage and searching their bodies, there was nothing. It seems that it was Ben Wang who was careless. Yu Shu secretly nodded her head. It was best that it was not stolen. "Your Highness, where did you get the painting that you lost?" This question was asked by Shui Rui. There was a moment of silence behind the curtains. This time Prince Xiang did not reply so readily. Yu Shu secretly praised Shui Rui for asking a good question. She also wanted to ask this question, but she was afraid that it would provoke Prince Xiang's taboo. Think about it, a painting that was neither expensive nor valuable and was still kept by his side. If there was no secret, who would believe it? Ben Wang is tired. If there is nothing else, you can leave. Who knew that Prince Xiang did not reply and actually chased them away? Yu Shu was secretly disappointed. She saw Shui Rui shaking his head gently at her and using his eyes to ask if there was anything else she wanted to ask. She nodded her head and secretly showed him a finger. Shui Rui understood and said, "There is one more thing. Will your Highness hold it for a moment?" "What is it?" Yu Shu said, "Would like to request for your Highness to write a word for me." Behind the curtains, no one spoke for a long time, but there was the sound of clothes being worn. Not long after, a child was summoned into the room and came out with a piece of paper. He presented it to Yu Shu, and on it was the word, "worry," written in ink. Yu Shu blew the ink dry and kept it in her bosom. After asking everything that should be asked, Shui Rui then brought her up and bade farewell to Prince Xiang. "We dare not disturb your Highness' rest. We will take our leave now. When you have time, make a trip to Prince Xiang's residence to visit your aunt. There is no need for Ben Wang to waste my saliva on you today." Shui Rui complied and bade farewell to Yu Shu before following the maid outside the door out of the East Pavilion. Once they left, Prince Xiang sat up from the couch and twirled the string of beads in his hands. He sighed and muttered to himself, "The things that I have lost, you guys can go and find them. Why do I need to deceive anyone?" After a while, a report came from outside the door. "Your Highness, there is a message from the palace. His Majesty has given an order to invite you to the imperial study to meet with the Emperor." Prince Xiang frowned and laid back down. He tilted his neck and said, "Go and tell him that Ben Wang is ill and is afraid that I have offended the dragon's body. It is not convenient for me to enter the palace for the time being." Back to Yu Shu. Shui Rui did not speak a word the entire journey. Only when they reached the entrance of Dingbo Hall did Yu Shu open her mouth and thanked Shui Rui. "Thank you for accompanying me on this trip." Shui Rui did not reply to her words and said, "How was it? Just now when you saw your Highness, did you have an idea?" Yu Shu sighed, I thought about it a few times, but it was not on the right track. Shui Rui said, there is no rush. It is only noon now. Why don't we find a place to have a meal first? You can think of a solution later. No, the words of rejection were at the tip of Yu Shu's tongue, but she did not say it out. Did he think that she was so heartless? Not to mention whether Shui Rui still had that kind of feelings for her, just the fact that he was running around everywhere for her was enough to give him face. Moreover, there was still the matter of finding Jing Chen that she needed to trouble him. This was the main point. Thinking of Jing Chen, Yu Shu was slightly distracted. She reached out her hand and touched the amulet hanging on her chest. She did not know that Shui Rui saw her expression and guessed what she was thinking. He felt a trace of dissatisfaction in his heart. He drank a mouthful of cold tea to suppress it and said, if you do not want to go somewhere else, I will send you home. Yu Shu came back to her senses and thought for a moment, then said, I still have a place to go, but that place is chaotic and not quiet. Are you willing to go with me? We can have a meal together, I will treat you. Shui Rui happily said, where to? To Perrin Hall. She wanted to find someone. Shui Rui did not ask much and directly told the driver, to Perrin Hall. The carriage started to move. Yu Shu was thinking about something. On the way, she slapped her thigh and whispered, I remember. Shui Rui looked at her startled expression and was puzzled. What do you remember? Today's Princess Shiwan. I remember where I saw her. She said that's such a beautiful little girl. She seemed to have seen her somewhere. Shui Rui was about to ask her where she saw her, but he suddenly remembered that Yu Shu used to set up a stall in the tavern outside. Shiwan often went there, so he said, I know, you saw her at Sun Ji Tavern. And it was that time when I smashed your head with my money bag. So you still remember? Chapter 242. Yu Shu and Shui Rui arrived at the Human Cultivation Hall. It was already noon, and many examinees were eating in the front building. The doors and windows were closed to prevent ventilation due to the cold weather. The moment they entered, they could smell the mixed smell of all kinds of food and people. It was suffocating to their noses, and it was crowded and messy. The sound of people talking was even more like entering a bustling market. The waiter was so busy that he did not have the time to entertain the guests, so Yu Shu brought Shui Rui around the first floor and went up to the second floor. Shui Rui could tell that she was looking for someone, so he did not ask much and only followed behind her. Occasionally, he would raise his hand to protect her shoulders and back to prevent her from being bumped into by some blind person. Shui Rui's handsome appearance soon attracted people's attention. Those with good eyesight knew that he was a rich man, so they couldn't help but look at him. Even Yu Shu, who was walking with him, took a few glances at him. Someone shouted, Hey, that guy, aren't you from Wen Shaoan's hometown? Yu Shu turned her head and saw a rude man shouting at her. She recognized him as the rude man who asked for money from Wen Shaoan and beat him up. She smiled and said, Yes, you still remember me. The man was holding a small bowl of wine and said loudly, You are looking for Wen Shaoan, right? That guy doesn't have money to eat, so he is hiding in his room to cultivate. Little brother, go and give him some food and drink, in case he really becomes an immortal and flies away. Ha! The people around burst into laughter. Shui Rui raised his eyebrows. Seeing that Yu Shu wasn't angry, he didn't say anything. Well, I will go and find him. Enjoy your meal. Yu Shu smiled and pretended to be kind, but in fact, Wen Shaoan had nothing to do with her. If this man was laughing at Yu Xiaoxiu, let him try. It would be strange if she didn't knock out his 2 front teeth. The two of them went downstairs and asked the waiter which room Wen Shaoan was staying in. They picked up a few steaming meat buns from the counter and placed them on a plate, bringing them over to Wen Shaoan's room. Standing outside a room on the second floor, Yu Shu knocked on the door with a plate in one hand. Mr. Wen, is Mr. Wen in? I'm Yu Shu. I'm here to visit you. After calling several times, there was finally some movement in the room. As soon as the door was pulled open, a cold face appeared. He scanned the people outside the door from head to toe. When he saw the steamed bun in Yu Shu's hand, he paused for a moment, then turned around and entered the room. He didn't let the guests in, nor did he refuse them. Yushu consciously followed Shui into the room and closed the door behind her. She quickly looked around the inner room. The bed, tables, and chairs in the room were arranged in a cramped manner. The various types of furniture were only half new. It was obvious that this was an inferior guest room. When Xiaoan was sitting at the square table, his face was thinner than when Yushu saw him the other day. "Why are you looking for me?" Yushu signaled Shui with her eyes. The two of them walked over and sat down. She placed a plate of meat buns in front of him. Yushu took one for herself first and took a bite. As she ate, she passed one to Wen Xiaoan, who swallowed it. She said, "The buns in Perrin Hall have a lot of fillings. They're indeed more delicious than the ones sold outside." When Xiaoan looked at her, his eyes flashed a few times, but he still took the bun. He lowered his head and took a bite. Although he was really hungry, his actions were still slow. He chewed carefully and swallowed slowly. His table manners were more elegant than Yushu. After eating 2 buns, Yushu wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and said, "I'm here today to ask you to test my character." When Xiaoan said, 5 silver taels. Before Shui could smile and say that he finally met someone who cared more about money than Yushu, he heard Yushu said, 4 silver taels. You just ate the 2 buns I bought. When Xiaoan raised his head and said slowly, "Is a bun worth 5 silver taels? Why don't you count it? I came to you." Yushu rolled her eyes. Did he think she would be so kind to give him food? "What do you want to ask?" In the end, when Xiaoan compromised, Shui was happy. He knew that this girl was not so kind. She still wanted to take advantage of him. Yushu folded her hands on the table and took the opportunity to ask, "What did you see? Future, fate, good or bad luck, life or death?" Yushu looked doubtful. Is it so powerful? Shui was also suspicious of the young man in front of him. But since Yushu came to him, she must have her reasons. He just needed to wait and see. When Xiaoan had some professional ethics. He told the truth. "It can be seen from the words, but my skill is not good enough. If I want to say accurate, it would be my future and helping people solve their problems." Yushu nodded and took out a piece of paper from her sleeve. She put it on the table. It was the one she asked Prince Xiang to write at Dinghua Mansion. When Xiaoan pressed his hand on the paper, he did not open it and said, "I can only ask one question. You go first." Yushu pondered deeply for a short moment before she turned around to look at Shui, and then she said to Wen Xiaoan, "Then help me take a look. What troubles does this person have in his heart, and how should it be resolved?" Wen Xiaoan nodded and closed his eyes to rest for a while before opening the note in his hand. He stared at the paper and a bright light flashed in his eyes. After a while, he pushed the paper to Yushu and said, "The word worry on this paper means that this person has an unresolved matter on his mind before autumn. Before autumn is summer and there are many worries in summer. Fire is in the heart, and it burns on top. When the fire attacks the heart, it cannot be released. There are other secrets to this matter and it is not for outsiders to know. Look at this he, the next stroke is mu. When wood and fire meet, there is bound to be a disaster. If you are not careful, you might bring trouble upon yourself. This is not something that an ordinary person can meddle in. I can see that this person's writing style is a sign of wealth and splendor. I guarantee that he will not harm himself. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you want to meddle in other people's business, you should first weigh your own worth." No one knew if it was because he was bribed by the 2 steamed buns, but this time his explanation was very detailed. After he finished speaking, Wen Xiaoan looked at Shui who was beside Yushu. It was obvious that he thought this word was written by Shui. He did not even think that this word was personally written by Duke Xiang. Yushu wanted Wen Xiaoan to misunderstand and did not explain. She wrote down everything Wen Xiaoan said and kept the paper. She took out some money and gave it to him. She cupped her hands and said, "Thank you." "No need." Wen Xiaoan stood up and sent them to the door. Before he closed the door, he suddenly called out to Yushu, "I will not be staying here for a few days. Don't come here to look for me." Yushu wanted to ask him where he was moving to, but she saw that he looked cold and did not like to pester her. She smiled and nodded, then take care. Goodbye. The two of them left. When they went downstairs, Yushu turned her head and asked Shui Rui, "What do you think of this person?" Shui Rui was thinking about other things. When he heard her question, he replied, "He is not a pretentious person. He is a capable person." Yushu said, "A few days ago, he helped me to read a word. He is very accurate. Especially the sentence, drawing water with a bamboo basket." She was right. Shui Rui asked, "Did you learn anything from his words?" "I learned something, but it did not help much in answering the question." Yushu made this sound. She thought to herself that she could not use trickery. Even her law of calamity could not easily predict the location of Xiang Wang's lost item. How could she expect others to be able to read a word? Shui Rui could not help her with the matter of Yizhong, so he did not ask further. He changed the topic and said, "Where are you going?" "I will send you home." "There is no hurry. I said that I will treat you to a meal. It is too messy here. Let's go somewhere else." Since they have missed the opportunity, there was no point in rushing. The two of them left the Peyron Hall and found a clean restaurant nearby. It was rare for Yushu to be so generous as to reserve a private room. She ordered 2 meat dishes, 3 vegetables, a soup, white rice, and a pot of wine. When the dishes were served, Shui Rui, who had been thinking along the way, suddenly asked, "What is the name of the gongzi you met today?" Yushu said, "He said his surname is Wen and his name is Xiao Un. Is it Wen Rui or is it a scholar's writing? I do not know. Do you want to find out later?" Shui Rui already had a plan in mind. He shook his head, "That is not necessary. You should hurry home after the meal." When the dishes were served, Yushu poured wine for each of them. Because the weather was cold and the wine was warm, Shui Rui did not stop her from drinking. After 2 or 3 cups, Yushu's stomach was warmed up. She used the wine to raise her cup towards Shui Rui. "Brother Shui, let me give you another cup. After drinking this cup, I have a presumptuous request. I hope you can agree to it." For her to open her mouth for a request, Shui Rui had already guessed what it was. He quietly raised his cup and clinked it with hers. He tilted his head back and down the wine. The spiciness passed through his throat and he said in a low voice, "Speak." Yushu's expression changed and said, "I want to ask you to help me find Jing Chen's whereabouts." Sure enough, when Shui Rui heard her directly use the word beg for the sake of another man, even though he had already expected it, his chest still felt stuffy for a moment and he couldn't laugh. When had he ever felt defeated in front of a woman? Yushu carefully looked at Shui Rui's expression. She felt helpless. If there was a better way, she would not ask Shui Rui to help her find Jing Chen. It was too insensible and too unreasonable. "Didn't I already promise you?" "Don't worry, I already sent someone to ask around yesterday. Young hero Jing's appearance is very easy to recognize. As long as he doesn't hide on purpose and is still in Anling City, I promise you that you will see him within a month." Shui Rui was not a person who went back on his words. Since he promised her, he would not make things difficult for her. What was the point of being a narrow-minded person? Yushu was grateful and felt ashamed at the same time. She said thank you was not enough, so she took a sip of wine. Her heart was burning and she suddenly thought of something. She said in a low voice, "If you need me in the future, just tell me and I will not be afraid of anything." At this time, Shui Rui's face was a bit pale. He softly said, "N." The atmosphere at the table returned to the morning before they left. It was not salty, not bland, not cold, not hot. After the meal, Shui Rui sent Yushu back. On the way, he went to Baichuan Academy to pick up Yu Xiaoxiu. He sent the siblings to Zhao Hui's house and did not go in to say hello. He only said that the carriage would be sent tomorrow morning to pick up Yushu and left. Yu Xiaoxiu vaguely felt that there was something wrong with the two. When he entered the door, he whispered to Yushu, "Sister, what happened to you and brother Shui? Did you quarrel?" Yushu felt a headache and said, "No, don't guess blindly." Just as he was about to walk to the backyard, Yun Do, the young maidservant, came out from the front hall and stopped him. "Miss and young master, you're back. Mr. Pei is here. Please come over and have a few words." Chapter 243. When Pei Jing found some time to visit Zhao Hui's home, he mentioned that a few days ago, Shui Rui went to the Taihing Chamber of Commerce to inquire about their residents. At that time, Shui Rui claimed to be Chao Zixin. Because Pei Jing had seen him once, he did not suspect that it was a fake name. Now that he asked Shui Rui's business in the capital, Dr. He and Zhao Hui could not explain clearly. Coincidentally, Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu came back, so they went to the room to ask. Yu Shu knew that Shui Rui wanted to conceal his identity, so she did not mention that he was from a government official's family. She vaguely said, "It seems like he is also doing business, but I did not ask about it in detail." Since Pei Jing knew about Jing Chen's departure, he accepted the request of Dr. He and his wife. He said to Yu Shu, "The shops under my name have been informed. If anyone sees someone who looks like Jing Gongzi walking on the streets, they will inform you early in the morning." Yu Shu expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Pei, for your concern." Yu Shu was pulled away by Zhao Hui to talk to her for a bit, asking her if she felt uncomfortable. After Dr. He took her pulse, she let her go back to her room to drink her medicine, leaving Yu Xiaoxiu to sit with the adults. Back in her room, Yu Shu did not delay much. She sat in front of her desk and took out a paper, pen, and abacus. She began to study the Xiang Wang Ye's 8 characters that she obtained today. Right now, Yu Shu's thinking was very simple. She could not ask for perfection, but she would calculate as much as she could. Even if she could answer the time and location of Xiang Wang's lost item tomorrow, it would be better than handing in a blank paper. She had inquired about it at the People Training Hall. Although each subject had 100 yuan, it was not guaranteed that 100 people would pass. In other words, the Directorate of Celestial Surveillance wouldn't take the second-best candidates to make up the numbers. Instead, it was necessary to gather 100 candidates. The selection of the 100 yuan was very strict. Usually, only 20 to 30 people would pass the astrology subject. The rest of the places would be left empty. Therefore, there were at most 500 places for a master of change each year. The number of people who passed was less than 100. As for a great master of change, it was even more difficult. Therefore, handing in a blank paper or making up the numbers was a dead end. Yu Shu was busy calculating and didn't even notice that someone had sneaked in. Zhao Hui told Yun Do to heat up the stove in Yu Shu's room and keep an eye on her so that she wouldn't freeze if she sat for too long. When the sky turned dark, Zhao Hui personally came to light the lamp and watched Yu Shu eat and drink her medicine. She walked around the room and went out to get someone to bring a mattress. She temporarily nailed a curtain outside the window facing the desk to block the wind. Several times Yu Shu went to the toilet. She was muttering to herself. There was one time when she forgot to bring toilet paper. She helplessly squatted in the pit and called for help. This made Zhao Hui not know whether to laugh or cry. Yu Shu didn't put down her pen until the gong struck the 3rd watch in the street outside. She opened her sore eyes and picked up a few pieces of papyrus marked on the table with her dark fingers. She frowned when she checked the number of disasters calculated on them. What's going on? Did I miss it? Under her cautiousness, she calculated the time of calamity for the Prince of Xiang's journey back to the capital from the 8th month to the 12th month of this year. In order to prevent any omissions, she made a total of 120 calculations and repeated them. But in these 4 months, the time of calamity showed that the Prince of Xiang only had 2 minor illnesses. One was drowning and one was bleeding. Unexpectedly, there was no sign of losing anything. It was obvious that the Prince of Xiang lost something. What was going on? Could it be that the thing was lost after he returned to the capital? Yu Shu thought for a long time. She picked up the pen and calculated again. She planned to include December. Another 2 hours passed and the gong sounded at the 4th watch of the gong. She put down the pen again and checked the dense data line by line. Gradually, she frowned. Still nothing. Not believing it, Yu Shu collected all the messy toilet paper on the table and checked them one by one. She did not miss a single day for more than 130 days. She made sure that she did not miss any day. This made Yushu worried. Her time of calamity nomological code had never failed until today. What was wrong with it? Why couldn't she predict it? Yushu knocked her forehead with one hand. Her scalp was itchy and she thought hard. Unknowingly, the sky outside gradually brightened, and the remaining candle on the candlestick went out with a puff sound. She suddenly raised her head, grinned, and chuckled evilly. No one knew how terrifying this crazy red-eyed look was. She didn't sleep for the entire night. The next morning, however, Yushu walked out of the door in high spirits while carrying her bookcase. She sat on the carriage that had been waiting outside the door for a long time. Shuirui didn't come. He only asked the coachman to bring a message to her. After she handed in her papers, he told her to leave the Taichung bureau and go to another place to meet him. He didn't say where. Shuirui's carriage was warmer than the sedan, so Yushu did not feel cold all the way. She got off the carriage and wrapped herself tightly in a cotton-padded jacket. Then she followed the crowd into the examination room for female visitors. The process of entering the examination room was simple. It was the same open-air venue as the examination of Ely. Only a small half of the seats were filled. After the bell rang, Yushu quickly sharpened her mosey and answered on the examination paper given by the Celestial Commissioner. She also marked her birthplace and name on the side. Then she dipped the paper in cinnabar and pressed her fingerprint. She handed in the paper early. Today, Yushu did not purposely look for Ji Xingxuan to sit. She handed in her papers and left with the servants. She lowered her head and dutifully left Taichung Si. Standing outside the door, she let out a long breath of turbid air. Her mood suddenly became much more relaxed. No matter what, this subject was finally over. Regardless of whether she passed or not, she just had to wait for the last subject, arithmetic. It was her absolute strength. Yushu made up her mind. She felt very sullen in this uncanny arts exam. She was so depressed that she could not speak. She made up her mind that she would not hold back in arithmetic. She must get into the top 3. If she could not become a great fortune master, she would first take the exam to become a great fortune master. The snow on the road melted and there were ice shards everywhere. Yushu picked up the clean road and walked to the side of the street. She got on the carriage and said to the coachman, "Go find your master Shui." The carriage drove to a bustling street in the northern part of the city, and it stopped outside a building. Yushu got off the carriage and stood on the street that was bustling with people, and she raised her head to look at the imposing 2-story building before her. There was a plaque above the door, and it wasn't open for business. She thought in her heart, could this be the restaurant that Shuirui mentioned opening earlier? "Excuse me, are you Miss Lotus?" Yushu looked back and saw a man coming out of the door. He was of medium height and had a round face. He looked like he was in his 30s and had a simple smile. "Yes, it's me." The man looked at Yushu and immediately led her into the restaurant. He smiled and said, "I am Lin Fu. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Please come in." The outside of the restaurant was brand new. The interior was bright and spacious. The walls were green, the floor was made of red wood and sandalwood. Tables, chairs and flower vases were placed in their respective positions. There were no lack of tea plates, tea bowls, chopsticks and so on. Facing the door was an 8-foot square counter with a jade qilin head on top of it. Behind it was a row of colorful banners and signboards. The windows were separated into 4 groups on the north and south sides. 2 rows of glass screens with flowers, birds and fish were placed on the east and west sides of the first floor, forming 3 groups. On the east side, there was a staircase that led to the second floor. Every 3 steps, there was a flower pot that carried small holly. On the north side, there was a door that led to the backyard. Yushu looked up, down, left, right, west, north and south. She couldn't help but admire the master who arranged the feng shui. This place was really good at attracting wealth and wealth. If she was the one cleaning the place, she would not be able to do it so well. It was not resplendent, but it was exquisite and pleasant, especially the glass screen. Yushu had seen the green glass window in old mistress' room at the Ji residence, so she knew that there were already people who made glass in the Yin dynasty. However, it was not as arrogant as Shuirui, who used 12 whole sides of glass to make a screen. Lin Fu was not in a hurry to bring her to see Shuirui. He allowed Yushu to walk around the restaurant and asked, "Where is your boss?" "He is resting at the back. He asked me to show you around the restaurant. Do you want to go up to the second floor?" Yushu was too lazy to climb the stairs and said, "Not for now. Bring me to your boss." "Yes, this way please." Lin Fu brought Yushu to the backyard and saw another well-built building. It had 2 floors and a corridor. 3 sides of the building blocked the light from the yard. One side was cool while the other side was sunny. It was a combination of yin and yang, and the weather was good. They walked to a house in the northeast corner. Lin Fu knocked on the door and said, "Master, Miss Lianfang is here." A voice could be heard from inside, "Come in." Lin Fu pushed the door open and invited Yushu to enter alone. There were no curtains on the door, but the windows were made of glass. Unlike other houses, the windows were made of paper, and the room was very warm. Shuirui was sitting in front of a round table under the east window, reading the accounts. There was a cup of tea in his hand that emitted a sweet fragrance. He wore a brownish-green silk gown and a black suede armor on the outside. The pair of topaz buttons on his neck were extremely eye-catching. When he saw Yushu coming in, he put down the account book and asked with a smile, "Are you done with the exam?" Yushu was used to his changing expressions. Last night, when she saw him off, she was too lazy to talk to him. Now he was smiling. She tried to figure out if he was in a good or bad mood. She walked up and sat opposite him. She picked up an empty cup and poured some tea. She said, "Is this the restaurant you said you wanted to open a while ago? It's quite ostentatious." "Not bad. Let me know in advance on the opening day. I'll come to support you." Shuirui shook his head and said, "I'm not looking for you to support me. Take a look at this contract. If there's anything you don't like, tell me." He took out a piece of paper from the account book and handed it to her. Yushu took a look and her face changed. She couldn't swallow the tea in her mouth. Strictly speaking, this was a contract, an employment contract. She was hired to be the manager of this restaurant, responsible for the accounts and personnel. The price was clearly stated. She would be paid 80 taels of silver a month, plus 5% of the restaurant's profits. The contract would last for 3 years, and it was a death contract. "What? You don't want to sign?" Who was the one who swore yesterday that if anything happened to me, she would be fearless with just a word. This didn't make you go through a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, but you're afraid? Do you want to go back on your words? Shuirui looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. This time, Yushu was in a difficult position. Looking at Shuirui's face and the atmosphere in the room, if she dared to say no, he would be angry the next moment. So she braced herself and said, "Last time, didn't you say that if I failed the Dian exam and couldn't get into the Taisher library, then I would help you?" Shuirui said, "I did say that, but I didn't think that you would only take the Yili and Uncanny Arts exams. Arithmetic wasn't one of them. There are so many people who talk too much about their words in the Yili, so you definitely won't be able to enter the rankings. Even if you get the Uncanny Arts, you'll at most be a Yili teacher. The Imperial Historian Library won't accept you unless you can get into the top 3 in arithmetic, then you might have a chance." Yushu was not convinced and said, "How do you know that I can't get into the top 3? Shuirui said unhurriedly, "I heard that Mr. Han Wenguang's disciples are going to compete in mathematics this year. The chances of you getting into the top 3 are slim." Han Wenguang? Yushu thought the name was familiar. She suddenly remembered and took a deep breath. The old man who taught the 3 mathematicians. Chapter 244. Words that were said were like water that was spilled. Yesterday, he had personally promised that he was not afraid of anything. Seeing that Yushu was holding the indenture contract in her hand, he could not refuse no matter how thick-skinned he was. Listening to Shuirui's analysis of the fierce competition in mathematics this year, Yushu hesitated for a while, then smiled and said, "It's not that I can't sign it, but I have to add one more condition." "What?" Yushu flicked the contract in her hand. "If I can enter the Taisher library after the Dian examination next year, then this contract will be invalid. What do you think?" Shui pondered for a moment when he heard this, and then he nodded and said, "All right. So long as you're able to enter the Imperial Historian's library, then everything written here is invalid. But before this, you have to help me in the restaurant after the Grand Yen examination." "No problem." Yushu agreed readily and handed the contract to him. She asked him to add such a condition at the end. The dead contract would become a living contract, which would not be bad for her. Honestly speaking, Shuirui's conditions were very good. She knew that he had good intentions, but compared to doing business to earn money, she was indeed more interested in going to the Imperial Historian's library to study. If she had this opportunity to study, she didn't want to waste 3 years. If she didn't have this luck, then she could wait for another 3 years. After Shuirui added, he showed it to Yushu. Yushu felt that there were no loopholes, so he asked her to sign it. He brought the cinnabar clay for her to put her fingerprint at the end. Yushu was about to put her fingerprint on it when she suddenly stopped and asked him, "Is there only one contract? Are you not going to make a copy for me?" In ancient times, the contract papers had always been kept by the employer. Since when had the workers ever mentioned keeping a share? Thus, Shuirui only wrote this one. When he heard her question, he pondered for a moment and knew that she was being petty again. He snorted lightly and said in displeasure, "Are you afraid that I'll extort you? It's not like this is the first time I've hired you." He was referring to when he opened the ink shop in Yang City. He had hired Yushu to work for him. At that time, he also signed a contract with her. At that time, he did not hear that she wanted to keep a copy. Now she was more and more cunning. Yushu also understood the meaning behind his words, but she pretended to be ignorant and said, "I was afraid that you would lose this piece of paper. Didn't you give me a copy? Just write another one. It's not a big deal." Shuirui ignored her craftiness. He casually found an empty piece of paper on the table and made another copy of the deed. He signed his name on it, stamped his seal on it, and passed it to her. Yushu signed both copies and kept the one he wrote. She saw that his expression was not good, so she took the initiative and said, "What are you going to do now? How about I help you to check the account? You can go and do what you need to do." Shuirui said, "Let old Shui send you back. The restaurant will open next month. There is no hurry." Yushu was feeling sleepy. She quickly got up and said, "Then I will go. If you need anything, you can send someone to find me. See you." Shuirui did not have the intention to send her off. He continued to look at the account book. When he heard the door open, he looked up. When Yushu came out, she saw Lin Fu waiting for her outside. She thought that in the future she would be the manager of this restaurant, so she wanted to get to know him first. She asked, "Uncle Lin, what are you responsible for in this restaurant?" Lin Fu hurriedly said, "Miss can call me Lin Fu or Old Lin. I am the manager at the front. In the future, I will need Miss to guide me." When Yushu heard this, she knew that Shuirui had told his subordinates in advance. She couldn't help but feel strange in her heart. She always felt that she was being calculated by him. Was he not afraid that she would not sign the contract? What guidance? I am younger than you. I don't know a lot of things. Old Lin, you should take care of me. Yushu spoke modestly, but in her heart, she was thinking that she was now an executive. Other than Shuirui, the people in this restaurant had to listen to her, and she was the next in line. However, her age was there, and she was the one who interfered. If there were people who were dissatisfied with her, the person below her would be the manager. She saw that Lin Fu was easy to talk to, so she first tried to get close to him. If he was dishonest in the future, she would punish him. When they arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, Old Chue was waiting for her outside. Lin Fu took 2 medicine bags from the waiter and gave them to Yushu. Yushu asked, "What is this?" Lin Fu smiled and said, "It's a secret formula of licorice flower. When you go back, boil it in water. It can prevent frostbite when you wash your hands. There is also a bottle of snake oil ointment. You can apply it to your hands. Young master asked me to prepare all of these. Yushu looked at the red and swollen frostbite on the back of her hands. She took the 2 medicine bags. She didn't ask Lin Fu to thank Shuirui. She just turned around and got on the carriage. Seeing the carriage went far away, the waiter went to the manager in front of him and asked, "Old Lin, is she the manager that your master asked?" The waiter curled his lips and said, "She doesn't look like much. She doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. She is just a little girl. I thought she is a fairy. How can she control us?" Lin Fu squinted at him and said, "What do you know? Don't let me hear what you said. I will punish you to swim 2 laps in the moat. Even if you freeze to death, no one will save you." The waiter shut his mouth and glared at him. He put the rag in his hand on his shoulder and turned around to enter the restaurant behind him. 2 days passed as they talked. After the magic exam, there was a notice posted in front of the Taiching department. The math exam was scheduled for the 28th of the 12th lunar month. It was only a few days before the new year. The atmosphere in the city suddenly rose. Every family was busy preparing for the new year. Zhao Hui's family was no exception. Pei Jing sent enough New Year's goods. She asked Dr. He to add some more. The kitchen cured meat and killed chicken. The courtyard was cleaned inside and out. Taking advantage of the sun, she asked the servant Shin Mama and the maid Yun Do to take out the quilts from each room to dry. Yu Shu was sitting in her room writing a formula. She was going to take the math exam tomorrow. She had studied the subject for more than 20 years in her previous life, so there was nothing to prepare for. She planned to take some time to sort out some math formulas and make them into a book. On one hand, she was afraid that there would be more and more things in her head. On the other hand, she wanted to teach Yu Xiaoxiu a deeper level of math knowledge so that she could be prepared. Yu Xiaoxiu was on spring break at Baichuan Academy. He didn't need to go to school and stayed at home. For the past 2 days, Yu Shu didn't have the energy to care about him. She let him play, sleep, or go out with Dr. He to tidy up the clinic or do some chores for her son. Dr. He and Zhao Hui both liked children. Yu Shu was a girl, so it was fine. Yu Xiaoxiu was a boy he liked. He was sensible and obedient. He wasn't naughty or lazy. He also knew how to speak and read. He could write and calculate. On the surface, He Fangji didn't treat him as kindly as Zhao Hui. But in private, he would always praise Pei Jing. He wished that Yu Xiaoxiu was his son. So when he took him around the clinic, he taught him how to recognize a few medicinal herbs and talked about their effects. The next day, he still remembered it clearly. Inevitably, He Fangji had other thoughts. So, he didn't say anything about it for now. The night passed peacefully. The last subject finally came. Yu Shu had a good sleep last night. In the morning, she got on the carriage with high spirits. Lao Chue took her to Taiching Division. Coincidentally, when she was waiting in line for the inspection in front of the door, Yu Shu saw Ji Xingxuan. Because there were several people in front and behind her, Ji Xingxuan didn't notice her at all. Yu Shu thought that Ji Xingxuan could be considered an all-rounder. Among the 6 subjects of Dian, she didn't seem to be good at any of them. Yu Shu had to admit that she didn't have the energy. Otherwise, she could totally try her luck at feng shui. Yi Li, feng shui, astrology, physiognomy, qigong, and arithmetic. Among these 6 subjects, how many subjects could Ji Xingxuan pass? Apart from arithmetic, if one passed 100 yuan in one subject, one would be a master of E. If 2 passed 100 yuan in 2 subjects, one would be a master of E, and if 3 subjects, one would be a master of E. It was said that Ji Xingxuan was good at physiognomy and astrology. 3 years ago, she stood out in the Dian test with astrology. Now that she had been studying in Taisher Library for 3 years, she must have made some progress in other subjects. This time, she must be aiming for the master of E. Otherwise, why would the old man of the Ji family take the risk to steal the questions? But will it be what they want this time? Looking at the back of the girl who stood out among the crowd, Yu Shu's eyes became serious. She thought that it was really hard to say. On the 28th of the 12th lunar month in the 13th year of Zhaoqing, there were more than 2,860 male and female examinees in the Dian calculation subject. There were 47 questions in total. The test started at 3:45 in the morning and the examinees were handed in at 5 o'clock. There were 11 assistant officials. The examinees were sealed and sent to the West Yard. This year's Dian test was over. When Yu Shu entered the exam room, she was relaxed. When she left the exam room, she was even more relaxed. When she returned home at dusk, the courtyard in front of the door was lit with yellow lights, waiting for people to return. Yu Xiaoxiu stood in the living room and looked around. When he saw Yu Shu walk in with a bookcase, he lifted the curtain and ran out to take the bookcase from Yu Shu. "Sister, is the exam over?" Yu Xiaoxiu, this child, usually liked to circle around Yu Shu. But during the days when she was taking the exam, he didn't even dare to talk to her. He was afraid that if they were noisy, she wouldn't be able to focus on preparing for the exam. Now that Yu Shu was done with the exam, he was the first to be free. Yu Shu smiled and nodded. She put her arm around his shoulder and walked into the living room. Zhao Hui, He Fangji, and Pei Jing were all there. "Pei Yu, you're here. Looks like you did well. I told you not to worry." Pei Jing pointed at Yu Shu and said to He Fangji and Zhao Hui with a smile. Then he asked her, "How many questions were there this year?" Yu Shu said, "There were a total of 47 questions." Pei Jing was surprised. "So many?" In previous years, it was already amazing if there were 40 questions. This year, there were 7 more questions. "How many did you answer?" Zhao Hui and He Fangji also looked at Yu Shu curiously. Yu Shu looked relaxed. "I answered all the questions that I know how to solve." "That's good. You won't be able to run away with 100 yuan. Pei Jing looked at Yu Shu. His eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "You will only be 16 after the new year. How many 16-year-old great mathematicians are there in Enling City?" "Amazing, amazing." Yu Shu looked at his expression and found it interesting. She thought that as a businessman, Pei Jing couldn't be so passionate about learning. No wonder he was so rich now. Zhao Hui and her husband were also very happy. But they weren't as excited as Pei Jing. As the saying goes, people who don't share the same interests won't understand the fun. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.